Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601 Ji Xinghe's Smile. Ji Xinghe was very surprised. He was still laying the groundwork at this time, but he didn't expect Adakang to cooperate so actively. But after thinking about it, he understood. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Adakang said. "I don't wear anything except shorts, and I don't bring anything except the auxiliary breathing device, but I can allow you to wear combat uniforms while carrying auxiliary breathing devices." Ji Xinghe was silent, as if he was hesitating. Judging from the conditions mentioned by Adakang, he has a great advantage, because the combat uniforms dedicated to federal mecha warriors can not only allow mecha warriors to survive normally in alien environments, but also provide excellent defense. The combat uniforms made of nanotechnology are mainly made of carbon fiber, which are bulletproof and, to a certain extent, can prevent fragments and shell fragments from flying when the mecha is broken. And Adakang's conditions do not allow both parties to carry weapons. When they only rely on fists and feet to attack, the combat uniforms are no different from a layer of armor. "Are you scared?" Adakang asked in a mocking tone. "Didn't you just say, 'Don't be afraid'?" Ji Xinghe finally spoke. "I'm just afraid that you will die too quickly." "Haha, that means you agree." Adakang seemed to be afraid that Ji Xinghe would go back on his word, and he had already prepared more rules. "Open the hatch of the final fortress, and then, we will take off the armor together. After taking off the armor, close the cockpit hatch of the mecha and reach a position 30 meters away from the mecha in the east direction." "So courageous?" Ji Xinghe was still wondering what information Adakang knew about him and what kind of preparations he had made for this. The hatch of the final fortress behind Adakang's mecha had been opened, and the situation inside was clearly seen by Ji Xinghe. There was no ape or object hidden that should not be here. Then, when Ji Xinghe still did not make any move, the Emperor armor turned his back to the east and the cockpit hatch opened. A figure jumped out of it. It only had a mask-like auxiliary breathing device, with thick black hair all over its body, and only a pair of shorts covering the important parts of its body. Seeing this, Ji Xinghe really doubted that this gorilla was not Adakang, but just a bait. But the sight brought by the mecha allowed him to clearly see the face behind the gorilla's mask, combined with height, body shape, and even hair color, density and other information. Xinghe completed the comparison at the first time, and the reference was the Adakang who appeared in front of Ji Xinghe through the jump gate device when he was on B-72 Highland before. Although the Federation and Ji Xinghe could not be sure that the Adakang at that time was the real Adakang. But the survival ability shown by that Adakang at that time, and the powerful force that burst out in the face of the Duke armor made of tungsten steel alloy, can prove its identity. "My lord, it's it." Xinghe's tone was a little nervous. Although she knew that Ji Xinghe had always wanted to fight Adakang without armor, when this style of play was proposed by Adakang, she felt that there must be a trick. But she did not persuade Ji Xinghe, because she knew very well that no one in the world could persuade Ji Xinghe except Ji Rongzhenyu. "Ji Xinghe, don't agree to it, it must be cheating. Continue to fight it according to the previous agreement. If it disagrees, then don't fight it. It was the one who changed the rules first. We can completely." Yang Ete's understanding of Ji Xinghe was obviously not as good as Xinghe's, and his roar rang in Ji Xinghe's ears. But he couldn't finish his words, because in the time he said this half-sentence, Ji Xinghe had opened the hatch of the final fortress, and at the same time controlled the mecha to face the east, and completed the removal of armor. Okay, Ji Xinghe's response was obviously not a response to Yang Ente. He also jumped out of the cockpit of the mecha and stood next to the mecha, and could get back into the cockpit of the mecha at any time. At this time, many people watching the battle were still in shock and couldn't come back to their senses. Adakang, really, wore nothing but a pair of shorts, and the mask on his head looked very fragile, and he appeared in the alien environment with bare hands. People were naturally shocked. Only a few people in the Federation knew that Adakang could survive in an alien environment. The strong physical fitness and powerful ki of the imperial orangutan were directly displayed to the world without any prelude. What made people unable to come back to their senses was that Ji Xinghe really agreed, and he didn't bring any weapons except for the auxiliary breathing device and the combat uniform he was wearing. The special guns for mecha warriors were all placed in the cockpit of the mecha. "Do you really want to fight a disarmed battle?" Yang Ente's roar was held back by him, and his whole face was flushed. It was already in this situation, and he really didn't dare to interfere with Ji Xinghe. So, one person and one orangutan, just face to face, separated by a distance of 50 meters, looking at each other. Defies laughed, looking at Ji Xinghe's expressionless face. It laughed even happier. Then, facing Ji Xinghe, he moved one step sideways to the east. Ji Xinghe could also see Defies' expression. The distance of 50 meters and the isolation of the transparent mask could not affect his current vision. Then, facing Defies, he also moved one step sideways to the east. Defies continued, Ji Xinghe continued. One man and one ape slowly walked to a position 30 meters away from their respective mechas, and the final fortresses with two open hatches were behind their mechas, not behind them. The hatches of the mecha cockpits were also closed one after another, and it was still Defies who took the lead in closing the hatch of the Emperor armor. From this point of view, it is really confident. When the two stood still, Defies' voice sounded, and his tone was unprecedentedly relaxed. Ji Xinghe, do you think I don't know that you can remotely drive the mecha? The art of splitting the armor, right? Then you try it and let someone operate your mecha to kill me. Ji Xinghe frowned. The two sides were 50 meters apart and both were wearing masks, but Defies could see his slight expression clearly. In terms of vision, Defies was actually better than Ji Xinghe, because he had obtained ki for a longer time, more than 60 years, and the transformation of his body was more sufficient and comprehensive. By extension, Defies' bloodline was also stronger than Ji Xinghe's. His father, Emperor Wu inherited the genes from Emperor Wu, which made him inherently stronger than all apes except his brothers. Naturally, in theory, he was stronger than all humans. At this time, he clearly saw Ji Xinghe frowning, and Defies finally confirmed the information he had just obtained, and thought he had a good plan. You told me in the Battle Scar Canyon that you were not afraid of death, but you did it too obviously, so I know that you are afraid of death just like before. You are not sure about the armor-piercing battle, and although you are also not sure about the armor-removing battle, you can pin your hopes on Li Yuanba and let him use the remote control mode to control your mecha to help you. Although this will destroy the only trust between your Federation and our empire, you will not care about it for you who are afraid of death, and the Federation will tolerate you destroying this challenge before the battle because of your uniqueness. Defies' tone became more and more proud, and he saw that Ji Xinghe's brows were frowning more tightly. He asked, do you know what I will do next? After asking this question, Defies did not wait for Ji Xinghe to answer, and spoke to himself. Yes, I am going to activate the communication jammer, and before that, Emperor Armor, activate the God of War mode, God of War template. Ji Xinghe was really silenced by Defies' words this time. God of War mode? Or my template? When Defies said that he was going to have a disarming battle, he knew that in the past 10 hours, the Tower Top organization must have made some transactions with Defies and revealed a lot of vital information. After all, in the eyes of the Tower Top organization, Ji Xinghe was basically dead this time, and Li Yuanba applied to try to obtain the power of Ki by himself. If successful, Li Yuanba would become the second human with the ability to grant grace. Even if Li Yuanba failed, after understanding that Ji Xinghe could obtain the power of Ki and the real method of granting grace, they could also conduct experiments on a large scale. Li Yuanba can't do it, but others may not be unable to do it. After all, Ji Xinghe can do it. In this case, using Ji Xinghe to gain more benefits from the Empire has become a top priority. Speaking of which, it's also Ji Xinghe's fault that he robbed the Tower Top organization's 120 panzers and exposed the Black Shield Security Company's mecha manufacturing factory, which has now been taken away by the Federation. But even Ji Xinghe didn't expect that the Tower Top organization would hand over the Federation's strongest technology for mecha automation and intelligence, the God of War mode, to the Empire. Damn it. Defies didn't understand why Ji Xinghe was silent, and said with a smile, from now on, if your mecha dares to move, my mecha will move, including your mecha reopening the cockpit door. Who do you think is faster, your speed of re-entering the mecha cockpit, or the speed of the Emperor armor? Ji Xinghe continued to be speechless. Defies was even more proud. You think I don't know anything, so you dare to agree to a battle with me without armor, but you don't know that I know everything. For example, you told some people that your ki has reached the level that I have. This is the confidence you really have, right? But have you ever thought about the possibility that I have more than just ki, Ada King even spread his hands, looking at Ji Xinghe, who was standing there without understanding, and continued to use his heart-cutting knife. The cicada knows the coming of autumn before the wind blows. This is the realm of your kung fu, which you can only obtain after you have mastered the so-called Gangjin. But I'm sorry, I already had this ability 20 years ago. Yes, I indeed failed to master the Gangjin in your human kung fu, and I couldn't even master the so-called Danjin. But do you really think that you can defeat me by relying on this ability that is limited to the use of physical strength? Unfortunately, I don't practice, or rather, our empire doesn't have this kind of physical skills, because we don't need it. The power of Ki is far beyond your imagination. Regarding the application of Ki, you have only got a few years, and I have had more than 60 years. Ki has existed in the empire for nearly 300 years. Why do you think the Ki you have is as powerful as the Ki I have, and that your application of Ki can be stronger than mine? 50 meters, how long do you think it will take me to rush over? What can you do when I rush over? Ji Xinghe, I said a long time ago that I am your god. Now I give you one last chance to surrender to me. Ji Xinghe's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The people watching the battle were still in a state of astonishment. No one could see his movements clearly. But Ada King saw it clearly. In his sight, Ji Xinghe's speed was really slow. And Ji Xinghe's target was the location of the lower armor. Want to penetrate the armor? Seeing this scene, Ada King no longer hesitated. The strength of his body and the Ki in his body burst out at the same time, and he blocked Ji Xinghe and the lower armor. A distance of more than 70 meters was directly crossed, and the speed was so fast that it was like teleportation. Ji Xinghe stopped, as if he knew that he could not break through Ada King's defense. And Ada King's attention was all on Ji Xinghe's body. It seemed that he was completely unprepared for the allure armor behind him, as well as the possible attacks from the Federation. The power of Ki has reached its level, and it can indeed produce an ability similar to the ability of the cicada to sense the autumn wind before it moves. Although this ability is not omniscient and omnipotent, at this time, the position where it and Ji Xinghe are located is 10 kilometers away from the positions of both sides, and no sniper rifle can do it. Missiles and artillery shells can indeed be fired at it, but that will kill it and Ji Xinghe together. So before it kills Ji Xinghe or captures him alive, it does not need to be on guard against anything. From a certain perspective, Ada King had to admit that Ji Xinghe was more important to the Federation than it was to the Empire. Why don't you let your mecha open the cockpit door? Ada King stopped in front of Ji Xinghe, his tone full of uncontrollable excitement. I haven't activated the communication jammer yet. You can try to let Li Yuanba control your mecha to kill me. If Ada King has calculated everything correctly, this sentence is its strongest heart-slashing knife today. Because as long as the King Chang armor moves at this time, it means that Ji Xinghe has violated the rules of the challenge before the battle, and from now on, the Empire can do whatever it wants. Although war is unscrupulous, there are some differences. For example, Ji Xinghe used the rules of the challenge before the battle to kill Duke Bilrosiv and gain time to win the war. For example, Ji Xinghe challenged Ji Xinghe, and the outcome of the Vulture Mountain battle was decided by himself. And Caitlin and others were able to defeat the Imperial Duke armor. When the rules of the challenge were broken, these would no longer exist. This is different from the fact that Ada King changed the rules of today's challenge. It did not break the rules. All the changes were made after Ji Xinghe agreed. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Ada King thought of this word in the dragon language, and was about to persuade Ji Xinghe not to waste his time and surrender early. But suddenly he felt something was wrong. Ji Xinghe, who should have been panicking, stood 5 meters in front of him and suddenly laughed at him. All the words Ada King said today could not match the power of this smile. This smile broke all Ada King's heart-cutting knives and cut Ada King's heart defense. God, when the sarcastic tone was spoken, Ji Xinghe rushed towards Ada King, and his speed was much faster than when he ran towards King Chang armor just now. Ada King was shocked. He is playing me? Chapter 602, Cheating. Wu Dii, who used the expensive jump communication to watch the battle between Ada King and Ji Xinghe in real time, frowned when he heard that Ada King wanted to turn the armor-piercing battle into an armor-removing battle. Li Zhengfen, who was standing next to him, also noticed this while watching. Why, do you think Ada King is not Ji Xinghe's opponent? Wu Dii looked at Li Zhengfen, and the conversation between Ada King and Ji Xinghe was still ringing in his ears, mainly Ada King's voice, while Ji Xinghe remained silent during this time. Do you think Ji Xinghe will agree? Yes, why? Because he is Ji Xinghe. Tell me in detail. Li Xinghe listened to Wu Di's questions and Dakang's somewhat long-winded words, and took a deep breath. This action was actually a bit redundant for him. Almost all of his body was mechanized by Venus, and he could only survive by using the life support system, so he didn't need to breathe. But as a human habit, he never gave up, as if he wanted to use habits such as breathing to remind him that he was a human. Do you know why Ji Xinghe is so strong? Wu Dii did not answer and waited quietly. Li Xinghe continued. Because his son Ji Xinghe told many people that he was the most powerful person in the Federation. Li Xinghe did not know this before. When he died, Ji Xinghe was still a student at Longzhou Starry Sky Military University. But now both he and Wu Dii have learned about Ji Xinghe's life and some things related to Ji Xinghe through intelligence obtained from various channels. Various Ji words and Ji sayings that are widely circulated in the Federation, as well as some contents of the documentary The Old Man and the Sea of Stars, are no secrets to Li Xinghe and Wu Dii. Ji Xinghe is an unself-aware genius, but his talent can only make him a very capable old man, far from being the bravest of the three armies. If Ji Xinghe had not sacrificed himself, or if Ji Xinghe had not wanted to avenge Ji Xinghe at all costs after Ji Xinghe's sacrifice, he would have remained unknown all his life. And his granddaughter, Ji Xinghe. If Ji Xinghe had not existed, it would not take long for Ji Xinghe to sacrifice himself because of his obsession with revenge after arriving on the alien planet, and it would be very likely that his sacrifice would be worthless. The responsibility of taking good care of Ji Xinghe made him try every means to make money and gain military merit, because only in this way could Ji Xinghe get the best treatment. Similarly, this responsibility also allowed Ji Xinghe to safely pass the time period when he was most likely to sacrifice himself. Li Xinghe paused suddenly because he heard Dakang say very confidential information to the Empire. But he did not ask anything, but continued to speak faster. I believe that if Han Li had not let Ji Xinghe win the first battle with Han Li, he would not have won so easily. Because he was not strong at that time and he had no combat experience. But after that battle, he became the combat instructor of base number 6. One elite soldier after another became his students and opponents. While getting his help, they also helped him. Only after seeing the Sea of Stars can one know the vastness of the world. Ji Xinghe has undergone a transformation because of this. But just the increasing combat experience, the obsession with the revenge, and the responsibility to protect his granddaughter are not enough to make him grow to where he is today. Well, those last words he has heard are not enough. Li Xinghe looked into the eyes of Emperor Wu and repeated the reason he had just said. Because his son Ji Xinghe has told many people that he is the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation, then he added. It's just like many children who think their father is the most powerful man in the world when they are young. Ji Xinghe knew that Ji Xinghe was good at fighting, but when he said this, he was not sure that Ji Xinghe was invincible. In fact, Ji Xinghe was not invincible before that. But when Ji Xinghe said this to many people, Ji Xinghe, as a father, knew this sentence after arriving on the alien planet. In other words, knowing one of Ji Xinghe's only 2 wishes, he must be invincible. Li Xinghe avoided the side of Emperor Wu and looked at the screen. Ji Xinghe's other last wish is that the Federation can win this war. There are many ways to win this war, and each one is difficult. But the simplest way is to have a human being who can be invincible in the world, like a god, and can decide the outcome of this war even if he only has his own strength. Therefore, Ji Xinghe, who wants to fulfill Ji Xinghe's last wish, must become an invincible god. The limited talent has thus become an unlimited talent. As long as this war is not over, Ji Xinghe has no limit. Seeing that Dakang has taken off his armor, Li Xinghe looked at Emperor Wu again. It is impossible for humans to beat Dakang when they take off their armor, but that is the limit of humans, not Ji Xinghe's limit. Emperor Wu suddenly laughed, and his eyes moved away from Li Xinghe and looked at the screen. I won't stop Dakang. Now, let him prove what you said to me. Li Xinghe fell silent, looking at Emperor Wu who had ignored him, and sighed in his heart. When he turned his sight back and looked at the screen again, he saw that Ji Xinghe had very stupidly agreed to the battle of disarmament. Yes, he thought that Ji Xinghe was very stupid now, just like Ji Xinghe thought Ivanovich and the others were stupid yesterday. He said that he just wanted to influence Emperor Wu to stop Dakang, just like he firmly believed that there must be many people in the Federation trying to stop Ji Xinghe at this time. Unfortunately, his father, Li Anbang, is no longer on the alien planet, so no one can stop Ji Xinghe. But even if his father is still on the alien planet, still the commander-in-chief, or the federal marshal without a formal title, can he really stop Ji Xinghe? Li Xinghe became more and more silent, with complicated emotions. He knew very well that after Ji Xinghe's death, Li Yuanba would definitely try to master the power of Qi by himself and replicate the life and death journey that Ji Xinghe had taken. Will Li Yuanba succeed? Even he didn't believe that Ji Xinghe could win, so it was understandable that Emperor Wu Yi did not stop Ada Kang. Anyone can see that Ji Xinghe, who has only obtained the power of Qi for 3 or 4 years, how could he defeat Ada Kang, who has obtained the power of Qi for more than 60 years, when there is a huge gap in their innate physical fitness? When Ji Xinghe tried to rush towards King Changjia, but was easily blocked by Ada Kang. Li Xinghe sighed in his heart, it's over. But something unexpected happened in the next second. God, when Li Xinghe heard Ji Xinghe's mocking voice, Emperor Wu Yi, who was sitting next to Li Xinghe and watching the screen, stood up suddenly. At this time, Li Xinghe could not see any abnormality from the picture on the screen. Ji Xinghe suddenly exploded after speaking, and hit Ada Kang with an ordinary punch. Ada Kang also chose to fight hard without showing any weakness. When the right fists of a man and an ape collided, an invisible wave of air exploded, and Ada Kang stepped back and stood still, with thick black hair on his body like waves. Ji Xinghe also took a step back, but his combat uniform had burst into tatters and could no longer cover his body. Especially his right hand, which was punching out, the fist and the arm up to the shoulder were all exposed. The winner seemed to be decided immediately. Li Xinghe's eyes were horrified. He knew very well what would happen if a human being appeared directly in an alien environment without wearing combat uniforms, with his physical fitness. But his fear suddenly disappeared, replaced by unprecedented doubts. Because he felt the actions of Emperor Wu Yi. When he turned his head to look over, he found Emperor Wu Yi's stern expression and his unconsciously clenched fists after he suddenly stood up. What does it mean? Why? His mind turned quickly, and he understood the only possibility that led to Emperor Wu Yi's change. Ji Xinghe is not weaker than Ada Kang, and even better. It can't be that Emperor Wu Yi saw that Ada Kang had reached its level in this move just now? If that were the case, Ji Xinghe would have died by now. So, there is only one truth. Li Xinghe looked at the screen again. After the two sides exchanged punches, they did not fight again, but stood still and looked at each other. Ji Xinghe, who was half naked, did not suffer from rapid hypothermia due to his body being directly exposed to the alien environment. His condition looked very good. Li Xinghe could clearly see Ji Xinghe's expression under the mask through Ada Kang's perspective on the screen, as the two sides were very close at this time. Ji Xinghe was laughing. So, you also want to fight me without armor? Ada Kang's voice sounded, and he asked in a somewhat strange tone, if I didn't mention it just now, would you have found a way to bring it up? Ji Xinghe's response was as concise as ever. Yes, how are you going to convince me to fight you without armor? Armor clone technique, I see. Ada Kang laughed. You want to control multiple mechas to besiege me at the same time. In theory, this does conform to the rules of the challenge before the battle. I have thought about this before, so after knowing the armor clone technique, I want to fight you without armor. But I didn't expect that you wanted to fight me without armor. Are you done? Although your strength exceeded my expectations, your ki is not as strong as mine, and your physical fitness cannot be compared with mine. You should know it now. Ada Kang didn't know that Wu Emperor I had stood up in shock because of Ji Xinghe's speed and the power of the punch just now. It looked at Ji Xinghe and asked, are you sure you don't want to surrender? Unconsciously, Ada Kang's request has changed from asking Ji Xinghe to submit to asking Ji Xinghe to surrender. The difference between the two may explain why Wu Emperor I was so shocked. Ji Xinghe looked into Ada Kang's eyes. If you surrender now, I can accept it. Ada Kang avoided Ji Xinghe's side and looked at Ji Xinghe's right hand. The blood color was normal, and the picture it was waiting for did not appear. Then fight. Ada Kang's body disappeared again, and even Ji Xinghe's eyes could not catch Ada Kang's trace. Because Ada Kang's speed has exceeded the limit that the naked eye can capture, 60 years of kung fu, and the increase brought by Qi, seem to have no effect at this moment. From this point of view, Ji Xinghe still has a limit, the limit of dynamic vision. But if he only relies on his eyes to fight, how can he have the name of invincibility? Sideways to parry, Ada Kang, who suddenly appeared beside Ji Xinghe, launched a fatal attack that was blocked by Ji Xinghe. Xinghe is right, the current Ji Xinghe is indeed not as good as it. Basic physical fitness, the magnitude of ki, the application of ki, etc., the combined strength and speed attributes, Ji Xinghe is a line worse than Xinghe. If Ji Xinghe had not mastered Gang Jin, the difference in attributes would be more obvious. This is also the reason why Ji Xinghe did not initiate an active attack after throwing a punch just now. While responding to changes with constancy, look for opportunities. Orangutans and humans are both primates, with basically the same body shape and structure, so their fighting skills are also very similar. But the body structures of both sides are different after all. Xinghe's whip kick, wrapped in the power of ki, hit Ji Xinghe horizontally. Ji Xinghe chose to step back to avoid it, and at the same time, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist to hide Xinghe's right leg. Xinghe turned his foot to meet it, and his foot, which was similar to the palm structure, actually grabbed Ji Xinghe's wrist directly. At the moment when the power of both sides burst out at the same time, Xinghe's left foot suddenly became empty, and his whole body grasped the power brought by Ji Xinghe with the sole of his right foot, and shrank into a ball and hit Ji Xinghe. It is said that it was huddled into a ball, but Xinghe was more than 2 meters and 3 meters tall, and his body was very strong, so that it looked like a huge rock, and a huge rock with diamond edges. Those were its outstretched hands. Ji Xinghe had experience with this move. He had fought with many gorillas. How could he forget the structure of gorillas' feet? His right hand was bound and could not be freed for the time being, and Xinghe's attack was far superior to those gorillas he had fought with before. Ji Xinghe was not panicked at all, his eyes were like lightning, and his left fist hit Xinghe's crotch directly. It was really fast and fierce. Xinghe's arms were longer than Ji Xinghe's arms, but he did not dare to exchange injuries, especially in such a vital position. If he was really hit by Ji Xinghe's punch, what would it matter even if he could kill Ji Xinghe? The self-healing ability brought by ki cannot regenerate broken limbs. The two hands that were originally going to hit Ji Xinghe's had blocked it, but unexpectedly Ji Xinghe made a feint, and then his right arm swung like a windmill. Xinghe, who is like a boulder, was lifted over Ji Xinghe's head and smashed to the ground. Xinghe, who had already lost his strength, loosened his feet without hesitation, and the moment the man and the ape separated, Xinghe was smashed to the ground. The loud bang was not obvious because of the unique environment of the alien planet, but the gap on the ground made by Xinghe showed the power of this smash. Ji Xinghe raised his foot and stepped on it, but Xinghe's body had already shot away like lightning. But the distance could not be shortened. Ji Xinghe, who finally seized the opportunity, how could he let it go easily? The sole of the right foot that trampled the ground burst open under the explosion of air, and when the fragments splashed, Ji Xinghe's body also disappeared on the spot. Xinghe, who had not yet stood firm, hit Ji Xinghe who was chasing him with his backhand, but Ji Xinghe's right fist was like a pendulum, using his arm as the axis, avoiding Xinghe's block and hitting Xinghe's chest at a lightning speed. It was retracted as soon as it touched, but the burst of power was not fake. The thick black hair on Xinghe's chest was bald, and the exposed skin was also red and swollen. It didn't break. Ji Xinghe knew very well how fierce his fist power was now under the addition of ki. Even tungsten steel alloy could make obvious fist marks. This Xinghe's body. Xinghe, who was not injured, became more angry than ever, his eyes were bloodshot, and while rushing towards Ji Xinghe, his arm swung and accumulated power at a great amplitude and speed. The dust raised by their fight was blown away before it touched Xinghe's fist, and the speed was so fast that it was like a bullet out of a gun. If it was in the atmospheric environment of Azure Star, this punch would have a sound of breaking through the air. However, in the atmosphere of an alien planet, it seemed silent, but its power was not reduced at all, and it felt more mysterious. While Ji Xinghe dodged sideways, he raised his foot and kicked, and his target was still the lower 3 roads, without any demeanor of a master. But in a real battle, who would care about the demeanor of a master? Being ruthless is the way to survive. Xinghe also kicked out to intercept, and when the two sides collided with each other at the calf position, they could feel the other party's ki wrapped around their bodies. So they all returned empty-handed. The battle continued, and Xinghe, who seemed to be in a furious state, suddenly spoke while fighting. Your skills are very strong, but your ki is not as good as mine, and your physical fitness is not as good as mine. 10 minutes, it's a life and death battle, this is a fact. Ji Xinghe's ki and physical fitness are consumed very quickly. In the previous battles, He seemed to never get tired. When facing an opponent like Dakang, it won't take long for the limit of his physical fitness to come. But he is not worried at all. Because, Lord, do you feel the nuclear radiation? Chapter 603 Victory. I don't know what Dakang is thinking or what he is worried about. Until now, he has not ordered the activation of the communication jammer. Xinghe was able to use the communication to continue to control the Qingchang armor and the final fortress with a hatch behind the Qingchang armor in an open state, escorting Ji Xinghe while giving Ji Xinghe a plugin. The real time to open this plugin is not now, but when Ji Xinghe rushed to the Qingchang armor before him, and Dakang blocked in front of Ji Xinghe. From that moment on, the fighting method of this frontline challenge was determined to be a battle of disarming. Ji Xinghe rushed to the Qingchang armor, not to turn the promised battle of disarming into a battle of piercing armor again, but to force Dakang to leave the emperor armor, so that Dakang would never have the opportunity to regret it. Yes, although Ji Xinghe knew very well that there must be a certain gap between his 6th stage and Dakang's 6th stage, and he is not as good as Dakang in the application of ki. But compared to the battle of piercing armor, Ji Xinghe's greatest confidence is still in the battle of disarming armor. The nuclear radiation he could feel at this time was one of the sources of his confidence. The nuclear radiation escaping from the final fortress had spread to the area where he and Dakang were fighting. The ki in his body was consumed at a very high speed, and it was supplemented to a certain extent through these nuclear radiations. The magnitude difference of ki was thus made up, and the longer the battle lasted, the more beneficial it would be for Ji Xinghe. As for whether Dakang could feel these nuclear radiations, Ji Xinghe firmly believed that Dakang could not feel them, because there were always various kinds of radiation on the surface of the alien planet, including nuclear radiation from the sun that failed to pass through the barrier of the atmosphere of the blue star, and cosmic radiation similar to nuclear radiation, etc. Dakang, who was not wearing protective clothing, wanted to be unaffected in such an environment, so he had to use the power of ki to isolate and protect his body. In other words, Dakang could feel the nuclear radiation, but he could not determine at the first time that these nuclear radiations were man-made objects caused by Ji Xinghe. Similarly, if Ji Xinghe wanted to ensure his own safety in the alien environment, he had to use the power of ki to isolate his body from the outside world, because he could not absorb all kinds of radiation and convert them into the power of ki. Up to now, the only radiation power that Ji Xinghe can use is the more intuitive nuclear radiation. He can't use nuclear radiation like sunlight, and it will also affect his body. Dakang should be aware of this, so he didn't notice it for the time being. But what it didn't expect was that another source of confidence for Ji Xinghe to fight it was that Ji Xinghe was really not afraid of death. Dakang was born as an imperial prince, and Ji Xinghe was born ordinary. This is the biggest difference between the two, and it is also the difference that can influence the fighting will of the two. Between the constant collision of fists and feet, Dakang once again used the lock technique that the gorillas are best at to control Ji Xinghe's arms. At the same time, its feet also became palm-shaped and locked to Ji Xinghe's feet. Once locked, the bodies of both parties will be in zero-distance contact, and Dakang will be able to use more powerful ki and a stronger basic physical fitness to cause fatal damage to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who should have tried to break free with all his strength, made a choice that shocked Dakang. As the limbs entangled, the distance between the two bodies was very close. Ji Xinghe used his strength to lock Dakang's hands. Why not break free? When Dakang just had this thought in his mind, Ji Xinghe's face suddenly approached him. With the control of the body by Gangjin and the unprecedented firm will, Ji Xinghe's physical strength and the power of ki in his body burst out at the same time, and he locked Dakang's hands briefly. Headbutt. The loud sound exploded in the minds of the man and the ape at the same time. The transparent mask with bulletproof function had completely exploded at the moment when the headbutt was completed. The fragments that did not have time to splash were sandwiched between the foreheads of the man and the ape, wrapped in the power that Ji Xinghe burst out with all his strength, and embedded in the skin of the man and the ape at the same time. The defense formed by ki was easily penetrated in the face of such a strange force. At the same time, he was injured and blood spread. Dakang, with a look of horror in his eyes, gave up locking Ji Xinghe's limbs without hesitation, and waved his arms like arrows flying, forcibly separating Ji Xinghe. Because it clearly saw that Ji Xinghe, who already had an obvious wound on his forehead, wanted to hit it with a second headbutt. Ji Xinghe, are you crazy? Do you know what it means to be injured like this in an alien environment? Dakang, who broke free from Ji Xinghe, wanted to roar while flying back, But he couldn't speak now. After the mask was completely broken, the built-in communication device was not damaged, but the auxiliary breathing device had completely failed. Without air of sufficient density as a transmission medium, its voice could not be collected by the communication device. The most important thing is that there is no air in its lungs. I didn't expect Ji Xinghe to attack in such a fierce way as a headbutt. A King didn't inhale the last breath of air before the mask was broken. How can you exhale and speak without air? Use air instead of air? Even if a King's air is magnificent, he dare not waste the power of air at this time. After losing the auxiliary breathing device, if he wants to survive longer in an alien environment, he must use air to maintain his life. If it was like this, what about Ji Xinghe, a human? So it was terrified. Ji Xinghe was really not afraid of death. Seeing Ji Xinghe, who also had no auxiliary breathing device, rushing over with scarlet eyes, a King really regretted it. Because of the fast speed, Ji Xinghe's outburst this time directly caused all the tattered combat uniforms on his body to fly away, just like catkins blown by the wind. When the wind speed reaches a certain level, catkins are like arrows. Only a pair of shorts were left. Ji Xinghe, who had no gorilla hair, had originally fair skin all over his body, which was now completely congested and looked a little scarlet. His muscles were hideous and full, and he didn't look like a 70-year-old man at all. He trampled out 7 consecutive steps. When the first step fell, the trampled dust had not yet been able to fly up, and Ji Xinghe had already landed his 7th step. All the strength in his body was combined into one, and his right arm was like a whip. At a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, he whipped a King, who had been caught up by him. A King knew it couldn't hide, so he raised his arm to block and kicked out at the same time. Its eyes couldn't see Ji Xinghe's attack clearly, but like Ji Xinghe, it also had the ability to fight without relying on its size. The blocking was very accurate, and the angle of the kick was also very tricky, which gave it a feeling of being the last to strike but the first to arrive. If Ji Xinghe continued to move forward, he would definitely be kicked in the calf by a King, and his whip hand would also be successfully blocked by a King's arm. It happened in a split second. Ji Xinghe, who seemed to be charging at full speed, suddenly stopped like a mecha, and his calf narrowly avoided a King's kick. The swinging right arm really turned around like a whip. There was a light snap. That was Ji Xinghe's hand, forcibly twisting the force applied to his arm. His right hand, which was in the state of a palm knife, suddenly turned around like a whip when it was swung, and the whip tail instantly gained unprecedented kinetic energy. Within the extreme distance, Ji Xinghe's palm knife actually broke through the speed of sound on the Azure Star. So much so that in the atmosphere of an alien planet, a slight sound can be produced before the impact. A King had no time to react, and his arm that was raised to block was chopped by Ji Xinghe's palm knife. With a click, the force was transmitted from the arm bones to King's skull. Its arm was broken? No, Ji Xinghe's hand bones were also broken. A King knew very well how much power its arm had just carried. Ji Xinghe's palm was equivalent to a full-strength chop on tungsten steel gold. Tungsten steel gold is not tungsten steel alloy. So Ji Xinghe's attack this time can be said to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own. Why use such a risky fighting method? A King's right arm bone was broken, but he seemed to be completely unaffected. When Ji Xinghe's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, he bared his teeth and pounced on Ji Xinghe like crazy. He raised his hand and hit. Ji Xinghe countered the moves, with a blank expression on his face, but he was in a truly crazy state. King already understood why Ji Xinghe fought like this. After losing the mask, even if Ji Xinghe had prepared before and inhaled a lot of air, how long could he hold on? Shooting oneself in the foot is just to completely cut off the retreat, leaving oneself with no way to retreat and risking one's life. That's why Ji Xinghe fought so fiercely and violently. Then fight faster. King, who was more afraid of death than Ji Xinghe, also chose the most fierce and violent way of fighting, because he knew very well that if he was not fierce enough now, he would be beaten to death by Ji Xinghe. As long as he survived this period of time, no, as long as he forced Ji Xinghe to be more violent, Ji Xinghe's consumption rate would increase exponentially. What is there to fear when a dying force is at its end? With a dull bang, the left fists of a man and an ape collided head-on. Both sides were in a state of all-out effort, so that the moment the punch hit, it was like a bomb exploded between their fists. The two figures flew backwards at the same time, then landed and stood firm at the same time. and then burst into speed at the same time to complete the head-on collision for who knows how many times. The people and apes watching the battle, even through the perspective of the closest Allure armor and Emperor armor, could no longer capture the movements of the man and the ape on the screen. What about other observation equipment? Only through the brief pause after the fierce collision between the man and the ape, can we see that their physical condition is already scarred. Redness and bruises are minor. The blood grooves on Ji Xinghe's arms, chest and back, which were dug out by a Dakang's claws, are extremely scarlet. The blood that should have flowed out and then dissipated in the alien environment was somehow bound in the wound. A Dakang was also not feeling well. Its claws were fierce, and Ji Xinghe's fingers were not toys. Under the blessing of Gangjin and Qi, the flesh and blood body was like a weapon made of tungsten steel gold, leaving wounds on a Dakang's body one after another. Up to now, although the spectators could not see the movements of both sides clearly, they could already see that both sides were evenly matched. Winning or losing depends on who can't hold on first. For the Federation, after understanding this, they naturally subconsciously thought that the result of this battle must be that Ji Xinghe can't hold on first. We should do something. Yang Ate in the ground command center of the God's Mountain looked at Li Yuanba standing beside him and said directly, because our human physical fitness is not as good as that of the imperial gorillas, and Ada Kang is an imperial prince, and his genes have been passed down to the third generation after the change of Qi. According to the research results of the Academy of Sciences, Ada Kang's physical fitness far exceeds Ji Xinghe's current limit, so, Li Yuanba looked at Yang Ate and said seriously, the limit of human beings is not the limit of Ji Xinghe. Yang Ate was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked at a colonel staff officer. Prepare to execute. Li Yuanba, what are you going to do? Li Yuanba, who had already put his arm around Yang Ate's shoulders, said softly in the shocked eyes of everyone in the command center, now, here, I have the final say. Yang Ate laughed in anger. Are you sure? Try it. Do you know what it means if Ji Xinghe dies? Do you know that if you ruin this challenge, I won't have the chance to challenge Emperor Wu III? So, what does that mean? Will Emperor Wu III accept your challenge? Why not? Ji Xinghe can't beat Ada Kang. Can you beat Emperor Wu III? Ji Xinghe hasn't lost yet. I'm younger than Ji Xinghe. Yang Ate was persuaded by Li Yuanba, or just controlled. Therefore, the Federal Command in the Mountain of God's War Zone did not take any action. But Ivanovich in the Nanchunman space station made the same judgment as Yang Ate. Although the top organization has prepared for Ji Xinghe's sacrifice, how can they be willing to do so at this time? A certain present and many uncertain futures, to use the saying of Long Zhao, that is, 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. Moreover, as the commander-in-chief, Ivanovich also has his own considerations. Similar to the order that Yang Ate failed to issue just now, it was transmitted to the Federal Mech Corps closest to the battlefield. Among the more than 1,500 Federal mechs, many of the mech warriors will unconditionally obey the commander-in-chief's orders. But at this moment, Han Li, Kadelin, Jackson, Lame, Zuo Xiao, Yuren, 6 ace mech warriors, and their trusted mech warriors appeared at the forefront of all mechs in their mechs. They did not enter the area agreed upon by the Federation and the Empire before, and then turned around at the same time, facing many Federal mechs. Whoever moves will die. Jackson snatched Han Li's lines and simplified and fierced them, so the effect was remarkable. A long time ago, because Ji Xinghe was treated unfairly, he was ready to drive the mech to find trouble with Tang Qiao, regardless of the critical situation of the war. This deed is a secret that the people of the Federation cannot know, but for the mech warriors on the alien planet, it is a topic of conversation that they yearn for. More than 1,000 Federal mechs, none of them moved. But the urgent orders and the voices scolding them continued to sound, and accidents could happen at any time. If more than 100 mechs rushed to the battlefield at the same time, Han Li and his men would not be able to stop them. Once they rushed over, this challenge would be destroyed. Han Li turned on the full-channel broadcast and whispered, if there are still people who don't believe in the old man, then please give the old man a face. I don't know whether it is because of trust or because people think that Ji Xinghe is indeed worthy of their face. Ivanovich's order could not be executed so far. In addition to mecha warriors, what other forces can cross a distance of 10 kilometers in a short time? If long-range firepower is used, how can it be guaranteed that Ji Xinghe will not be killed by mistake? If the possibility of accidental killing is very high, why intervene in this battle? The Federation did not take any action, and the Empire did not know why it did not take any action. Including the communication jammer, it has not been activated by the Empire at this time. Ada Kang did lose the ability to communicate, but even if the Empire was unwilling to break the rules of the challenge in front of the battle, it should activate the communication jammer to prevent the Federation from remotely driving the Allure armor. Their Ares mode requires communication support. It is impossible for the Emperor armor to complete the transformation of the Ares module in such a short time. Xinghe expressed her judgment and said with some expectation, if the Empire really transforms the Ares module for their mechas, and it is based on our technology, then I can. At this time, only Li Yuanba and Tu Yuan could hear her voice. Ji Xinghe, who was on the Azure Star, would hear her voice 3 minutes later, and the content was different. Xinghe, don't worry. If the Lord can't hold on, I will kill Ada Kang directly. Who cares about it? Li Yuanba's concerns have nothing to do with Xinghe. What 300 Duke armor, what Emperor Wu I, are not taken seriously by her. As long as she has enough time and resources. Just crush to the Empire Star. Is it necessary to use the challenge in front of the battle to get a chance? But what the Federation lacks most is time, so Ji Xinghe, as the Lord of Xinghe, needs to go into battle himself. 3 minutes passed in a flash, and Ji Xinghe's response was heard by Xinghe. Grandpa will definitely win, as if he could also hear Ji Xinghe's voice. Ji Xinghe, who had been fighting hard for 10 minutes, broke out again in Ada Kang's shocked eyes. How could he still have the strength left? When this thought flashed through Ada Kang's mind, his scarred arms had been bounced away by Ji Xinghe. The middle door was wide open. Ji Xinghe, who was approaching, kept hitting Ada Kang's chest with his scarred fists like a storm. 3 ribs were broken in an instant. Ada Kang used his hands and feet to try to block or exchange injuries, but both his hands and feet were blocked by Ji Xinghe's limbs halfway through the force. In the gap, his fists could still hit Ada Kang's chest continuously. This is. Ada Kang was beaten into a wooden man by the Lord. When Xinghe's excited shouts rang out, people's eyes were filled with worry, tension and other complex emotions. Everyone could see that Ada Kang's body was falling down like a wooden stake, and they could also see Ji Xinghe's staggering steps, as if he would fall down at any time. Will Ada Kang stand up again? An Imperial Prince Gorilla who can survive in an alien environment without the help of any auxiliary devices, has shown a combat power far beyond the limits of humans in this battle. Even if it can stand up again, no one will find it strange. Will Ji Xinghe fall down? Ji Xinghe, who has surpassed the limits of the human body and can be described as a human, even if he falls down at this time, no one will deny that he is the strongest individual warrior in the human world. But in the end, Ada Kang was unable to stand up again. Ji Xinghe finally stood still, his posture straight like a javelin, and like a flag. As the cheers rang out, the lame man suddenly burst into tears. Blind man, did you see this? The whole world will know that this is a gift from the old man to you. Chapter 604, Estrangement. The war that everyone was worried about did not happen, because the Empire did not make any unusual moves after Ada Kang lost. Just like when Bilrosiv was defeated and captured by Ji Xinghe, the Imperial mechas that had the upper hand chose to retreat. The ancient rule of the battle challenge was still respected by the Empire, and from this day on, the Federation also began to respect this rule in a real sense. The war still began, and the battles that had stopped because of this battle challenge returned to their previous state. But what was different from before was that the morale of both sides had changed significantly. The Empire, whose morale had already fallen due to the loss of the Battle Scar Canyon, had fallen to the bottom after Ada Kang was defeated by a human using the Empire's best method and captured in public. What is the ranking of Ada Kang's combat effectiveness in your empire? Li Xinghe asked excitedly, although he knew very well that if he maintained this state at this time, it would easily arouse the anger of Emperor Wu I, and then he would be punished by a group of monkeys again. But he really couldn't control his emotions at the moment. Emperor Wu I did not lose his temper as Li Xinghe expected, and his tone was very calm. Fifth, Li Xinghe was very surprised. Thinking back to the scene where Emperor Wu I stood up in shock and clenched his fists, it seemed like an illusion. Who are the fourth, third, and second? Li Xinghe has always spared no effort in obtaining intelligence about the Empire. And when Ada Kang was not killed on the spot by Ji Xinghe, but was captured directly, he finally saw a hope that he had been waiting for many years. Emperor Wu I continued to say softly, It doesn't matter, Li Xingfen understood instantly. So, the top 5 to the top 2 in the Empire's combat power ranking are not ranked by fighting and killing, but by love and worldly wisdom. Emperor Wu I confirmed Li Xingfen's statement with silence, making Li Xingfen laugh uncontrollably again. You really don't care? Li Xingfen asked, then looked at Emperor Wu I with expectant eyes, and added, or rather finished off, from today on, the individual force that your empire is proud of has been directly crushed by Ji Xinghe. Even if you, the strongest man in the empire, are willing to lead the army in person, or even kill Ji Xinghe in public by challenging him in front of the battlefield, it cannot be reversed. That's the truth. Whether Ji Xinghe is dead or alive is no longer important to what Li Xingfen said, because Ji Xinghe has already done it. Aida Kang's individual force is so strong that he is regarded as a god by civilians, slaves, and even many nobles in the empire, because judging from the words of Emperor Wu I, it can be confirmed that Aida Kang's force is second only to that of Emperor Wu I in the empire. Apart from anything else, the fact that Aida Kang can still survive in an alien environment after being so seriously injured has already proved that his extraordinariness is like a god. Ji Xinghe defeated Aida Kang, the god of the empire, with his human body without any controversy, which is enough to show that humans are not weaker than the empire in terms of individual military strength. Even if Emperor Wu I can defeat Ji Xinghe, so what? No one in the empire can defeat Emperor Wu I, and no one in the Federation can defeat Emperor Wu I. For both the Federation and the empire, it is normal and acceptable. After all, this war is not an ancient war. Emperor Wu I continued to remain silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Li Xingfen was somewhat dissatisfied and anxious, and continued to provoke. The strength of individual martial arts is not that important for this war, but it plays a decisive role in the morale of the empire and the Federation. Part of the morale that your empire has always had comes from your strong individual martial arts, so you don't need to prove anything. But the Federation needs it, and Ji Xinghe has done it now. That part of the morale of your empire will disappear, and the morale of the Federation will increase. When you are unwilling to go all out to deal with this war, this change in morale, and your loss in the Battle Scar Canyon, are enough to bring unprecedented changes to the war on the alien planet. Your empire is going to lose, as expected. Emperor Wu I was provoked by Li Xingfen, and had some reactions, but he did not get angry. Instead, he looked at Li Xingfen with somewhat strange eyes. I've let you read part of our history, so you should know how the challenge before the battle came about. Yes, 1500 years ago, your planet was plagued by natural disasters. In order to compete for resources for survival, wars broke out frequently. But the damage that war causes to the population of apes is itself a waste of resources. Li Xingfen recalled the history he had read and said, so, there was a method in which the strongest of both sides of the war fought to decide the ownership of resources. This was the beginning of the challenge before the battle. But at that time, you apes were slaves of monkeys and their bets. Emperor Wu I still did not lose his temper, and asked again, then do you know why, after we have technological weapons and resources are not scarce, we are still willing to abide by the rules of the challenge before the battle? I don't know, because of my grandfather, Emperor Wu I. This was his insistence and order. It wants to use the powerful individual force of your family to maintain your rule over the empire. This is one reason, but more. Emperor Wu I's gaze moved away from Li Xingfen and looked at the screen that had turned dark. It was as if he could still see the battle between Ji Xinghe and Aida Kang. For evolution, the power of Qi, what really gives us this kind of life is not the strength of individual martial arts, nor is it a longer lifespan, but the opportunity to evolve. But if you want to really use the power of Qi and seize this opportunity to evolve, individual martial arts is the key. Emperor Wu I suddenly opened up. So after having a lot of technology, my empire still advocates individual martial arts. For this reason, I don't even allow civilians to use more technological creations. This also applies to the rules of the challenge before the battle. The same is true for the rules that can apply for a duel. When there is a dispute between the common people and the nobles, Li Xingfen frowned and asked, but the problem is that civilians can't get the power of Qi, and many nobles haven't received your gift. How can I evolve without Qi? How can I help you evolve? Yes, I need their help in my evolution. Emperor Wu I looked at Li Xingfen again, and there was an obvious smile in his eyes. It was as if Aida Kang had won the challenge before the battle just now. So, I have a list. From the time the empire was truly established, we have 3 generations, and the civilians have 15 generations. The empire was established for 300 years, but it was only passed down for 3 generations. As for the civilians in the empire, because of the low level of education, 1 generation can be passed down every 20 years, so there is no problem with 15 generations. Li Xinghe understood. Are you going to gather all the gorillas on the list, and then give them the power of Qi, and then use these gorillas inherited from 15 generations to help you find the real opportunity to evolve? Also, help you win this war, and become the force you face against that alien civilization 47 years later? Emperor Wu Yi did not directly answer Li Xinghe's questions, but said, "What you said before is very right. I really don't care about the current empire because it is not strong enough. But a more powerful empire will definitely be born in the ruins of it and the Federation, and in the name of God." Li Xinghe was silent, and then spoke after a moment. "Do you want me to tell Ji Xinghe these things, and then, let him, like you, build a new federation based on the Federation, not a new federation, but another empire? Then, you use the ancient rules of the challenge in front of the battlefield to decide the ownership of the power held by both of you? Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, Ji Xinghe is not you. He will not want to be an emperor, nor will he destroy the Federation for this. Your strategy of sowing discord is useless, really." Emperor Wu Yi said with a smile. Ji Xinghe, who was born in a commoner family, should have seen clearly now that privileges will not disappear regardless of whether it is a federal system or an imperial system. In comparison, the privileges of the imperial system are more open than those of the federal system. Openness itself is a kind of fairness, and it can also better concentrate all power. Li Xinghe was not interested in discussing the pros and cons of the 2 systems with Emperor Wu Yi. He shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, when I return to the Federation, I will not tell Ji Xinghe what you said. Of course, this is your power." Emperor Wu Yi confirmed Li Xinghe's expectations, and then said, "But it is also regrettable that I can tell him directly." Li Xinghe was speechless. Emperor Wu Yi laughed again. "Want Li Yuanba to kill Ji Xinghe? It's a pity that Li Yuanba should have lost the opportunity to obtain the gift ability. Relying on Ji Xinghe's gift to obtain the power of Qi, he will never be able to defeat Ji Xinghe." Li Xinghe's thoughts were said by Emperor Wu Yi. He did have this idea just now. If Ji Xinghe was really convinced by Emperor Wu Yi, he did not give up even after being poured a basin of cold water by Emperor Wu Yi. If the purpose is just to kill, why should it be upright? Moreover, has Li Yuanba really obtained Ji Xinghe's gift? Based on Li Xinghe's understanding of his younger brother, he thinks Li Yuanba should want to try to repeat Ji Xinghe's path. Regardless of whether Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba know that it is impossible to obtain the gift ability after receiving the gift, from the most basic logical thinking, retracing Ji Xinghe's experience of obtaining Qi is definitely the best way to become the second Ji Xinghe. "When will you exchange me for a Dakang?" "I won't exchange you for a Dakang. But I think Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba will want to exchange a Dakang for you. Is there any difference?" "Yes." "Anything else for me to take back?" "No, but there is good news you can take back." "What good news?" "Dongo Oscillion will reach the alien planet through the jump gate in the Battle Scar Canyon. I think you can help Dongo Oscillion and gain the trust and support of the Federation again." Ji Xinghe is receiving treatment in an underground base of the Federation in the God's Mountain War Zone. The construction area of this underground base is completely incomparable to bases like Base Number 6 and Base Number 5, but the defense level is not low. Even if a nuclear weapon explodes on the surface overhead, it will not suffer much damage. There are 59 fractures and bone cracks in the whole body, and comminuted fractures in multiple locations. Although the organs have not been seriously damaged, the blood loss is very serious. There is no need to worry about the flesh damage for the time being. The key is that General Ji is unwilling to accept our blood transfusion. Ji Xinghe's injuries are actually much better than everyone expected. If it were someone else, without a combat uniform and in an alien environment, he would die on the spot in less than a minute. Ji Xinghe not only stayed for more than 10 minutes, but also had no auxiliary breathing device for 10 minutes, and was always in a state of ultra-high-intensity combat. It is incredible to survive, not to mention that Ji Xinghe dragged Data Kang's unconscious body under such injuries, still entered the final fortress and completed the armor penetration, and then drove the mecha to complete the reunion with Han Li and others who went to meet him. Finally, he drove the mecha back to the rear on his own. Is it because of severe hypoxia that caused damage to the brain, so he refused blood transfusion? Han Li asked with some concern. Brain damage is completely untreatable with the medical technology of the Federation. Other comminuted fractures, including internal organs, can be treated. The worst-case scenario is to replace artificial internal organs, mechanical prostheses, etc. General Ji is very conscious now. We have checked and his brain is not damaged. Colonel Han Li, please persuade General Ji immediately. Han Li and others can't see Ji Xinghe now, because there is no observation window in the medical area of this small base. They can't enter the sterile treatment room, so they can only use communication to persuade. Old man, you, don't say it, I know it. Hearing Ji Xinghe's somewhat weak but very clear voice, Han Li and others were relieved. Even if you know it, you can't not cooperate with the treatment. Yes, you have the power of Qi and can treat your own illnesses and injuries, but the recovery speed will definitely be faster if you cooperate with the treatment. What, do you want to rest for a while and stop fighting? This kind of provocation is of course meaningless to Ji Xinghe. Except for the cripple and the left hand, the rest of you should go wherever you want. Well, before they really started to persuade, Ji Xinghe directly cut off their retreat. When Han Li, Dylan, Jackson, and Yu Ren were about to say something, they heard Ji Xinghe's unquestionable voice. This is an order. Yes, everyone had to leave, and told the cripple and the left hand to protect Ji Xinghe, and continued to persuade Ji Xinghe to cooperate with the treatment. The war has started again, and these ace mecha warriors should not stay here and talk nonsense. Without their leadership, even if all the mecha warriors under their command participated in the war, their combat effectiveness would be significantly weakened. If Ji Xinghe's current state was not really good, and the Tower Top organization had revealed a lot of important information to the Empire before, Ji Xinghe even wanted to drive away the cripple and the left hand. This time when he came to the alien planet, he really had a significant change. This can be seen from the fact that he ignored the fact that the independent regiment would inevitably suffer a lot of casualties and had to implement a combat plan to kill through the Battle Scar Canyon. He didn't want any sacrifice, didn't want anyone to sacrifice, but he knew very well that only by making enough sacrifices could the war be ended. The medical area soon became much quieter. The cripple and the left hand were like two door gods, blocking all irrelevant people. After all, they were all ace mecha warriors. With only 25 ace mecha warriors in the Federation, being a door god was definitely more than enough. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment they brought also joined the war at the request of Ji Xinghe. Ada Kang is detained in the rear of the war zone, and General Li Yuanba is guarding him personally. There won't be any problems. The cripple obviously had no intention of persuading Ji Xinghe to cooperate with the treatment, because he knew he couldn't persuade him. However, the left hand had contacted Su He and asked Su He to send a message to the Blue Star. Ji Rong's and Ayu's effective persuasion would surely come soon. But, the cripple hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Because of this incident, General Li Yuanba and Commander Yang Ante had another conflict. They had a conflict when you were fighting a Dakang. Commander Yang Ante wanted to intervene in your battle, but was restricted by General Li Yuanba. After the lame man roughly talked about what happened before, he said strangely, in fact, I don't quite understand General Li Yuanba's choice. It is indeed important to guard a Dakang, but he is not needed as a galaxy-level mecha warrior. Commander Yang Ante asked him to go to the battlefield, but he refused directly. The left hand suddenly said, I just received news that Commander Ivanovich ordered from Nanshanmen to let General Li Yuanba hand a Dakang over to relevant personnel and transport him to Nanshanmen for detention and interrogation, but it was also rejected by General Li Yuanba. Now, General Li Yuanba is leading people to confront the handover personnel? This made the lame man even more puzzled, and everyone who heard the news was puzzled. But Ji Xinghe understood why Li Yuanba did this, and after a little hesitation, he said, have they all forgotten that Adakang is my prisoner? Chapter 605, The Li family growing from the rebellious bones. Outside the medical area of a rear base in the God's Mountain, more than 100 fully armed military police surrounded 21 soldiers, each with only a pistol on them, and behind these 21 soldiers was the only entrance and exit to the medical area. Judging from the number of people and the level of armament on both sides, the military police can completely suppress these soldiers who dare to disobey military orders, but if you look closely, you can find that the people in the military police are really nervous. Because these 21 federal soldiers are all mecha warriors. Not to mention the 20 special mecha warriors, the leader is Li Yuanba, the only 2 galaxy-level mecha warriors in the Federation. Although they are not wearing armor at this time, Their combat effectiveness is theoretically greatly reduced, which is not worth mentioning compared to the armed forces of the military police, but who dares to really fight them? Li Yuanba, do you know what you are doing? A lieutenant general from the Nanshanmen command glared at Li Yuanba. Are you trying to provoke civil unrest in the Federation? This statement sounds a bit exaggerated, but everyone who was confronting and the people behind the gendarmerie knew that if the two groups really broke out in conflict, it might really cause civil unrest in the Federation, and it would be a civil unrest with very serious consequences. Behind the gendarmerie and this lieutenant general is Ivanovich, the current commander-in-chief of the Federation. There is no need to say more about the significance of his representation. As the largest and highest quality Galaxy-class mecha warrior in the Federation that has broken the imperial mecha, Li Yuanba has countless supporters. Although he is not as good as Ji Xinghe now, his relationship with Ji Xinghe is also one of his confidence. Rumor has it that he is Ji Xinghe's godson. There is no need to say much about the fierceness of his godfather, and his biological father has countless students and old friends in the army. Otherwise, Ivanovich would not have to give an order, and Yang Ente, the commander of the Mountain of God's war zone, would have been able to skin Li Yuanba alive. I said I will personally guard it. Li Yuanba repeated his request without any explanation. What's the point of you guarding it in person? Yang Ente, who also rushed to the scene, was equally angry. He questioned but did not get any explanation from Li Yuanba. Then, before the lieutenant general could speak, he scolded him with reason. Don't we know how important Ada King is? How important is the information it knows? Do you need to remind us in this way? It's okay for you to guard it in person, but can you guarantee that you can interrogate the information we need from it? Li Yuanba, wake up. Any information is time limited. If your behavior causes us to obtain relevant information a little later, do you know what the consequences will be? In addition, the war on the front line is in full swing. It's okay if you don't want to fight. 20 special mecha warriors are here to disobey military orders because of you. Do I need to remind you that if they don't participate in the war, how many casualties will we have? It must be said that Yang Ente is still quite capable. When he said this, the special mecha warriors who had stood firmly behind Li Yuanba, although they still stood there to show their attitude of helping Li Yuanba, were deeply puzzled in their hearts. No one could figure out why Li Yuanba cared so much about Adakang. Seeing this, Li Yuanba also began to get angry. If you think 20 are not enough, I will shout again. This made Yang Ente and all the people standing opposite Li Yuanba quiet down. Who is Li Yuanba? No need to say more. Although he did not form an independent regiment, nor did he join or lead any mecha team, when he needed it, there would be many people standing behind or in front of him. No doubt. Looking at the entire Federation, only Ji Xinghe can compare with him in this regard. Unfortunately, Ji Xinghe is now. When people were a little overwhelmed by Li Yuanba's tough attitude and thought of Ji Xinghe's attitude came. As the representative of Ji Xinghe, the cripple applied for communication. With the help of relevant equipment, his holographic image appeared between the two groups of people in confrontation. Looking around, he saw Li Yuanba, who was a major general on the left, and Yang Ente, the commander-in-chief of the Mountain of God's war zone, who was a 3-star general, on the right. In such an occasion, he, a mecha warrior with only the rank of colonel, had no say even if he had been awarded the medal of an ace mecha warrior. Not all ace mecha warriors can be like Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba in the past, nor can they be like Han Li, Kadelin, Jackson, Ravik, Suchuanayan and the other 5 now. But his attitude is tougher than Li Yuanba. Looking directly at Yang Ente and the lieutenant general of Nanshanmen, he spoke in a condescending tone. The old man asked me to tell you that he is only injured, not dead. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanba and Yang Ente breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although the lieutenant general from Nanshanmen also understood what the cripple meant, he was still unwilling to give up and asked, "What does General Ji mean? Adakang is the old man's prisoner, of course, this is beyond doubt. We are just trying to prevent the Empire from launching more intense military operations to rescue Adakang, and also to obtain effective intelligence from Adakang. Please ask Colonel Wen Gui to convey our ideas to General Ji. We will ensure Adakang's safety and make it appear in front of General Ji as soon as General Ji needs it." The lieutenant general used the word please in front of a colonel, which already explained a lot. But the cripple was not satisfied and did not give him any face. "Just do what you should do. The old man is receiving treatment now. If you make him feel bad because of you, I think no one can bear the consequences. These words were definitely not said by Ji Xinghe himself, but the relationship between the cripple and Ji Xinghe is also well known to everyone, which is more true than the rumor that Li Yuanba is Ji Xinghe's godson. The lieutenant general was a little angry, but he didn't dare to take any action. Li Yuanba has already given them a headache, and now there is another Ji Xinghe. If they really make trouble, no one can afford the consequences. I'll contact Nanshanmen. Yes. After the lieutenant general talked to Yang Ante, he turned and left, and the people he brought with him left with him. After he left, Yang Ante waved his hand without any scruples, and the people he brought also left the area. Colonel Wang Jiyue, you can leave too. Taking good care of General Ji is your only task now, okay? The cripple turned off the communication, and the holographic projection disappeared on the spot. Yang Ante then looked at Li Yuanba. Why don't you let them go? Li Yuanba, who was relieved by Ji Xinghe's statement, also waved his hand. The confrontation that was enough to cause civil unrest in the Federation was eliminated just like that. Ji Xinghe didn't even appear in person, nor did he speak to any of them. I have to say that Li Yuanba was a little envious. What do you want to do? After everyone left, Yang Ante's expression no longer had any anger, and his eyes were surprisingly calm. The tone of asking this question was like an uncle treating a nephew who had something to ask for. At this time, there was no one around, and Ada Kang was still receiving treatment in the medical area behind Li Yuanba, and the only entrance and exit was behind him. But he still didn't want to tell a certain truth. Uncle Yang, I can't explain it to you for the time being, but Ji Xinghe knows. This Uncle Yang has already explained a lot of problems. Yang Ante sighed and stopped pursuing the matter. After all, Ji Xinghe had already spoken, and no one dared to interfere with Ada Kang's disposal rights, not even Nanshanmen. Compared to Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe's influence, power, and so on are actually inferior. After all, under normal circumstances, it is better to be born well than to learn well, and Li Yuanba was born too well. But Ji Xinghe is not normal. He has learned too well. His unique gift ability is also true when he's alive, and there is no second person in the Federation who has this ability. In the absence of substantial evidence, he killed the former vice president of the Federation in public. Now the big crocodiles in the political and business circles can come to the alien planet safely, which is enough to explain. If you don't want to say it, forget it, but this time it's definitely not over, Yang Ante reminded. I cannot pursue the matter of you snatching my command, but Nanshanmen will definitely pursue it. There are also Han Li and a few others who disobeyed the military order of Nanshanmen in public. If it weren't for the tense war, they would be held accountable now. They are not you and Ji Xinghe. There is an essential difference between disobeying military orders and disobeying military orders. The premise of being in public makes it even more difficult for Nanshanmen to pursue it afterwards. Li Yuanba is very clear about this, but he doesn't care. This is something Ji Xinghe has to worry about, and it has nothing to do with me. Ji Xinghe has too many things to worry about. Can he take care of it? Yang Ante sighed. Regarding your application, when are you going to proceed? This question is very critical. If Li Yuanba succeeds, or if someone else succeeds, Ji Xinghe will not be able to take care of it even if he can. But if no one succeeds, then even if Ji Xinghe can't take care of it, he can take care of it. Yang Ante is reminding Li Yuanba. After Ji Xinghe's injury is healed, I didn't expect that he would fight Ada Kang in a disarmament battle and be so seriously injured. Yang Ante frowned and said directly, why don't you forget it? No, even if you get the gift of power, so what? As a 3-star general of the Federation, Yang Ante doesn't really care about the power of Qi. What kind of healing and prolonging life is not important to him, and it can't determine the outcome of this war. He can command at the safer Nanshanmen space station. But he chose to sit in the more dangerous ground command post all year round. How could he be afraid of death? He looked into Li Yuanba's eyes and asked, what's the difference? How much meaning does it have? Li Yuanba was silent because there was a monitoring device nearby. Although this is the battle zone of the God's Mountain, Yang Ante has full jurisdiction and must have used his authority to intercept the viewing rights of the Nanshanmen space station, but there is one thing that Yang Ante can't stop and doesn't know. Xinghe has always been there. But after hesitating, Li Yuanba decided to explain this problem that he has always been worried about in front of Xinghe. Have you read Journey to the West? Faced with this inexplicable question, Yang Ante frowned and said nothing. Li Yuanba spoke softly. Sun Wukong is the Monkey King and also the Demon King. He left the Flower Fruit Mountain to seek the immortals, and after traveling in the human world for more than 10 years, He finally met Patriarch Bodhi. The Patriarch asked him his last name and he replied, "I have no gender. I will not be annoyed if people scold me, and I will not be angry if they hit me. I will just respond with a courtesy. I have no gender in my life." After that, he learned real skills and was willing to use his 72 transformations to amuse his fellow disciples in the sect. Does this sound like the temper a demon king should have? After Li Yuanba asked a question while speaking, he asked again, if his temper is really good, why did he fight and kill all the way to become a real demon king after he was driven out of the sect and returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain, and he also robbed the Dragon Palace, smashed the underworld, and made a big fuss in the Heavenly Palace? Yang Ete understood. Li Yuanba didn't know if Xinghe understood, so he continued, I think the Monkey King is just a stone monkey. Even if he is a wise stone monkey with unknowing talents, he can't fight. So during his more than 10 years of traveling in the human world, he was taught by the human world to restrain his temper. He dared not get angry when scolded, and had to apologize when beaten. But when he learned the real skills and knew how strong he was, he had desires, so he robbed the Dragon Palace. He was unwilling to accept his fate, so he smashed the underworld. He felt that the title of Monkey King was no longer worthy of him, so he made a fuss in the Heavenly Palace and became the great sage equaling heaven. Yang Ete looked into Li Yuanba's eyes and understood Li Yuanba's persistence. Do you want to be Tathagata Buddha? Li Yuanba shook his head. I might also be Sun Wukong. After all, a few years ago, someone said that Ji Xinghe was Jile Buddha. This time, Yang Ete really understood. Checks and balances are very important for Ji Xinghe, who now has extraordinary power and countless fans, and for Li Yuanba, who may have extraordinary power in the future and already has countless fans. If there is only one Wu Emperor in the Federation, will the Federation really not become an empire? If there's more than one Wu Emperor in the empire with the ability to bestow grace, will the empire really still be an empire? It's still too risky. Yang Ete persuaded again, you can wait for others to come first. After we have enough experience and understanding, you can come. You are still young and should not be so anxious. Too anxious. It is easy to make mistakes. The only one who has the hope of checking and balancing Ji Xinghe is Li Yuanba. If Li Yuanba gets into trouble, it will indeed be a big mistake. Others can't do it. Li Yuanba suddenly laughed. Besides, it's not risky, because even if I fail, my eldest brother can also check and balance Ji Xinghe. How can the only winner of the Azure Medal be inferior to the only winner of the Galaxy Medal? Li Yuanba, who wanted to check and balance Ji Xinghe, or was checked and balanced by Ji Xinghe, had no scruples because Ji Xinghe had captured Ada Kang alive and had the opportunity to exchange for Li Zhengfen. His thoughts were clear. But Xinghe's thoughts were not clear, and she scolded directly in Li Yuanba's ear. Li Yuanba, you are so good, no wonder you took this name, and your father Li Anbang used the title of the heroic spirit of Peigong. One or two of them, they all want to rebel? I have long seen that all of you Li family have rebellious bones. No, it's not that you have rebellious bones, it's that your Li family has grown on the rebellious bones. Chapter 606 Blood of God. After Yang Ete left, Li Yuanba stood alone at the entrance and exit of the medical area. The guards who were a little far away did not dare to approach because of the confrontation that had just happened, which made Li Yuanba look a little lonely. But he was not lonely at all, he was arguing with someone. Judging from the various rhetoric used by Xinghe, it was not an exaggeration to call him a human. Li Zhengfen is dead. You chose him, traitor. Ada Kang is dead. I said that even Jesus can't save it. You want to be a traitor, I will terminate the transaction. Li Yuanba suddenly frowned. Wait, you call yourself old lady? Xinghe's voice suddenly stopped. She forgot one thing, that is, she had always used a male voice in front of everyone except Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenyu. She was emotional today and was accidentally exposed. You are hallucinating. Li Yuanba laughed twice. I remember that the original built-in intelligent core program of Xinghe was set as female. Later, I wondered why you became a male. It turns out that you have been deceiving me. Xinghe knew that it was useless to defend herself, so she simply changed to her original voice. I don't have a gender, so there is no deception. Moreover, if this is considered deception, then what is your idea? Li Yuanba fell silent, not knowing whether it was because of the strange voice used by Xinghe at this time, or because of what Xinghe said. After a long while, he spoke. Ji Xinghe will understand me. If he is unwilling to use a Dakan to replace people after hearing what I said today, I have nothing to say. Neither Ji Xinghe nor Li Yuanba told anyone about the news that Li Hangfen was still alive. Even Li Anbang didn't know that his son was still alive. In addition to the two of them and Xingyu, the only person who knew about this was Ji Rongzhenyu. Because the impact of this matter is really great, as the only recipient of the Azure Medal, Li Hangfen is to the Federation Space Fleet like Ji Xinghe is to the Federation Mecha Force. One lets the Federation decide the sky of the alien planet. The other lets the Federation decide the land of the alien planet. The latter is still fighting on the alien planet, while the former has been captured by the Empire for many years. Even if he has not revealed any information, no one would be willing to believe him. Haha, I thought you were going to go to war with Ji Xinghe. That's why I said and did this, because I don't want to go to war. Okay, let Ji Xinghe discuss this with you. Xingyu decided not to discuss the attitude that Li Yuanba had just expressed, and changed the subject. Then have you ever thought about what consequences your actions will bring? People are only willing to believe what they want to believe. Li Hangfen can at least survive in the Empire and live in the hearts of everyone in the Federation. If he returns to the Federation, he will become a traitor who lives a life of shame in the eyes of the people. I just want to save my brother. Is that wrong? But you thought he was dead before. That's because there was no chance to save him before, but now, there is. What if he really has betrayed the Federation? After Xingyu asked this question, she said with reason, you should know that the Empire had obtained a lot of intelligence and technology of the Federation without any signs before, and among all the people captured by the Empire, the one with the highest level and the right to obtain that information is Li Hangfen. Li Yuanba was silent again for a moment, and then spoke. If he is guilty, it should be the Federation that punishes him, not the Empire. It's up to you. Xingyu was too lazy to say anything else, and didn't know what to say. It was as if she had left and no sound came out. Li Yuanba stayed where he was, giving up driving the mecha to kill people on the battlefield. He was alone guarding a Dakang and his chance to save Li Hangfen. He felt lonely. Ji Xinghe's condition was not as serious as the doctors said. It was true that he had dozens of fractures and bone cracks. But a hand bone can have 7 or 8 injuries. So his body was actually in good condition. The blood oxygen concentration and blood pressure have stabilized, and the blood sugar has returned to normal levels. We can start the operation. The head of the medical team looked at Ji Xinghe, who got up from the medical cabin and hesitated. General Ji, I still think you need to receive a blood transfusion, because you will definitely lose blood in the next operation. Although we use minimally invasive surgery, it can no longer be considered minimally invasive after more minimally invasive surgery. Ji Xinghe had only undergone simple treatment before entering the medical cabin to recover his physical condition. After being exposed to the alien environment for a long time without protection, his body actually had a lot of hidden injuries. If he was unwilling to receive a blood transfusion, he could not complete the relevant surgery at all. No blood transfusion, no anesthesia, Ji Xinghe said calmly. If you think you can't do it, you can change people. Of course we can do it, but the problem is that we are worried that your body can't bear it. Change people. We'll start immediately. Ji Xinghe's tough attitude made the medical staff a little uncomfortable, because in their cognition, Ji Xinghe was not such a person. But on second thought, some of them understood that Ji Xinghe was too lazy to bother, so he was so tough, otherwise it would be a waste of words to persuade back and forth. The operation officially began. The first thing to sort out is the bones in Ji Xinghe's body. Under normal circumstances, Ji Xinghe's bone state at this time has reached the point where artificial bones must be used. But this plan was rejected by Ji Xinghe before the treatment began, for the same reason as he was unwilling to accept blood transfusion before. You have to keep records. Ji Xinghe, who did not use anesthesia, was very conscious, watching the medical staff operate the precision surgical instruments, operating on multiple parts of his body at the same time, as if he could not feel the pain at all. After possessing the power of Qi, the body's self-healing ability will be greatly improved. The nervous system, organs, bones, flesh and blood can all heal themselves to a certain extent. You can use the status of my treatment this time as a reference to enter the database and prepare for the treatment of people with Qi in the future. The magnitude of the Qi I possess is recorded as the 6th stage. Ji Xinghe's voice relaxed the nervous doctors. He could speak very coherently, which showed that he was in really good condition. The operation went very smoothly, but after the operation, Ji Xinghe's weight was reduced by 7 pounds compared to before this battle. Although most of it was flesh and blood, It was also very scary. With the completion of the operation, Ji Xinghe entered the medical cabin again, and his whole body, except for his face, was soaked in a special nutrient. With the isolation of the mask, Ji Xinghe can breathe freely and communicate with the outside world. General Ji, we really want to know now, can the power of Qi make people regenerate broken limbs? Not at present. As far as I feel now, it is only a healing of repair nature. The medical staff were a little disappointed, but soon there was hope. Can it be done in the future? When I meet Emperor Wu I will cut off one of its arms and see, if you can cut off its arm, it means you are stronger than it. If it can regenerate broken limbs, you should be able to do it too. You mean, I have to cut off my own limbs for this experiment? The medical staff could hear that Ji Xinghe was in a good mood now, and he had already started to joke with him. This shows that Ji Xinghe's physical condition is better than before. So the medical staff began to withdraw. Although they had many questions, some information still had to be kept confidential. It is better not to know. After confirming that Ji Xinghe's physical condition was constantly recovering, and that he was conscious and had no intention of resting at this time, the scientific research team of Nanshanmen sent a communication application. General Ji, we don't quite understand why you are unwilling to accept blood transfusions. The Federation has conducted a lot of research on Qi and the owners of Qi. Although there are few people with Qi on the alien planet, and not much research can be done, there are many on the blue planet, and they share information with the scientific research team of Nanshanmen. After the person in charge raised the question, he added, in our previous research, people with Qi and people without Qi have conducted blood transfusion experiments. The results show that the power of Qi cannot be obtained through blood transfusion, and after receiving a blood transfusion, the Qi possessed will not weaken. Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment before speaking. My genes have changed more. If I receive a blood transfusion and the blood level is very high, I will become weaker in a short time. This sentence was analyzed and interpreted by the researchers at the first time. The power of Qi is born because of the change in genes. After its birth, the power of Qi will continuously transform genes. This transformation can be described as evolution, because the results of the transformation will act on various parts of the body that carry genes. Yes, there are a lot of genes carried in the blood. In other words, as the amount of Qi continues to increase, the degree of transformation of the blood will be higher. So General Ji is unwilling to accept blood transfusions, because other people's blood has not undergone this kind of transformation. If General Ji accepts it, he will need to evolve this part of the blood again, and it may even conflict with his own blood. My idea is, when the amount of Qi continues to increase, where does the Qi exist? If it is just cells, which part of the cells is it? Now from what General Ji said, I think it may exist in the cells that make up the blood. Blood transfusions will cause the amount of Qi to decrease, and it will take longer to recover, so, General Ji's blood has evolved. Is it different from our normal blood? Other people's blood does not seem to have changed in essence. There was no conflict in the previous blood transfusion. General Ji's Qi is more powerful, and he has the ability to bestow, so his blood should have changed in essence. No, it is evolution, from human blood, evolved into the blood of God. I like the term God's blood. Then should we apply for some of General Ji's blood for research? You go and tell General Ji. Such a discussion is unlikely to stop, but the person in charge had to make a request to Ji Xinghe that made his voice tremble. General Ji, we want to get some of your blood for research. With the experience of almost being cloned before, and a very strange clone, Ji Xinghe protected his blood very well after returning from injury this time. No one can get a drop. I think there is no need for this. Ji Xinghe refused without hesitation, and the refusal was very direct, also to avoid entanglement. Yes, the person in charge responded as if he had heard a military order, and then hurriedly changed the subject. General Ji, we have received inquiries from above. Regarding the 9-stage realm you divided before, we certainly agree with your division method, but if we implement it specifically, we must have corresponding quantitative standards, and we cannot completely use the imperial gorilla as a reference. Of course, we have no objection to the fact that you are the reference standard for the 9th stage, Ji Xinghe replied. Let's talk about it after Li Yuanba tries it. Okay, whether Li Yuanba succeeds or not determines whether Ji Xinghe is the only one. If he is not the only one, it is meaningless to say more. The Federation will not allow him to continue to grow and become stronger. Even if Li Yuanba recognizes these divisions of Ji Xinghe, the Federation will inevitably find a way to make some changes. And if Li Yuanba fails, this matter is also very simple. So it really doesn't make any sense to say these now. After answering some more questions, the communication with the scientific research team ended, and a new communication was established. "Old man, are you okay?" When Shen Mu's somewhat jumpy voice sounded, Ji Xinghe felt better. "It's okay, it's good that it's okay." Shen Mu's tone became excited and asked, "Guess what I found in that Emperor armor?" The Emperor armor that Emperor Wu I gave to Dakang was captured without firing a shot. As a Dakang was thrown into the final fortress by Ji Xinghe at that time, Ji Xinghe entered the cockpit of King Chang armor again. The Emperor armor that activated the God of War mode was actually mobile. But as the communication jammer of the Federation was successfully activated, the Emperor armor stood still. Xingayu's previous judgment was correct. If the Empire Mecha wants to use the God of War mode, it must have communication support. When Han Li and others who came to pick up Ji Xinghe dragged the Emperor armor back, the Empire's Mecha Corps did not rush over to snatch it, as if they acquiesced that after a Dakang lost, the Emperor armor became Ji Xinghe's trophy. Shen Mu and Lao Liu, who followed Ji Xinghe to the battle zone of the God's Mountain, naturally took over the Emperor armor at the first time. At this time, Ji Xinghe heard Shen Mu's question, thought for a while and asked, "Holy Crystal, fuck, how did you know?" "Guessed, then your guess is quite accurate." After Shen Mu said something in a weird tone, he said excitedly, "Old man, our previous analysis is correct. Since the Holy Crystal can provide the jump gate with more energy than the nuclear fusion reactor, it must be able to provide energy for the Mecha. The energy drive used by the Emperor armor must be the Holy Crystal." "Yeah, huh? Why is your reaction so calm?" "More powerful energy means that your new Mecha will definitely be more powerful, and many new technologies with extremely high energy consumption can be applied." "Oh?" Shen Mu was a little puzzled by Ji Xinghe's indifference, frowned and asked, "You don't know that this Emperor armor does not have an energy drive system for the Holy Crystal, right? Then you cheer up." "I will definitely cheer up, but," Shen Mu suddenly realized, "is there something wrong with your body? Call a doctor quickly." "Is the cripple next to you?" "It's okay, I'm just a little sleepy." "Then you should rest quickly." "Wait a minute, what are you waiting for?" "What's there to wait for?" "Communication delay." "Communication delay? Azure Star? Ji Xinghe? Then I'll hang up." Shen Mu hung up the communication directly, and then looked at the Emperor armor in front of him in silence. "What's wrong?" Lao Liu frowned and asked, "Isn't Lao Ji okay?" Shen Mu took a deep breath. If Lao Ji had a Mecha that was stronger than this Emperor armor today, no, even if it was equivalent to this Emperor armor, he wouldn't have to fight Ada King in a battle without armor. Yes, although Lao Ji won, it was really dangerous. Lao Liu nodded and said, "And I have always believed that Lao Ji's combat effectiveness in armor-piercing battles is stronger than his combat effectiveness in armor-free battles." Shen Mu looked at Lao Liu and said seriously, "This is our fault." Lao Liu then realized that Shen Mu's eyes were red. So he nodded seriously and said firmly, "Yes, it's our fault. I don't want to make the same mistake again." "Me too." When the two of them made up their minds and prepared to work hard, someone came over. "Major Shen Mu, congratulations, your promotion order has come down. From today on, you are a lieutenant colonel, the first lieutenant colonel mechanic in the Federation." Shen Mu was not happy at all. He could see that these people had bad intentions. "Just say it, it's like this. That Holy Crystal will be of great help to us in studying the Empire's warp gate, so, get lost." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, Are You Dissatisfied, or Are You Dissatisfied? After Li Yuanbai made trouble, Han Li made trouble. After Han Li made trouble, Li Yuanbai made trouble. After Li Yuanbai made trouble, Shen Mu made trouble. Ivanovich now just wanted to ask, is it over? If Li Yuanbai had previously seized the command of Yang Ente, Han Li, Caitlin and others had disobeyed military orders to prevent the federal Mecha warriors from effecting Ji Xinghe's challenge on the battlefield, and Li Yuanbai's occupation of a Dakang was happening. From some perspectives, they were all excusable. Then Shen Mu's current disobedience of military orders was simply unreasonable. As the commander-in-chief, Ivanovich was not so far away from arguing directly with Shen Mu, a major mechanic, so he handed this task to Yang Ente, the commander of the Mountain of God's War Zone. Yes, After Shen Mu yelled the word "get out," his promotion order was revoked on the spot. If it weren't for his relationship with Ji Xinghe and his current identity as a mechanic officer of the independent regiment, it would be natural for him to be arrested on the spot. Yang Ante felt a little tired and a little regretful. When he first learned that Ji Xinghe was going to challenge Ada King in front of the battle, he felt a little regretful, because at that time, Ji Xinghe's challenge location was in the Battle Scar Canyon. But the changes in the war came too fast, like a tornado. The Battle Scar Canyon was actually killed by Ji Xinghe, and the entrance and exit of the Empire's most important jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon were discovered. As a result, the Federation took the absolute initiative, and Ada King came to the battle zone of the God's Mountain. Yang Ante was very happy at the time. Although he did not have absolute confidence in Ji Xinghe's challenge in front of the battle, he, like many people, firmly believed that Ji Xinghe could create miracles again. The Emperor's armor is nothing. As long as Ji Xinghe can win, he can turn this personal victory into victory for the Federation, and the battle in the God's Mountain will definitely bring about huge changes. However, it turned out that Yang Ante was too happy too early. I knew it. Yang Ante had just left Li Yuanba, and before he could return to the command center, he immediately rushed to Shen Mu's location. I'm so stupid, really. Yang Ante has already ignored his status as a 3-star general and the commander-in-chief of the Mountain of God's war zone. On the way, he said some inexplicable words to the staff officer beside him, as if he was talking to himself. When he came to our war zone 3 years ago, he almost caused a big thing. 3 years later, he came again. How could I not have thought that he would definitely cause a big thing? These words really shouldn't come from him, but as a commander, he ignored the tense war and frantically put out fires in the rear. What else should he worry about? Do you think Ji Xinghe is taking revenge on me? The staff officers and guards following Yang Ante were a little puzzled. They didn't remember any conflicts between Yang Ante and Ji Xinghe. The slight conflicts 3 years ago were ultimately because of Li Yuanba. Ji Xinghe chose to go up the mountain with Li Yuanba at that time because of Li Yuanba's instigation. Ji Xinghe, who is in a passive state, was really right. Moreover, if Ji Xinghe had not been present at the time and had not used the armor clone technique, Li Yuanba would have certainly died if he had forced his way up the mountain. Seeing the puzzled looks of the people around him, Yang Ante sighed. When Ji Xinghe was on the Azure Star, I sent my grandson to him for training, but my grandson had no intention of becoming a mecha warrior. Ji Xinghe told me at the time that I should let my grandson do what he likes and loves, and engage in related professions after he grows up. However, I disagreed and even confronted Ji Xinghe for this, and Ji Xinghe was speechless at the time. So, is Ji Xinghe taking revenge on me now? No one dared to say anything in response. There is no need to say much about the respect that people have for Ji Xinghe. The extraordinary power that Ji Xinghe showed in this challenge before the battle is only one aspect that deepens people's respect for him. After truly understanding the physical condition report of Ji Xinghe after he defeated Ada King, which was checked by medical staff, people's respect for Ji Xinghe has reached a higher level. For people, it is common for someone as strong as Ji Xinghe to drive the most advanced mecha of the Federation to kill people on the battlefield. It is just within their ability. But Ji Xinghe is a lieutenant general and the first galaxy-class mecha warrior of the Federation. His military merits are so high that all military medals cannot be awarded, so that the Federation has set up a galaxy medal for him. Such a person can almost be said to have reached the pinnacle of power. In addition, Ji Xinghe is the only person in the Federation who has mastered the ability of gifting. In the eyes of many people, even if Ji Xinghe wants to run for the president of the Federation, or to establish a sect that believes in him, it is not an exaggeration. In this case, Ji Xinghe still risked his life and fought to the death on the battlefield at the age of 70. How can we not admire him? Major Shen Mu's behavior should not be instructed by General Ji. A staff officer spoke up and changed the topic from Yang Ante's self-doubt and self-talk to discussion of emergencies. What do you mean? In the Battle of B-72 Hill, General Ji was attacked by Anakin with nuclear weapons and almost died. I remember that General Ji received treatment for about 3 months before he fully recovered. After the staff officer told a well-known past event, he said, while General Ji was receiving treatment at Base Number 5, Base Number 5 was once again attacked by the Empire. In order to protect Base Number 5, General Ji had to fight in armor with his injured body. It was in that battle that Major Shen Mu came up with the idea and built the final fortress as the main force. It successfully protected General Ji when General Ji was under siege, Yang Ate frowned, thoughtfully. The staff officer continued, Major Shen Mu said at the time, there should be no other gods except Ji Xinghe. This sentence has been criticized by some people, but we can look at it from another angle. Why did Major Shen Mu say this, and why did he build the final fortress? You mean, Shen Mu just wants to protect Ji Xinghe? Yes, whether it is the final fortress, or the 6 reincarnations carried by the God's punishment armor, and the Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifle used by General Ji in the Battle Scar Canyon the day before yesterday, these weapons and defensive equipment specially built by Major Shen Mu for General Ji are all to protect General Ji. The staff officer paused slightly, then corrected, however, I am more inclined to believe that Major Shen Mu's real purpose is just to participate in this war in his own way to help us win the final victory. Because in Major Shen Mu's view, General Ji can always bring victory, so General Ji should not have any accidents. Yang Ate suddenly recalled the argument between Ji Xinghe and him more than 2 years ago. Qin Tong's son, Qin Wangzhen, chose this preference and left the training camp of the Independent Regiment's youth training team. But his grandson, as well as many people's children and grandchildren, were forced to stay in the training camp. For this reason, Ji Xinghe said, I don't think that if they can't become mecha warriors, they can't participate in this war and help us win. Yang Ate and others sneered at this. Of course, they knew that what Ji Xinghe said made sense. This war has never relied mainly on mecha warriors, but on those scientists. Without more advanced weapons and equipment, even if it is as strong as Ji Xinghe, defeating an unarmored Atakan would be half dead, not to mention others. But the problem is that compared to becoming a mecha warrior, becoming a scientist requires higher talent. Moreover, if it is said that without talent, hard work can make a person a qualified mecha warrior, then without talent, it is impossible to become a truly valuable scientist even if you work hard until death. Shen Mu is undoubtedly a talented technician, and now he is using his ability, talent and hard work to help Ji Xinghe and the Federation. I understand what you said. If possible, let alone the Saint crystals in the Emperor armor, even all the Saint crystals in the warp gate fragments we seized, I can give them to Shen Mu. Anyway, he can't use Saint crystals to pad the bottom of the table, Yang Ate said earnestly. But the problem is that Saint crystals are too critical for us to crack the warp gate's technology. Compared with it, let alone the Emperor armor itself has a nuclear fusion reactor as an energy device. Even if the Emperor armor can't be driven except for Saint crystals, we should give it up. The staff officer smiled bitterly. Commander, we and Major Shen Mu understand the reason you said, but the problem is that Major Shen Mu doesn't accept it. He must accept it today. I won't give Ji Xinghe face, Yang Ate said firmly. One by one, they are all spoiled. If this goes on, is the Federation of the People, or a Federation of Ji Xinghe? The staff officer interrupted hurriedly. Commander, cough. Yang Ate coughed dryly, but did not turn into silence, but dealt with related matters on the way. Judging from the current situation, because of Ji Xinghe's victory this time, the Federation has indeed occupied an advantage in all battlefields in the God's Mountain War Zone, as Yang Ate had expected before. A very small number of people are at a disadvantage due to the disparity in strength or terrain, but the impact on the overall situation is not great. As long as you can grasp the advantage can be continuously expanded, the disadvantage will naturally become less and less, and the sacrifice will become less and less. Fighting such a battle, Yang Ate is very professional. In the eyes of many people, Tu Yuan can't compare with Yang Ate in such a war command, because people think that Tu Yuan is just better at using surprise tactics. To put it nicely, it is called a sword-taking and unrestrained. To put it bluntly, it is just a lucky fool. But some people don't think so. If Tu Yuan, who can take a sword-taking approach, does not have enough command ability for frontal combat, how can he achieve victory again and again with fewer enemies and inferior enemies? Tu Yuan needs to prove it. Unfortunately, because of the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon the day before yesterday, Tu Yuan has really entered a state of silence. As for when the silence will be lifted, it depends on when Ji Xinghe can recover. It didn't take long for Yang Ate to see Shen Mu, who was transforming the Emperor armor. Shen Mu's behavior of disobeying military orders did not make him lose his freedom. He continued to do his job as if nothing had happened. Yang Ate saw the sweat on Shen Mu's forehead and his eyes with bright light during the transformation of the mecha, but he still held back and didn't get angry as soon as they met. This young man is really talented and really hard-working. Why? Shen Mu had to stop. Facing the relevant personnel from Nanshanmen, He can rely on Ji Xinghe, or he can ignore them with his arrogance. But Yang Ate's identity is different after all. Commander Yang, you came at the right time. I'm too lazy to explain to them because they definitely won't care about my thoughts. The old man needs to rest now and I don't want to disturb him. Shen Mu's tone was very sincere, but he still stood on the operating stand, looking down at Yang Ate and his group, and his eyes ignored the relevant personnel of Nanshanmen who had been waiting next to him. It can be said that he was neither humble nor arrogant. After the old man and I knew about the existence of the Saint Crystal, we speculated that the Empire's Emperor armor would most likely use the Saint Crystal as an energy drive. The Academy of Sciences also recognized our idea, because the energy level and power that the Saint Crystal can provide are far greater than that of a nuclear fusion reactor. The difference between the two is like the difference between a nuclear fusion reactor and a diesel generator. Therefore, using the Saint Crystal as an energy drive will improve the combat effectiveness of the mecha, and I don't need to say anything more. Shen Mu clenched the transformation tool in his hand, just like clenching his weapon, and his voice was loud. And this Emperor armor does not have an energy drive system that matches the Saint Crystal. The Academy of Sciences believes that there are two possibilities. One is that the Empire does not have the technology to use Saint Crystal as an energy drive for the mecha, and the other is that the relevant systems of this mecha have been dismantled. I tend to believe the latter and have found some actual evidence. Shen Mu did not produce his so-called evidence, because from a certain perspective, these evidences are not actually needed. Without an energy drive system, it means that this Emperor armor cannot use Saint Crystal. But in this case, Ada Kang carried a Saint Crystal that is very precious to the Empire in the mecha. Why? Shen Mu finished laying the groundwork and finally said his guess. I think there is only one truth. The power of Qi can replace the relevant energy drive system and directly transform the energy contained in the Saint Crystal into the energy supply core of the mecha. Since Ada Kang can do it, the old man can definitely do it. Therefore, this Saint Crystal must be left to the old man. After listening to Shen Mu's well-reasoned words, Yang Ate's frown did not relax. He asked, I don't quite understand the professional techniques involved, but there is a problem with your statement. If the Saint Crystal can be used in combination with the power of Qi, why didn't Ada Kang bring this Saint Crystal when he fought Ji Xinghe in the armorless battle? I'm not sure, but it may be because if Ada Kang brought this Saint Crystal, the old man would not fight him in the armorless battle. It may also be because the energy in the Saint Crystal is too huge. The Emperor armor can withstand it, but Ada Kang can't. It may also be because Shen Mu was talking, and suddenly stopped and asked, Commander Yang, do these answers make sense? No meaning. Yang Ate looked into Shen Mu's eyes and said, you should know that the Emperor armor is already strong enough. Whether there is a Saint Crystal or not, it will not make any difference to Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness. Because in the current situation, Ji Xinghe does not need this kind of improvement. Shen Mu suddenly laughed. What if the Empire sent out their Royal Guard Mecha Battalion? Yang Ate was silent. Shen Mu was relentless, and his voice became louder. People around him could already hear the anger in it. How powerful are the 300 Duke armor? I, a mechanic, don't need to explain it to you, right? Excuse me, if they join the war, who will fight them? Caitlyn's Bald Eagle Independent Regiment? Han Li's Trap Independent Regiment? Or Ravach's Sacred Independent Regiment? It's not that I look down on them, nor am I trying to disrupt the morale of the army. Even if they all come together, can they win? Listening to Shen Mu's question, some people around wanted to say that the Federation also has an Orbital Airborne Independent Regiment. But they couldn't say it. The Orbital Airborne Independent Regiment had already lost more than half of its troops. How much effect could the remaining Panic Armor have when facing the Duke Armor? The 4 independent regiments combined really couldn't beat it. The key point is that the Duke Armor uses tungsten steel alloy as the main material of the body, and its defense is super strong. Even when facing weapons made of tungsten steel gold, it is difficult to break it in one fell swoop. But they can easily break the panic armor of each independent regiment. Besides, if the Imperial Guards Mecha Battalion really joined the war, how could there be only 300 Duke Armors? It is very likely that they were not besieged by the 4 independent regiments of the Federation, but that they brought countless Imperial mechas to besiege the 4 independent regiments. Shen Mu did not look down on anyone, nor did he disrupt the morale of the army. He said the truth. After questioning, Shen Mu took a deep breath and asked softly, we can't win, but we must fight. So, can anyone tell me who should fight to have a chance of winning? Everyone around knew the answer, But no one spoke up to answer, because their purpose today was not to discuss this issue, but to take away the Saint Crystal. This made Xinghe look a little alone, but he was not alone. Lao Liu answered when everyone was silent. Of course it's our independent regiment. The colonel officer from Nanchunman was very entangled in his heart, but in the end, because of his duty, he stood up when everyone remained silent. I don't deny the strength of the independent regiment, but this is not realistic. If we want to win, we must master the warp gate. This is very realistic. Our independent regiment will definitely win. Old Liu also got angry and glared at the colonel officer. Because our independent regiment is fighting the elite, the Imperial Royal Guard Mecha Battalion, then he questioned. You don't accept it? Or do you not accept it? Chapter 608, Not a Human Being Anymore. After the resounding question, the matter was not resolved. It seemed that people were sure that even without this holy crystal, Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment led by Ji Xinghe would inevitably undertake the most dangerous combat mission. This made Lao Liu really angry. In fact, his temper has always been very good. 5 years ago, when Ji Xinghe just arrived at his number 6 base, he was just a regular repairman from a car mechanic, and he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the machine repair area. And he was really old. In people's eyes, even if he had an 8th level fitter's certificate, it would be difficult to adapt to the work intensity of a machine repair area. It would be even more impossible to complete the corresponding work requirements if he had never been exposed to real mecha maintenance operations. But Ji Xinghe proposed to repair important mecha parts, which was absolutely nonsense in the eyes of many people. Lao Liu, who was already the person in charge of an operating area at the time, was fully qualified and powerful to drive Ji Xinghe out of the machine repair area. But he didn't do that. Instead, he gave Ji Xinghe a chance, perhaps because Ji Xinghe said a few words at the time. How about, let me try, your grandfather was able to become an 8th level fitter because his strength was only at the level of an 8th level fitter, and the reason why I am an 8th level fitter is because the highest level of fitters is only 8th. If the Federation has a 9th level fitter exam, I must be the only one who can pass it in the entire Federation. Comrades Liu, I am not asking you to give me a chance, but I am giving you a chance. Facts have proved that everything Ji Xinghe said was true. The Federation has now restored the fitter grade examination system, and has revised it from the highest 8th level fitter system to the highest 9th level fitter system. And Ji Xinghe is currently the only 9th level fitter in the entire Federation. Regarding this past event, many people believe that Lao Liu has a keen eye for heroes. Lao Liu has said to others more than once, some people say that I gave Lao Ji a chance because of my grandfather's face. This statement is correct, but not entirely correct. The real reason why I agreed at the time, is that I felt Lao Ji's belief, and his eyes told me that he can do what he said. Such high-sounding words are not uncommon in legendary stories. It is also not uncommon to find that the real reason why Lao Liu agreed at the time is unknown to anyone except him. When his grandfather was on his deathbed last year, he did not tell the truth in the video message he sent back. Instead, he said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, if you had not mentioned Ji Xinghe to me, perhaps the Federation would have missed Ji Xinghe." Lao Liu's grandfather, Liu Daoxing, closed his eyes with relief. However, the real reason is actually very simple. Lao Liu, who was already in his 40s at the time, was physically strong due to his long-term physical work. However, when facing Ji Xinghe, who was over 1.9 meters tall and lean but gave people a sense of majesty, he was afraid of being beaten and afraid of being hit by porcelain. So he agreed, and then Ji Xinghe started his legendary life from a car mechanic to a mechanic, and as a mechanic, he left the dust all the way. Whenever he thinks back to the past, Lao Liu is always very relieved. He does not think he was very cowardly at the time, and cowardice has its advantages. From a factual point of view, the current Lieutenant General of the Federation, Ji Xinghe, the strongest mecha warrior of the Federation, Ji Xinghe, the old father of 300,000 Federation mecha warriors, was once just a mechanic under him. No, it should be said that he was a mechanic under his command, because Ji Xinghe did not have the ability and authority to independently repair mechas at the beginning, so he could not be called a mechanic. Ji Xinghe is my man. After coming to this conclusion, Lao Liu had a protective mentality. He looked at Yang Ente, the 3-star general of the Federation and the commander of the Mountain of God's war zone. He looked at the colonel-ranked officers of the general headquarters who came down from the Nanchunman space station. These people are still not giving up. So the anger swelled. What you want to rob should belong to my people. The maintenance tools in Lao Liu's hand no longer look like weapons, but have really become weapons, and they are waving with Lao Liu's excited roar. Shen Mu, who also holds maintenance tools, also subconsciously regards tools as weapons, and is also angry, suddenly panicked. Old Liu, Shen Mu jumped down directly from the 4-meter-high operating stand, landed smoothly beside Old Liu and stretched out his hand to stop him. But the good-tempered Old Liu was completely out of control at this time, which made Shen Mu even more panicked. He, Shen Mu, could make the people of Nanchunmen go away, not all relying on Ji Xinghe's power. As a lieutenant colonel mechanic who had rejected the invitation of the Federal Academy of Sciences for further studies 3 times, Shen Mu's talent in mechanics, mecha design, and weapons manufacturing has been fully demonstrated through the Final Fortress, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifle, etc. But Old Liu. How to say it? The gap between mechanics is sometimes greater than the gap between people and dogs. This is not to insult Old Liu, but to illustrate a fact. Just like the gap between mecha warriors, it can be like the gap between people and ants. Some things really cannot be changed by hard work. Seeing Lao Liu suddenly lose his temper, Yang Ete frowned with some worry. The colonel officer of Nanchunmen had a flickering look in his eyes, as if he had discovered an opportunity, and for some reason or because of his inner persistence, he was struggling whether to seize this opportunity. Everyone has their own ideas and concepts. Lao Liu and Shen Mu have their own persistence, so how could others not have it at all? Different identities and functions make different choices for everyone, so the argument is about to turn into a contradiction or even a direct conflict. Let me say a few words. When a somewhat tired voice sounded, Lao Liu and Shen Mu both quieted down, and some people who were eager to try also stopped. The person who spoke did not appear at the scene, but just his voice was enough to make everyone listen attentively. I don't know if he saw the scene where the conflict was about to happen, and the silence that appeared because of his voice. It seems that he doesn't care about these things and is sure of something. The tired voice continued to sound without waiting for a response. If you can research something with this Saint Crystal within a week, take it directly. If you can't, I will tell you some information after a week, or let you take the Saint Crystal away. Don't worry about the Saint Crystal being destroyed by me. I was just injured, not dead. Just grab a few more. Any questions? Yang Ete listened to the familiar content that he had just heard half an hour ago, and suddenly laughed. I was just injured, not dead. It turned out that this sentence was not a lame man pretending to convey the imperial edict, but really came from Ji Xinghe's mouth. This old man. Okay, 1 week, as the person with the highest military rank on the scene, Yang Ete ignored the relevant personnel of Nanchunmen and agreed directly. With Ji Xinghe's words and Yang Ete's statement, there was no dispute about the ownership of this Saint Crystal. Nanchunmen, who wanted it very much, could only wait patiently for a week. As for whether Ji Xinghe could learn any useful information through this Saint Crystal, it was not affiliated with Nanchunmen, but with a scientific research team of the Federal Academy of Sciences. Although they had expectations, they did not believe it very much. The whole Federal Academy of Sciences has gathered its strength and spent countless resources, but it has not been able to find any valuable information from the Saint Crystal. Even if Ji Xinghe had the opportunity to be invited by the president of the Federal Academy of Sciences to be an academician, it does not mean that he is really a great scientist. The sudden incident was solved again, and Ji Xinghe, who had already talked to Ji Rongzhenyu, could finally have a good rest. Lao Liu's temper disappeared. At this time, he recalled his impulse just now and the possible consequences, and smiled at Shen Mu awkwardly. Shen Mu did not mean to blame Lao Liu. He could understand Lao Liu's mood very well. As he said before, a mecha warrior like Ji Xinghe did not have the strongest mecha driving. It was all his fault, and now it is also Lao Liu's fault. But Shen Mu was still angry. Cripple, why didn't I realize that you also have the ability to be a gossip woman? Tell the old man everything. Don't you know what the old man needs most now, as the mechanic officer of the independent regiment, leading the mechanic team including Lao Liu? Shen Mu was not polite at all when facing an ace mecha warrior like Cripple. Because he was actually the quartermaster of the independent regiment, and was considered the chief manager of logistics and equipment. It was just because Shen Mu preferred the identity of a mechanic that he did not take those positions that sounded more authoritative. What happened to the ace mecha warrior? No need to repair the mecha, no need for new weapons. What the old man needs most is that everyone should be more obedient, right? The cripple said without any politeness. We are still fighting, and you all know how to cause trouble. Those who don't know would think we have won. If I can't protect the Saint Crystal, how can the old man lead you to fight? Do you need to protect it in this way? I think you are too obsessed with repairing mechas. You have to stand up and confront them when you can let the old man solve the problem with just one word. Isn't this giving them the opportunity to find us? Shenmue and Lao Liu had to admit that what the cripple said made sense. But Shenmue was not convinced, and his tone became even more angry. For 3 years, no matter what happens, the old man has to be at the forefront. Do you think it's an honor? I don't think it's an honor. I think it's a shame. The lame man was silenced. Shenmue was also silenced by himself because his words were too harsh. Old Liu, who was just smiling awkwardly, was now glaring at him. Lame man, don't pay attention to what Shenmue said. He was so angry just now that his brain might be filled with water. After all, he is old. Old Liu's words are not very effective for Nanshanmen, but they are still very effective in the independent regiment. I know, he is right, the lame man said in a somewhat bleak tone. If we can all be stronger, the old man won't have to work so hard. The communication channel fell silent again. Shenmue knew he had said the wrong thing, but he did not apologize. Instead, he asked, Cripple, do you want to become stronger? Nonsense. Are you afraid of death? Shenmue, do you believe that I will beat you? I can make you stronger. Then what the hell are you waiting for? I'm waiting for me to lose my bottom line as a human being, and I'm also waiting for someone to give up being a human being. As an asymmetrical warrior, how could Cripple really not know anything? Shenmue's words reminded him of something, about the application of some scientific and technological achievements of the Federation. I don't quite understand why the Imperial Guard Mecha Battalion has not participated in the war until now. Cripple suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question, and no one could answer him. But I think they will always participate in the war, because we will definitely be able to hit the Empire Star. So, wait a minute, Lao Liu suddenly said, there is still some time, you think about it carefully, and I think the old man will not agree. Cripple suddenly laughed, but his laughter did not sound in the communication channel. The left hand standing next to the cripple could not hear what the cripple heard because he was not connected to the communication channel. At this time, looking at the cripple who was laughing inexplicably, he felt puzzled. Speaking of the Imperial Royal Mecha Guard Battalion, what are you laughing at? This is my choice. No one can interfere with me, not even the old man. The cripple took a deep breath, the smile on his face was restrained, his eyes were firm, and he said sincerely, Shenmue, help me, I am not a human being. The left hand was stunned for a moment, and then realized, are you crazy? The cripple ignored the left hand and waited for a voice. Lao Liu wanted to persuade, but he couldn't say anything after all, because he had no reason to stop it. Others fought hard for this war, as if no one could stop him. He was almost 50 years old, and he had actually received a recommendation to retire. His physical condition declined due to his age, so that he could no longer adapt to the environment of the alien planet. If he continued to stay, he would definitely lower the average life expectancy of the Federation. But he refused, and did not rely on his relationship to let Ji Xinghe give him a gift. He just wanted to do his best, just wanted to help the Federation, help the former humans win this war. Is that wrong? The choice of the cripple, Shenmue's proposal, are all the same. Is that wrong? After the cripple answered, Shenmue was silent for a moment before speaking. He said, okay. Chapter 609. Do you want to learn? It took Ji Xinghe only 2 days to leave the treatment cabin, but his treatment was not over. After his physical condition recovered and stabilized, he came to a special room. This room is full of dangers for humans. Ordinary people with good health will die on the spot if they are lucky. If you are unlucky and don't die on the spot, it is better to die than to live. But for Ji Xinghe, there is no question of luck, and there is no danger. After entering it, you can feel the rare warmth of the alien planet. It's like the spring sunshine, passing through the high clouds, nourishing all things in the world. It's like a bathhouse in the cold winter, surrounded by mist and full of fresh breath of the world. Both the elegant and the vulgar can appreciate it. The ki in the body has been restored to its peak state, and it is more active because of the nuclear radiation that fills the entire space. Ji Xinghe's body is like a seed that encounters spring rain. Taking root and sprouting represents vigorous growth and development. Ji Xinghe, who is already 70 years old, believes that his body can still develop, so his body began to develop. When Ji Xinghe closed his eyes and stood in a posture to exercise his strength, the damaged parts of his body gained the vitality that only babies have. 12 hours later, the heavy lead door was opened, and the technicians in radiation-proof suits walked in, looking at the readings on the instruments in their hands and the damaged nuclear fuel cells that filled the room. Their expressions were extremely surprised. "Where is the radiation?" "The radiation is gone, full of nuclear radiation, all gone. General Ji, how do you feel?" Although it is known that Ji Xinghe can absorb nuclear radiation, and that Ji Xinghe can get the power of Qi because of the baptism of nuclear explosion. But at this time, seeing Ji Xinghe absorb all the super higher radiation with his own eyes, especially those damaged nuclear fuel cells that should have continued to release nuclear radiation for many years, have now become non-radioactive objects. People's shock is still unbearable. "It feels good," Ji Xinghe said this, but he failed to avoid a comprehensive physical examination by professionals. When it was determined that Ji Xinghe's body did not emit nuclear radiation, it was like a person who had never been exposed to excessive nuclear radiation. The research and treatment that should have continued in depth ended here. The researchers wanted to continue studying Ji Xinghe, but if Ji Xinghe minded, no one could study him. Ji Xinghe, who was considered to have regained his freedom, finally saw his captive 3 days after the challenge in front of the battlefield. Li Yuanba was still guarding here. It was said that he had not slept for 3 days. I don't know what he was thinking about during such a long time. Ji Xinghe didn't ask, nor did he mention the words that Xinghe relayed. The belated interrogation finally began. "Your recovery speed is faster than I expected. Adakang's condition also looks very good. The external injuries have almost healed in these 3 days. There are no wounds on the surface of the body that need to be bandaged, but the hair is a little bald." Sitting in the cage, it didn't look like a prisoner when it saw Ji Xinghe. It took the initiative to speak with a smile on its face. "Is it because you absorbed nuclear radiation? Or because you experienced a nuclear explosion baptism somewhere?" "I absorbed nuclear radiation, using nuclear fuel cells," Ji Xinghe answered directly without hiding anything. "As expected, even you wouldn't dare to try the nuclear explosion baptism easily. Or, you have reached a limit, and even if you endure the nuclear explosion baptism, you can't quickly improve your strength. There was a limit before fighting with you, and after the fight, the limit is gone," Ji Xinghe answered truthfully again, "but there was no time, so I didn't go any further. I really can't help but envy you." Adakang's tone was very sincere. After knowing that Ji Xinghe obtained the power of Qi through the nuclear explosion baptism and could absorb nuclear radiation to quickly improve his strength, he imagined what level he would reach after he also possessed this ability. Unfortunately, it didn't have this opportunity. "If the two of us fight again now, even if you didn't shamelessly release nuclear radiation on the battlefield, I shouldn't be your opponent. Well, you can only last 5 minutes at most." 5 minutes? You underestimated me a little." The smile on Adakang's face disappeared, and he asked seriously, "Actually, I don't quite understand. As far as I know, you don't have enough time to adapt to the alien environment. When you left 3 years ago, you didn't have the ability to survive in the alien environment. 3 years later, you came back. Even if you have such an ability, how dare you fight me in that way without testing?" Ji Xinghe has not been back to the alien planet for a long time. From the time he arrived at the alien planet to the time he fought with Adakang in front of the battle, it was only 7 days. Moreover, for most of the time, Ji Xinghe has been fighting in armor. Especially the battle that killed through the Battle Scar Canyon, the intensity was not weaker than this armor-removing battle with Adakang. Logically speaking, Ji Xinghe has no time to try to survive and fight in the alien environment without any auxiliary equipment. This was also one of the sources of Adakang's confidence before, but the fact proved that Ji Xinghe was decisive and took the lead, choosing to destroy the auxiliary breathing devices of both parties by headbutting. "When I was on the Azure Star, I would train in a training room that simulated an alien environment almost every day," Ji Xinghe continued to answer truthfully. "There are also some special environments, such as high-gravity environment, vacuum environment, ultra-low temperature environment, etc." Adakang was stunned for a moment, and then laughed again. "It turns out that you were ready to fight a disarmament battle with me 3 years ago? No, it should be 4 years ago." Adakang remembered that the reason why Ji Xinghe had always wanted to kill it was that when it hit Ji Xinghe with a nuclear weapon, it scared Ji Rongzhanayu. It's really a long-lasting relationship between grandfather and grandson, but isn't this too protective of the calf? If I had known this, I should have attacked base number 5 at all costs and captured Ji Xinghe alive. Instead of hesitating and giving Ji Xinghe a chance, which led to the current situation. After thinking for a while, Adakang asked again, why can you get the gift of power? We think there are 3 important factors. First, Gangjin. Second, spiritual will. Third, nuclear radiation, seeing Ji Xinghe's cooperation. Ji Xinghe didn't think there was any problem, and Li Yuanba didn't say anything, and the relevant personnel who were listening couldn't help it. General Ji, please be careful not to leak secrets. This, after all, it's our interrogation. Yes, it should be the Federation that interrogates Adakang, but now Ji Xinghe answers whatever Adakang asks, which is simply the opposite. But Ji Xinghe ignored the voice in the headset. Just as before Ji Xinghe arrived, the Federation did not start to interrogate Adakang, who had already regained consciousness. Facing a character like Adakang, conventional interrogation methods have no meaning. The Imperial Prince who was captured alive by Li Yuanba before, and Ilrosi Ivy who was captured alive by Ji Xinghe, including the Imperial Marcus Kaisman, etc., it is difficult to get the information the Federation wants through conventional or unconventional interrogation methods. Even for Dwanga Wasilian, an outlier, it was an exchange of interests. What Ji Xinghe did at this time was nothing more than an exchange of interests. After hearing Ji Xinghe's answer, Adakang pondered for a moment, and as Ji Xinghe expected, he began to reveal some information that the Federation had not mastered before. My second brother said before that you can't master the power of the gift, because mastering the power of the gift requires a characteristic called God's blood. God's blood? The people who were listening were all excited, and there was no need to mention it to record and analyze and discuss. Someone thought of the God's blood theory proposed by a certain researcher during Ji Xinghe's treatment process, which was completely in line with Adakang's statement at this time, and there was no need to mention some ideas that came from it. Ji Xinghe remained silent. Adakang couldn't see any information from Ji Xinghe's expression and eyes, so he continued, now it seems that what that person told me was right. God's blood is actually a characteristic related to spiritual will, an evolution based on special thoughts that manifests in the body. That person? The audience was puzzled, but they didn't think much about it. From a human perspective, when Adakang used the dragon language of the human world and called a life human, it was very likely that he was calling the Empire's gorilla or monkey. After all, in the eyes of humans, gorillas or monkeys are insulting names for the intelligent life of the Empire. How could the Imperial Prince Adakang use such a name? But Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba knew who Adakang was talking about, but their expressions and eyes did not change at all, as if they really regarded that person as dead. Adakang was a little disappointed, but he did not give up. Whether it was talking about the blood of God or talking about that person, it was its strategy for survival. If one strategy doesn't work, then change another one. It has a lot of cards in its hand, and the cards are also big. I can't absorb nuclear radiation. In the entire empire, except for my second brother, no one can absorb nuclear radiation like you and transform it into the power of Qi. If we want to increase the level of Qi in our bodies, we must rely on the accumulation of time. After Adakang spoke out another piece of information, or threw a card, he looked at Ji Xinghe with envy. I have accumulated Qi for 60 years, and I have the most powerful bloodline in the world. And you have only obtained the power of Qi for a few years, and you are an ordinary human born in an ordinary family. So I never thought that I would not be able to beat you when I took off my armor. Ji Xinghe looked at Adakang calmly and said softly, you have 60 years of Qi, and I have 60 years of Kung Fu. It's normal that you can't stop it. Ji Xinghe, who had just arrived at the alien planet, only had 55 years of Kung Fu, and now 5 years have passed, exactly 60 years. However, such a comparison is actually meaningless, because Adakang has been getting the power of Qi for more than 60 years. Moreover, what Adakang possessed was not only the power of Qi. Living in an empire that advocated individual force, even if Adakang was born as a king and did not need to experience any life and death battles, he would not be completely without any Kung Fu. In fact, Adakang's Kung Fu was really not inferior to Ji Xinghe. Of course, Ji Xinghe did not need to say that he not only had 60 years of Kung Fu, but also had the equivalent of 60 years of Qi practiced by Adakang. Kung Fu, Adakang pondered again for a moment before speaking, I know that your Kung Fu is almost the same as our fighting methods. The only difference is that you have Danjin and Gangjin, but we don't. Ji Xinghe finally began to ask actively. I heard that it's because you don't need it. Yes, we don't need it. The power similar to your Huijin is enough to play our physical advantages and the advantages of our fighting methods, Adaking spoke as if chatting. On our planet, there are many wild beasts with stronger physical fitness than our tribe, but when we mastered the tactics, no wild beast would be our opponent. And when we mastered cold weapons, we could easily hunt down all creatures. From this point of view, we are more talented than you are destined to ignore some things from the very beginning. And this neglect became more serious after we possessed the power of Qi. Those who don't have Qi will pursue military merits and want to become nobles, and then get the power of Qi. Those who have a Qi will only think about improving their Qi, as well as the skills to use Qi, combining Qi with tactics and so on. If, Adaking paused, and said with some regret, if our physical fitness is not so strong by nature, we will be stronger than you in Kung Fu. What's the point? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. After all, it depends on technology to decide the outcome. Adaking's tone was even more regretful, but I realized it too late. I was worried that the Emperor armor would limit my strength. You got my Prince armor. After your transformation, it will improve your combat power, so, no, you don't have to regret it, Ji Xinghe said softly. Whether wearing armor or removing armor, you are not my opponent. Really? Adaking laughed again. You should have discovered the natural holy crystal I put in the Emperor armor now. Natural holy crystal. This prefix made the audience couldn't help but remind Ji Xinghe in his ear, and Ji Xinghe was indeed curious. What does natural holy crystal mean? Oh, how could General Ji ask this? The words are wrong. There are professionals in interrogation among the audience, and suddenly there is an urge to replace Ji Xinghe. They think that such words will have a negative effect on the interrogation. But Adaking's reaction was beyond the expectations of the professionals. Holy crystals come from a special mineral vein. After mining, they need to be processed before they can be used. Natural holy crystals can be used directly without processing. They are stronger than ordinary holy crystals in all aspects. I'm sorry, I misunderstood General Ji. It turns out that when facing this kind of character, there is no need to consider the problem of words. If you want to say it, just say it. If you don't want to say it, you can't ask it even if you die. While the professional was apologizing in his heart, Ji Xinghe's interrogation continued, just like before. It was like a chat. The power of Qi can directly communicate the energy in the holy crystal and act on the mecha. Yes, Adaking looked at Ji Xinghe, and the smile on his face became brighter. You want to learn? I'll teach you. Chapter 610 The Strongest Sword. The speculation that Saint Crystal can be used as an energy source for mechas has become information that the Federation can confirm because of Adaking's confession. Although Adaking's statement does not sound like a confession, people still think it is a confession. Moreover, the relevant personnel were very generous and wrote a note in Ji Xinghe's credit book, even though Ji Xinghe did not need it. There is plenty of time, no hurry. Ji Xinghe did not ask how to use the energy of Saint Crystal as soon as the relevant personnel desired, which once again aroused doubts. I strongly suggest that General Ji should conduct the interrogation according to our method, instead of chatting with Adaking like this. Do you want to teach General Ji how to do things? The discussion was killed internally before it turned into an argument. The person who said this was really one of their own, but his eyes were a little fierce at this time, as if he was impatient with the words of these professionals and relevant personnel, so all the audience rationally chose to shut up. Yang Ante, Ivanovich, and Tu Yuan, who made important commands in the Battle Scar Canyon, did not dare to say that they would teach Ji Xinghe how to do things. What basis do they have? Inside the cell, the chat-like interrogation continued. Are you really not in a hurry? Adaking glanced at Li Yuanba, but did not directly tell the truth. It seemed that he was afraid of his fate and became uncontrollable. Li Yuanba had a blank expression, as if he was possessed by Chen soon before, and his eyes did not change at all. As the second Galaxy-class mecha warrior in the Federation, and born in a military family, he certainly could not be reckless and only know how to disobey military orders. Adaking got the answer he wanted, and sighed in disappointment again. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Don't act, you can't play me. Adaking laughed again. Yes, you have played me several times, and I really can't beat you. The battle between expressions and eyes ended here. The battle between words has never stopped. Adaking took the initiative to say, I don't have much to say about the Saint Crystal, because I don't know much about it. Dongo Silian should have told you that in the Empire, all high-tech is controlled by the Royal Academy, and the Royal Academy is completely controlled by my second brother. Your key should be no less than mine in terms of magnitude. Speaking of which, I really envy your progress. In addition, you have the ability of grace, so as long as you can get the Saint Crystal, I think it won't take long for you to discover the secret. You know, the Saint Crystal can be used as an energy drive for technological creations because my father used the power of Qi to communicate with the Saint Crystal directly, and then discovered it. Moreover, he gained a lot of improvement from it, I mean, the power of Qi, Emperor Wu Yi. The audience frantically recorded very limited information, frantically talking about their status and a large and professional team that began to discuss frantically because of this information. Regarding Ada Kang's interrogation, it must be impossible for only Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, and related recorders to do it. All intelligence should be analyzed as comprehensively as possible at the first time, because most of the intelligence is time-sensitive. Someone therefore proposed, Saint Crystal can be used for experiments on General Ji. But we must observe the whole process and conduct corresponding tests and records. The person in charge of the analysis team thought of what a colonel officer said in the information just sent back, and frowned and repeated, "You want to teach General Ji to do things?" People were silent again. When the incident involves Ji Xinghe, it will become a little unruly. However, from a certain perspective, it is also because these incidents are unprecedented, so the Federation has no relevant rules. Just like before Ji Xinghe, the Federation did not have galaxy-level mecha warriors, galaxy medals, independent regiments, etc. But not everyone can understand this. Ji Xinghe, who is revered by countless people, will naturally be criticized by some people because of some privileges given by the reverence itself. They actually have a point, but there are too many reasons in this world, and there are no fixed rules. Li Yuanba spoke for the first time after entering the cell. Don't so discard anymore. I think you don't want to become a cripple, right? Some people suddenly realize, Ada Kang's words are indeed sowing discord. With Ada Kang's status and position, he naturally knew that the Federation had been trying to crack the Empire's warp gate technology. The key degree of Saint Crystal in it far exceeded the value it could provide as the energy core of the mecha. If Ji Xinghe coveted the improvement of Qi, or the strength of the mecha combat power, and forcibly occupied the few Saint Crystals, it would inevitably cause some conflicts. Even, it would push Ji Xinghe to the opposite side of the federal system. Okay, Ada Kang responded, looked at Li Yuanba with a smile, and then looked at Ji Xinghe again. You should ask directly. I'm afraid that he will cut off my hands and feet, leaving me with only a brain and some internal organs, and then stuff them into the metal armor. From now on, I can only rely on the life support system to survive, and I will no longer have the various perceptions that we and you should have. There is really no repentance. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba both heard Ada Kang's subtext, but Li Yuanba held back. For him, as long as a person who has been dead for many years can still be alive and come back, even if he becomes what Ada Kang said, what does it matter? Just be alive. Moreover, Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe had expected this before, because Li Hangfen mentioned a word in a brief exchange with Ji Xinghe, alive. This is a book, the title is Alive, but it is full of misery. Ji Xinghe did not wait for Li Yuanba to lose his temper, and began to ask questions with some relief. What's the current situation of Dongguo Osilian's resistance army? I killed more than 10 million of them. But because of your shouting and the so-called equal rights ideas you taught Dongguo Osilian, we could never kill them all. So, we forced them all to a continent. If you hadn't suddenly returned to the alien planet and challenged me, I could have killed all the resistance within half a year. The jump base in Battle Scar Canyon, I have already arranged it. When you find the true precise location, it will self-destruct. Before that, we will continue to use that base to withdraw troops, the jump base and Mountain of Guts. Don't be so naive. Ask me and I will definitely answer you. What about the mecha core that is against me, the anti-galaxy core? Ada Kang sighed sincerely, and then said, if there weren't so much resistance, you would all be dead. But it's good this way. Everyone can face the reality and the resistance will naturally disappear. Within 3 months, you will be able to see the real anti-galaxy core, with the same configuration as your independent regiment, based on Marcus A in terms of quantity. Ada Kang paused, then asked, 2,000, is it enough? If not, I can help you send a message to the Empire, and increase it to 3,000, which I think is enough, more than enough. People suddenly found that the Imperial Royal Guard Battalion composed of 300 Duke armor, which they had worried about before, seemed to be nothing. 3,000 Marcus armor means 3,000 Panzer armor. With the resources of the Federation, it took nearly 4 years to build 5 independent regiments, with a total of 1,500 panzer armor. Considering the maintenance and replenishment after the war damage, the total number must be more than 2,000, but not much more. Moreover, this is almost the full strength of the Federation, but 3,000 panzer armor is not the full strength of the Empire. The joy of people because of the recent victory dissipated in an instant. No one doubted the authenticity of the information Ji Xinghe said, because the resources of the Empire Star were richer than those of the Azure Star, and the Empire also had several mining stars. It was a real planetary mining star. For example, the satellite moon, which is called a mining star by the Azure Star and is continuously mined, is not even bothered by the Empire. The Empire with the jump gate technology is so willful. Ji Xinghe did not show any worry in the face of such threats and crises. He said, change the number of gold stars that break the Marcus armor to 30, and the Earl armor counts as 10. The relevant personnel were stunned for a moment, and immediately began to report and apply for approval. In fact, it was just a process. The Federation's calculation of the military merits of mecha warriors is not based on the number of gold stars or red stars. This is a spontaneous behavior that originated from the earliest mecha warriors who wanted to take on more responsibilities and obligations, and then evolved into a rule. As the old father of 300,000 mecha warriors in the Federation, Ji Xinghe is naturally qualified to make changes. Someone has already started to calculate the number of red stars of Ji Xinghe, and Li Yuanba's must of course be recalculated, but Li Yuanba spoke before the account was calculated. The calculation rules of General Ji and I are still the same as before. No one can imitate us. Unless one day they reach our level. Why? When people were stunned, some of them were confused, but soon someone figured it out. Whether it was Ji Xinghe or Li Yuanba, they no longer needed the so-called number of Venus or red stars to prove themselves, or to take on more responsibilities and obligations on the battlefield. When they appeared on the battlefield, they naturally attracted everyone's attention. This may become the exclusive calculation rule for Galaxy-class mecha warriors. People thought so. Awesome, Ji Xinghe praised it. Ji Xinghe acquiesced to Li Yuanba's words and continued to ask questions. Where does your technology come from? After a brief silence, Ji Xinghe said, it comes from a reconnaissance or exploration spacecraft that someone calls an advanced alien civilization. Shocking. The expressions of the people who were listening all turned into astonishment. Although the Federation had made such a guess based on the Empire's system before, when the truth of the matter was in front of people, they still couldn't help being shocked. Advanced alien civilization, just a reconnaissance spacecraft, has nuclear fusion technology and jump gate technology. How powerful is this intelligent civilization? Ji Xinghe's expression also changed slightly. Tell me in detail. Okay, Ji Xinghe knew very well that Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba would exchange him for Li Zhangfen, so there was no need for him to hide anything about this matter. If he could return to the Empire, Li Zhangfen would definitely tell the Federation this information. If he couldn't survive, what was the point of keeping these secrets? 300 years ago, my grandfather discovered an alien spaceship that crashed accidentally, and gained the power of Ki from it, so he became the most powerful existence on our planet. Yes, the power of Ki also comes from that spaceship. The story after that is logical. Since he is the most powerful existence, he can naturally establish the most powerful empire, and with the help of the scientific research power of the empire, he can conduct more in-depth exploration and research on that spaceship. When people were still unsatisfied with what Ji Xinghe said, he spread his hands. That's all I know. If there is more. If one day you can capture my second brother, you will know everything. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Has the spaceship been repaired? I've said before, this is all I know. I have no idea where the spaceship is or what it looks like, besides the power of Ki, nuclear fusion technology, and jump gate technology. What else is there? I really don't know. Ji Xinghe spread his hands. Although I was born a king, what you asked are secrets that only the emperor can know. If Ji Xinghe told the truth on this issue, it might really be impossible to go back. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba were able to tell Ji Xinghe the news that Ji Xinghe should not know through Emperor Wu III, and confirmed that Ji Xinghe was of great use to Emperor Wu III. Combined with the uniqueness of the gifted ability and the death-free gold medal that Ji Xinghe suddenly lost before, it is not difficult to guess what Emperor Wu III was going to do with Ji Xinghe. In comparison, Li Yuanba is very likely to choose to sacrifice Li Zhangfen. Just when Ji Xinghe was silent because of the news, Ji Xinghe took the initiative to say, Don't you want to know whether that alien advanced civilization can reach our empire again and know your existence through our empire? Speak. 47 years, Ji Xinghe said directly in a very cooperative manner. After 47 years, that alien civilization will reach our empire. Don't ask me why, I don't know, but I can be sure of this, everyone's heart was in chaos. Ji Xinghe, who had no chance to escape after being captured, was in a cell and gave the entire Federation a knife, and it was extremely fierce. In comparison, the heart-cutting knife that Ji Xinghe had used was a little bit of a witch. But it was also because a good cook could not cook without rice. Ji Xinghe had never thought that Ji Xinghe would say such information before, but even if he thought of it, it would be meaningless. He couldn't really monopolize Ji Xinghe, and Li Yuanba couldn't do it. Ji Xinghe wanted to say this, and no one could stop him. Not to mention that the relevant personnel were raising the confidentiality level of the content of this interrogation. Ji Xinghe's mood had completely returned to calm. 47 years, there is still a lot of time. Humans can truly master the power of Qi and develop more technologies. Most importantly, humans still have the stars and the moon. Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe. Are you very proud now? Of course, then let's fight again. Is it interesting? Ji Xinghe was a little angry. I didn't receive comprehensive treatment. If you did, I would definitely not be able to beat you. Besides, you are already a lieutenant general of the Federation. You should be promoted to the rank of general now, right? Can you stop being like a reckless man who only knows how to fight and kill? Interesting. Ji Xinghe began to move his body, his tone calm. I don't want to think about what people will think because of what you said. I only know that I can kill you and your second brother. As long as I kill you all, everything you have will be ours. You don't know how to use that spaceship, nor do you know how to deal with this so-called advanced civilization. Someone from us will know. If no one of us knows, and they want to fight us when they come. After moving his body, Ji Xinghe walked to the cage and reached out to pull the door. He said, then I will live another 70 years, P.S. I will make up for the past few days and start paying my debt after I finish making up for the past few days. Chapter 611 I am the general. Ji Xinghe, who is already 70 years old, said that he wanted to live another 70 years. But what he really wanted to say, just like what he was doing, can be summed up in 2 words, fight. The cage that should not be opened according to the rules was unlocked when Ji Xinghe's hand fell on the door. After entering it, Ji Xinghe whispered an order, and the magnetic shackles that bound Ji Xinghe lost the power to restrict it. The battle started without any surprises, and ended with no unexpected results. As Ji Xinghe said, it is no longer Ji Xinghe's opponent now, because the treatment it received is not comprehensive. Although it seems that there are no injuries on the surface, there are many damaged organs. If it were not for the power of Qi to maintain it, Ji Xinghe could die at any time. It is precisely because of this that the Qi it can use and the body functions are not as good as Ji Xinghe. Naturally, it will lose. Lying motionless on the ground, Ji Xinghe looked up at Ji Xinghe standing beside him and asked again, is it interesting? Interesting? Ji Xinghe's answer was exactly the same as before, but the meaning was very different. Because Ji Xinghe's question was very different from before. But not everyone can understand their conversation. When the superior speaks, he always likes to do so, hiding and misty, so that the people below him have to analyze and guess with great effort, just like the reading comprehension done in school days. But this is wrong. Many times, the reader's understanding during the reading process will be very different from the author's thoughts at the time, or even conflicting. The reason can be said to be that there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 readers. It can also be said that people are only willing to see what they are willing to see, and only willing to believe what they are willing to believe. Ji Xinghe does not want to be a superior, just like Ji Xinghe thinks that the current Ji Xinghe should not be a reckless man, but what Ji Xinghe does is a reckless man. The active lieutenant generals of the Federation can be promoted to generals at any time because of their military merits in the Battle Scar Canyon. They have already reached the pinnacle of the Federation in terms of military rank. The number of gold stars that distinguish between a general and a 3-star or 5-star general has just been explained by Li Yuanba. It has no meaning to Ji Xinghe. So after answering Ji Xinghe's question, he expressed his thoughts in front of Ji Xinghe and the people who have signed the highest level of confidentiality agreement of the Federation. The universe is boundless and vast, and the stars are like sand. In the endless galaxies that exist on the stars, there must be endless life and endless civilizations created by endless life. We humans and you orangutans are not unique, but 2 groups that met by chance among the countless living beings. With the development of science and technology, the footprints of life began to travel between the universe, and this coincidence will gradually become a necessity. Because all life, after having wisdom, will have a yearning for the sea of stars. Or perhaps, the reason why life can have wisdom, and then evolve and develop into an intelligent civilization, is just because when life is still ignorant, it inadvertently sees the sea of stars above the sky. Therefore, the ultimate goal of intelligent life and its civilization must be the sea of stars. Ji Xinghe seemed to be giving a speech, and what he said sounded like scientific truth, and also had some philosophical meaning. He is not a professional scholar, nor a scientist who can be called the glory of human wisdom, but precisely because of this, what he thinks and says is what most people are willing to believe. Because not all people are scholars and scientists. Whether in the Federation or the Empire, only a minority of a minority can be called wise and glorious, and even fewer in the Empire. So from this perspective, Ji Xinghe's way of thinking is not much different from that of an ordinary person like Ji Xinghe. In the vast universe, giants like stars can only be described as sand and dust, not to mention intelligent life and the intelligent civilizations they create and maintain. The encounter of intelligent civilizations is inevitable in chance, but this inevitability is just a wave between the galaxies in terms of the time scale of civilization continuation. In our history of more than 5,000 years, we have only encountered your alien intelligent civilization. Aren't you the same? So, there is nothing to worry about. Yes, your civilization may have existed for less than 5,000 years, and you have encountered two alien civilizations, us, and the so-called advanced civilization that has endowed you with technology. As you become more proficient in the application of jump gate technology, we will gradually master the jump gate technology and explore the interstellar at an increasingly faster pace. This kind of inevitability between chances will increase exponentially from a probability point of view. From once in 5,000 years, to once in 1,000 years, to once in 100 years or even shorter. But so what? Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe and asked, without waiting for an answer, and continued to talk to himself. He was not just talking to Ji Xinghe. As long as we are unwilling to give up the sea of stars, we are destined to face this kind of encounter. There are only 3 results for the encounter between different intelligent civilizations. We and you are at war. We and them may also be at war, but this does not mean that the other 2 results cannot exist. Living in peace and integrating civilizations, learning from history is nothing more than that. If it is the other 2 results, what is there to worry about? Ji Xinghe asked twice, what is there to worry about? But people are still very worried, but they are no longer as worried as when they heard the news of the so-called advanced civilization. They felt chilling or even desperate. Yes, when humans know the technology of the jump gate and have begun to study it, will they give up this technology? The Empire has already known the existence of the Federation, and there has been a war that lasted for more than 20 years. Will it choose to help the Federation conceal it when that civilization arrives at the Empire Star? Accident has become inevitable, so we can only face it. Maybe there will be some people who want to escape, but the sea of stars is endless. Humans have not been able to really leave the solar system until now. The orangutans who can cross an unknown distance of countless light years have not been able to find a second planet suitable for the survival of orangutans and humans. Where to escape? At this point, Ji Xinghe's speech can be said to be successful, just like the conversation he had with Jackson. He was not trying to persuade Jackson to help him, but to persuade himself to make a certain choice. And it was because he finally decided to make that choice that the current legend came into being. You are right. I am now a lieutenant general of the Federation. If I want, I can become a federal admiral now, Ji Xinghe stated a fact. Whether he's willing or not is just a matter of how long or short the process will be. But this is not important. What is important is that water comes and oil covers it, and soldiers come and will be blocked. No matter what the future holds, no matter what kind of enemy soldiers the human world needs to face, I will stand in the front. Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe with a firm look in his eyes, and suddenly said, a mere federal admiral. There was no sarcasm in his tone, perhaps because he had just been beaten badly by Ji Xinghe and was afraid of being beaten again. Or maybe it was because Ji Xinghe at this time should not be mocked even by it. Li Yuanba outside the cage also spoke suddenly. He is not a general of the Federation, but a general of the human world. Ji Xinghe, who was lying on the ground, did not look at Li Yuanba, and continued to ask, what's the difference? You have learned dragon language, and you should have learned our history, so you should know that admiral and general are actually different. I really don't know, Li Yuanba was a little embarrassed and explained, general is not a specific position, but a general term for high-level generals. Ada Kang understood. You want to say that Ji Xinghe represents the will of many generals of the Federation, including you, so he is not a general of your Federation, but a general of your human world? Haha. My evaluation is that he is not as good as a general. The general is different from the general. It is a specific position, and the Empire also has it. Although it cannot be regarded as a general in the language of the Empire, it has exactly the same meaning after being translated into Dragon language. The general of the Empire is similar to the marshal of the Federation, and is a general who commands generals. Li Yuanba said that Ji Xinghe represented the will of high-level generals, and Ada Kang said that representation itself has no meaning. If it can be agreed to be represented by high-level generals, it is naturally possible that they will refuse to represent. It's different for the general. He doesn't need to represent anyone's will. He is the will that must be followed. So, Ada Kang is trying to sow discord again. But Li Yuanba didn't turn Ada Kang into a cripple as he said just now, because some things don't need to be sown. Conflicts and confrontations have existed since the beginning. It's just that conflicts and confrontations have changed from generation to generation, and people have changed from one group to another. He just looked at Ada Kang lying at the feet of Ji Xinghe, and said with some regret, "You are like a dog now." There was no mocking tone, but it was full of mockery that Ada Kang couldn't stand. Ada Kang, who was born as a king, has the title of conqueror in the empire, sits on tens of millions of square kilometers of fiefdom, and controls the life and death of hundreds of millions of guerrillas. How noble is he? But at this time, he was beaten into a dead dog by Ji Xinghe, and what he said was like a dead dog who knew he was going to die but was unwilling to give up and could only bark. Yes. It has come to this time. What's the point of it still saying such things? Maybe there is. But Li Yuanba told it on behalf of Ji Xinghe, "You are just barking like a dog." The silence lasted for a moment after Li Yuanba's words, and was broken by Ada Kang who tried to get up and sit. Its stature is really tall, and even if it sits on the ground, it gives the guards outside the cage a feeling of being looked down upon. This is also due to its identity and strength. But in fact, it is looking up at Ji Xinghe. After I knew about this, I asked my second brother a question. Ada Kang looked up at Ji Xinghe and said calmly, "Why don't we join forces with humans?" These two sentences made the people who listened have unprecedented expectations. The technology brought by a reconnaissance spacecraft can enable the Empire to suppress the Federation and actual military power. Then how powerful is the civilization represented by the spacecraft? If it is another civilization comparable to the Empire, people will not be afraid to the point of despair. One is fighting, and the other is also fighting. After fighting, maybe it will be a three-legged pattern. Learning from history, this is not new. But a human with a bad taste appeared in the world of ants. The kettle in his hand was nothing in the human world, but it could bring disaster to ants. So people were so scared that they were desperate, and they would try to grasp all the power they could, even if it was the Empire that brought despair to the Federation and humans. My second brother didn't answer me, but asked me a question. Ada Kang continued to look up at Ji Xinghe, just like looking up at Emperor Wu Ii, whom he should have looked up to, but never really looked up to. Humans, are you willing to submit to his rule? This is indeed a question, and it is somewhat unsolvable. Emperor Wu Ii was unwilling to join forces with humans in the face of such a crisis. Was it because he could not live 47 years later? Ji Xinghe, who is already 70 years old, said in public that he would live another 70 years, and Emperor Wu Ii would naturally be able to live to that time. Therefore, the reason why Emperor Wu Ii was unwilling was easy to guess. Just like when the Federation faced the Empire, it could not be truly united and go all out. When the Federation and the Empire join forces, how can they be united? It just turns the external fight into an internal fight, which will consume the strength of both sides to a greater extent. Because the real disintegration almost always comes from the inside. People who are already smart and knowledgeable, because of these two sentences of Ada Kang, think of many facts and even tragedies that will inevitably happen after the two sides join forces. They also understand the thoughts of Emperor Wu Ii. It has to be admitted that some people think that Emperor Wu Ii is right, although it is very unfavorable to humans. Ji Xinghe, after Ada Kang talked about his conversation with Emperor Wu Ii, he did not express his thoughts, but asked a seemingly irrelevant question. What about the white-haired gorilla, Liu? People thought of this name. Because of the independent group, this name has been very famous at a certain level of the Federation. Some of it is not worthy of the name. But after Liu surrendered and joined the independent group, he has done very well. According to the latest Venus calculation method just proposed by Ji Xinghe, Liu, who can only drive the formation-breaking mecha at present, has become a special class mecha warrior of the Federation, if the Federation recognizes it. The number of its gold stars has reached 33. Considering the performance level of its mecha and the difficulty of the battle it participated in, its breaking speed is really very fast. Becoming an ace mecha warrior seems to have become a necessity. But this is not the real value of Liu's existence. What does it matter if he is strong in driving a mecha? Anyway, he is not stronger than Qin Tong and others, let alone compared with Han Li and others. It is a possibility represented by Liu. Combined with the two sentences that Ada King just said, people have some expectations and admire Ji Xinghe's foresight and wisdom in identifying orangutans. But no one knows why Ji Xinghe accepted Liu, the white-haired orangutan, just like no one knows a dream he once had. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you want me to give you a name too?" This is a good question, but Li Yuanba suddenly became a little nervous. Chapter 612 Xingyu's Big Move. You know, I can't let you give me a name. Ada King rejected Ji Xinghe's good intention after hesitation, which made Li Yuanba feel relieved. But when people were disappointed, he changed the subject. But I think there is a very interesting saying in your dragon language, eggs should not be put in the same basket. The value of eggs themselves is really not worth mentioning in this era, but eggs represent endless hope. Eggs hatch chickens, and chickens lay eggs. It's a very simple truth, and people will naturally understand it. I'm willing to try. Ada King didn't need people to analyze or guess, and said by himself, in this regard, my second brother and I are different. Of course, you can also understand that I don't want to die, and I am willing to use all means to fight for opportunities, whether now or in the future. Ji Xinghe looked at Ada King calmly and asked softly, empty words. Ada King frowned and thought about the meaning of this idiom. Although it has been learning dragon language for more than 10 years, and the power of Qi has brought it extraordinary memory, it is not a common language after all, and there is no opportunity to use it in normal times. But it still figured it out. In its opinion, if Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba want to rescue Li Hangfen, they must use it as an exchange. Li Hangfen's value to the Federation can be big or small. In the biggest sense, all the imperial guerrillas currently captured and killed by the Federation, including the former crown prince and his half-brother, are not as valuable as him. In the smallest sense, Li Hangfen is far less valuable than him, so. Ada King understood what Ji Xinghe meant, so he decided to cooperate with Ji Xinghe's performance. He said softly and confidently, the formula of tungsten steel alloy. In fact, it should have used a question sentence, but it used an affirmative sentence, which means that this is the biggest cost for it to cooperate with Ji Xinghe's performance. It is just to exchange me for Li Hangfen. Everyone except Li Yuanba may be reluctant, but after I added this bargaining chip, it is enough. When Ada King thought about this, Ji Xinghe agreed as it expected. Okay, tell me the formula, and I will let you go back to the Empire. Huh? People were shocked again. Although the formula of tungsten steel alloy is of great value to the Federation, far exceeding the benefits that can be brought by killing an Ada King. But is this kind of thing really a decision that Ji Xinghe can make alone? Even if you are Ji Xinghe, even if Ada King is your prisoner, even if Li Yuanba is standing firmly behind you now, and the try that Ada King mentioned, there must be a meeting to discuss it, right? Moreover, if you really don't try, will you get the formula of tungsten steel gold from Ada King? People have many doubts, but no one interrupted the conversation. I will tell you when I go back. In order to protect himself, Ada King still has to keep some means. But Ji Xinghe disagreed. I said, tell me the formula, and I will let you go back to the Empire. One man and one ape, one standing and one sitting, just stared at each other in the cage. After a long time, Ada King softened and seemed to believe it. Shall I speak directly now? Ji Xinghe did not wave his hand, and the relevant personnel had already understood. Those who could hear it naturally stayed in the communication channel, and those who should not hear it, even if they might not remember the necessarily complicated formula, could not listen. The communication channel was directly closed for this reason, and several officers entered the cell, and the guards were temporarily arranged to leave. But no one asked Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba to leave, and no one searched them, or blocked the communication devices they carried. Their authority itself was enough to know the information obtained because of them. Everything was ready, and Ji Xinghe spoke out. Its memory is really good, and it has a certain degree of understanding of the materials technology of the Federation. It does not need the help of the translator at all, and it speaks out the relevant materials and technologies in words that the Federation can fully understand. Without verification, people have determined that humans have finally mastered the tungsten steel alloy unique to the Empire. Whether it is the Duke's armor made of tungsten steel alloy, or the General's armor, Prince's armor, and Emperor's armor made of tungsten steel gold, it seems that it can be mass-produced. After all, after mastering the formula of tungsten steel alloy, it is much closer to researching the formula of tungsten steel gold. But everyone who could hear it knew very well that mass production only existed in fantasy. Even an empire with multiple mining stars could not mass-produce mechas and weapons of this level, let alone the Federation. Emperor Wu III only had 300 Duke armors made of tungsten steel alloy. The manufacturing cost of tungsten steel alloy was foreseeably high. Perhaps, Emperor Wu III had more than that. Ji Xinghe heard the formula, which meant that Xinghe also heard the formula. When the Federation was still recording and analyzing and preparing for related experiments, Xinghe had already started the experiment. The original Federation base number 3 is now in Shenyang City. The alien meteorites, which are not rare on alien stars, are already in this base. At this time, they have been moved to the laboratory by engineering robots, and then the necessary materials for making tungsten steel alloys have been extracted from them. This is actually not difficult for Xinghe and the Federation. The use of alien iron and alien meteorites has existed in the human world since ancient times. The various high-strength alloys currently used by the Federation have all used rare minerals such as alien meteorites. Complex cosmic radiation has caused some special substances to be produced in these meteorites, or the normal substances that originally existed have undergone specific changes after being affected by cosmic radiation. Although the Federation is still far from mastering the technology of this cosmic radiation, it is a bit boastful to say that it knows the truth but not the reason, but in theory, it is completely possible to produce unlimited meteorites from outer space. Because there are really countless meteorites in the universe. But before really understanding the key, if you want to artificially produce specific meteorites from outer space, you need a certain amount of luck and a lot of time. A random piece of stone, placed in the vacuum of the universe for a few days, and then thrown to the surface of the planet, cannot directly produce the meteorites that humans need. Whether there are corresponding changes is one reason. And whether it will be destroyed and only worthless fly ash will be left in the process of falling to the surface of the planet is also a key reason. What an interesting molecular structure. Xinghe looked at the tungsten steel alloy in the manufacturing process, and the camera as an eye was flashing with a light called wisdom. The Federation had already proposed and started to study nanotechnology in the last century, and the ultimate direction of nanotechnology can be summarized in one sentence: any combination of all kinds of molecules can produce any kind of molecular structure. Matter is composed of molecules, just like humans are composed of cells. Although there are atoms under molecules, the nucleus is composed of protons and neutrons. But as long as we have the ability to control molecules, there will be little difference between humans and the legendary gods. Unfortunately, more than a century has passed, and the processing accuracy of the Federation's nanotechnology still remains at the unit of nanometers. 1 nanometer is 10 to the negative 9th power of meters, while the order of magnitude of the diameter of a general molecule is 10 to the negative 10th power of meters. It sounds like the gap is not big, but in fact, the gap is greater than the difference between Qin Huangzhen's current manual processing accuracy and Ji Xinghe's current manual processing accuracy. Moreover, just reaching the processing accuracy of the molecular level does not mean that humans can claim to have controlled molecules. To make molecules form according to the structure imagined by humans is another research direction as vast as the sea of stars. Just like now, under the relevant substances and proportions, a specific molecular structure is naturally born, and then tungsten steel alloy is produced. Xinghe also couldn't understand the principle, and it was even more impossible to directly use other substances to forcibly change the molecular structure and make tungsten steel alloy like turning stone into gold. But it doesn't matter. It is very difficult for the Federation to obtain tungsten steel alloy and the meteorites that tungsten steel gold must need. It is also not easy for the Empire. But because of Xinghe's special life form, it is naturally very advantageous in this regard. Shenyang, In addition to repairing this city, your current task has two more tasks. First, make tungsten steel alloy as much as possible. Second, through the formula of tungsten steel alloy, research the formula of tungsten steel gold. Xiang Yang still answered mechanically, I need more powerful computing power support. Don't worry, there will be bread and milk. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Xinghe thought of the so-called advanced alien civilization. When she said this to Xiang Yang, she was also talking to herself. After arranging Xiang Yang's work tasks, Xinghe traveled thousands of miles in an instant and arrived at a small spaceship. This spaceship looked very simple, and even the basic human life support system did not exist. It was like a frame with only an engine and wheels left. Neither humans nor apes can travel between stars on this spaceship, but for Xinghe, it and its subordinates do not need the so-called life support system at all. Oxygen supply device? Constant temperature device? Food and drinking water? All are burdens and have been abandoned. In addition to the energy device and the engine required for the spaceship, the most common thing in this spaceship is various mechanical arms. Chang'an, get up, Chang'an, an artificial intelligence system similar to Nuwa, was activated for this reason. It was actually a copy program of Nuwa. After being transformed by Xinghe, it was originally intended to be used in the second city of the Galaxy Empire. But now that the Galaxy Empire is far away and there are more important tasks, Xinghe naturally has to change her plan. What do you want, General? She asked such a question just after being activated. Of course, it was not because Chang'an had awakened, but because Xinghe was asking and answering herself again. She wants to be a general now. The Lord has ordered that you immediately set off for Xinghe and capture the specific minerals we need on this Xinghe ring. Yes, Chang'an agreed without any hesitation, because it had no self-awareness. Then, based on the relevant information stored in the spacecraft's intelligent core, it found the direction of Xinghe at this time. Xinghe, like the alien star, is a planet in the star system where the Federation was born, but unlike the alien star, Xinghe is a gas planet and does not have land and normal cognition. Moreover, the distance between Xinghe and the Azure Star is too far, with an average distance of about 1.5 billion kilometers. Even with the Federation's fastest spacecraft, it takes about 4.5 years to cross. So for the Federation, Xinghe is of little value. But from today on, Xinghe's value will become much greater, because Xinghe is a special celestial structure, generally called a planetary ring, and the one surrounding Xinghe is naturally called a Xinghe ring. It is composed of countless pieces of broken stones wrapped in ice. The small ones are only a few microns in diameter, and the large ones are tens of meters in diameter. They are all meteorites from outer space. Note 1. It is very likely that it contains many special materials for making tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold. Xinghe will naturally not let it go and prepare to strike first. Although she only has Chang'an, a somewhat stupid artificial intelligence program, and a small spaceship that can be described as tattered, as long as she starts to act, she will have a steady supply. The resources that the Heroic Spirit Council now has are completely different from those when it was just created. Chang'an is just a pioneer. Go. After Chang'an controlled the spaceship to start accelerating, Xinghe once again traveled thousands of miles in an instant and returned to the alien planet. According to the speed of this spaceship, it will take about 2 years to reach Xinghe, which is much faster than the most advanced spaceship in the Federation, because it has discarded a lot of encumbrances. Similarly, the time for this type of spaceship manufactured by Xinghe to reach the alien planet from the Azure Star is not the normal 2-month journey, but only 1.5 months. There are some problems with time, mainly to avoid the possibility of being discovered by the federal officials. During the time when Xinghe was making tungsten steel alloy and ordered Chang'an to go to Xinghe, Ji Xinghe's interrogation of Ada King had also ended. Some subsequent questions and answers were very routine and not worth mentioning. The real key lies in the several meetings that will inevitably be held after the interrogation. During the interrogation, the relevant personnel have already prepared for the first meeting. The threshold for participating in the high-level military meetings can be said to be the rank of general, but not all generals are eligible to participate. So it can also be called a meeting of generals with real power. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba naturally participated in this meeting. Tu Yuan, as a serious federal general, also has the right to participate. Tang Qiao and Davis, as the responsible generals of the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, are also among the high-level ones. There is no need to say more about Yang Ente. There are many people, but there is no gossip. In the quiet conference channel, Ivanovich unexpectedly said, "General Ji, please tell me your thoughts first." "I've already said, let it go," Ivanovich frowned and said tactfully, "but it must still have a lot of information that is vital to us, such as the precise coordinates of the God's mountain jump base. Of course, there are also the precise coordinates of the Battle Scar Canyon jump base during our investigation." Ji Xinghe's calm voice sounded again when Ivanovich's voice fell. He said, "For example, how did those people in the Federation who traded with it and the Empire contact it?" The conference channel fell into absolute silence. Before the interrogation began, everyone thought that this was the question that Ji Xinghe should ask the most. This is also one of the reasons why Nanshanman wanted to snatch a Dakang, but was stopped by the tough Li Yuanba. But Ji Xinghe didn't ask just now. He asked now. Note 1. Some studies have said that 99% of Saturn's rings are made of water ice, but that is Saturn, and the one mentioned in the article is Saturn and its rings. I'm so smart. Chapter 613, Mecha vs. Space Battleship. When Ji Xinghe asked the questions that should be asked to Dakang in the meeting of high-level military generals, there was no longer any dispute over a Dakang's right to dispose of him. It was called a meeting of high-level military generals, but how could it be just the attitude of the military? Chen Sun said a long time ago, "Our superiors are not just soldiers. They are professional in marching and fighting, but a good cook cannot cook without rice." Without the support of the Federation's resources, let alone a general like Tu Yuan, even Li Anbang, who is known as the Marshal, cannot fight any war. And a large part of the resources that the Federation can use in this war is in the hands of the Tower Top organization. The most direct evidence is that Ivanovich became the commander-in-chief. So, this is an exchange of interests. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba got the right to dispose of a Dakang, and the Tower Top organization avoided the exposure of their transactions with the Empire. The Federation will not fall into direct civil strife because of this, and the high-level Federation leaders who are not on the Tower Top organization are also happy to see it happen. But the main content of this meeting, and many subsequent meetings, was not about a Dakang's right to dispose of him. In the interstellar era, what will wars between different civilizations be like? Ivanovich raised this question at a high-level military generals meeting. Yang Ante put forward his idea, specific analysis based on specific circumstances, so each general began to conduct specific analysis based on specific circumstances. In this regard, Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba had no say and listened carefully. We are not on the real interstellar era now, and the Empire is not either. The Empire can cross the distance unit calculated in light years only because it has mastered the jump gate technology. In essence, the Empire is just a planetary intelligent civilization like us. After an admiral from Eagle Continent put forward the idea of planetary intelligent civilization, he made another supplement. There are many ways to determine the level of different intelligent civilizations, but I prefer to determine the level of civilization development from the celestial body or celestial system that intelligent civilizations must rely on in order to exist and develop. At this stage, our Federation needs to rely on the planet Azure to exist and continue to develop. If Azure is destroyed, we will also be doomed. Similarly, based on the intelligence we know, the Empire must also rely on the planet Empire to exist and develop. Therefore, we and the Empire are both planetary-level intelligent civilizations. A higher level of intelligent civilization is a stellar civilization, or a star system civilization. Even if the planet that gave birth to this intelligent civilization is destroyed, as long as the star in the star system where the planet is located does not die or be destroyed naturally, it can continue to use the energy provided by the star to continue the race and continue to develop. People all agree on this point. In almost all star systems, stars are the most important celestial bodies. Take the solar system where the Federation is located. The Sun occupies 99% of the mass of the entire solar system and contains endless energy. All life on Azure can be said to be born and developed because of the energy of the Sun. The lifespan of the Sun is also measured in billions of years, which is an extremely long time scale compared to the time an intelligent civilization can exist and the time it takes for technology to develop to leave the solar system. Without the blue star, as long as humans can build truly planetary-class spaceships, space fortresses, artificial planets and other dependencies, they can continue to use the energy provided by the Sun to survive and continue to develop technology. The current Federation is obviously still a long way from this goal. Above the stellar civilization is the galactic civilization. At this level, The existence of the stellar system is no longer important, because they can easily find and migrate to a new stellar system in a galaxy cluster similar to our Milky Way, and continue to use the energy of the stars to continue and develop. Or, they no longer need the energy of stars. Similar to the nuclear fusion technology we have mastered, they have more powerful energy technology and can produce energy that is not inferior to that provided by stars. In a galaxy cluster, they use spacecraft or quasi-jump technology to travel freely. A higher level of intelligent civilization does exist in theory. The Milky Way is just an ordinary galaxy cluster in the universe. The number of similar galaxy clusters in the universe can be described as countless for humans. But the Eagle State Admiral did not say it, because there was no need. If humans really need to face an intelligent civilization that can cross galaxy clusters, it will be no different from fish on the chopping board. A Zhao Admiral continued. I also tend to divide the levels of intelligent civilizations into this kind. For the intelligent civilizations of the planetary system, it is like our Federation and the Empire. The form of war after the encounter, as far as the current situation is concerned, still depends on one or several planets. Because the intelligent civilizations at the planetary level do not have the ability to manufacture a large number of space battleships. The level of scientific and technological development, the resources mastered, the time of development, etc., are all factors that limit the war from the stars to the planets. However, the intelligent civilization mentioned by Ada Kang is obviously not a planetary intelligent civilization. Whether they are stellar intelligent civilizations or galaxy-level intelligent civilizations, in theory, they have the ability to manufacture space battleships in large quantities. This analysis result is nothing new to the high-level generals of the Federation who participated in this meeting. Before Ada Kang mentioned the advanced intelligent civilization, before the Federation actually landed on the alien planet, the predecessors had already foreseen this possibility, let alone now. According to Yang Ante's idea, this is the specific situation that the Federation needs to face. So, our war with them will definitely not be like the war between us and the Empire. Neither the alien planet nor the blue planet will become the main battlefield. There is only one real main battlefield, between the interstellar spaces. Yang Ante expressed the concerns of the generals and explained the disadvantages of the Federation. When the space fleet of this intelligent civilization appears in our solar system, our existing space fleet will be disintegrated in the moment of encounter. The Nanchaman space defense system we built on the alien planet and the Lingshan defense system we built on the blue planet will not play their due role. We cannot stop them between the stars. And when they destroy our space defense system, we will completely lose air superiority just like the imperial apes on the surface of the alien planet. Without satellites, our reconnaissance and communication capabilities will disappear. Even if our space battleships can be launched, it will be meaningless. They will not rely on wars on the surface to decide the outcome like we did when we faced the Empire. Because in theory, they do not need our blue planet, so they can use weapons of mass destruction like nuclear weapons unscrupulously to cleanse our planet. The word cleanse is extremely cruel when used here. Because what will be cleansed is not filth, but all mankind. Yang Ante did not exaggerate at all. The existing space fleet of the Federation only has two absolute main forces. One of them is the Longzhou Space Fleet, and the four fleets of the Longzhou Space Fleet, the Eastern Blue Dragon, the Western White Tiger, the Northern Suzaku, and the Southern Black Tortoise, have only 28 main space battleships. It was like this when Ji Xinghe came to the alien planet 5 years ago, and it is still like this today, 5 years later. It is not that Longzhou did not continue to manufacture space battleships in the past 5 years, but that the Empire has never given up on seizing air supremacy in the past 5 years. Therefore, whether it is the Longzhou Space Fleet or the United Space Fleet headed by Ying Zhao, they have to undergo blood transfusions in the war like Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. Rather than constantly replenishing fresh blood. All the active main battleships of the Federation Space Fleet add up to 63 ships, including the next-level space battleships, plus those spaceships. There are only more than 100 ships. How can it be possible to stop the huge space fleet of the star-level civilization, or even the galaxy-level civilization? Considering the gap in the technological level of the two sides, 1-for-1 is a bit extravagant. When the high-level generals of the Federation were silent, Ji Xinghe, who should have remained silent at this time, suddenly spoke. It's not a galaxy-level intelligent civilization, at most it's a star-level one. All the high-level generals frowned. not because of Ji Xinghe's judgment, but because Ji Xinghe spoke at this time. Indeed, Ji Xinghe's military exploits and value to the Federation can be said to surpass any general participating in this meeting. But only now. The specific analysis of the specific situation mentioned by Yang Ante, as well as the content just discussed by the generals, all illustrate a fact. Ivanovich frowned and said this fact that Ji Xinghe was unwilling to admit in his opinion. General Ji, when Ada Kang told the news that there was an advanced alien civilization, you said you would live another 70 years. Assuming that the advanced alien civilization will arrive in 47 years, you mean you will have to fight for another 23 years. For this, I express my sincere admiration. But unfortunately, when our main battlefield is transferred from the surface of the planet to the interstellar space, the mecha, a single soldier weapon, has no meaning. He actually wanted to say that mecha warriors had no meaning in that era, but after all, he had to consider Ji Xinghe's current value. So it was a little more euphemistic, but this euphemism itself is meaningless. An admiral from Zhangzhou coughed dryly. General Ji, wars in the interstellar era must rely on space battleships as the main force. Not to mention that the space battleships of that advanced civilization must be ahead of our space battleships in terms of technology. Just say that our space battleships, whether in space or in the atmosphere of a planet, mechas cannot cause damage to space battleships, an admiral from Yingzhou added, although the Academy of Sciences has confirmed that after being equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor, with our existing and developing propulsion engine technology, mechas theoretically have the possibility of having the ability to fly. But based on the structure of mechas, this flying ability will still be limited to the surface of the planet for a long time, and the speed is unlikely to exceed the standard speed of sound. You have obtained a license for a variety of aircraft, including individual starships, so you should be very clear that the flight speed represents an essential gap for aircraft, or for the battle between aircraft. The words of these two admirals were also relatively euphemistic, but the subtext was already very obvious. No matter how good you are at fighting, Ji Xinghe, you are just a mecha warrior. Even if you have demonstrated strategic thinking ability, you still have to rely on planets. In the era of real interstellar war, there is really not much value. Perhaps the only value at that time is to refresh the human life record, and even this cannot be done. 47 years later, Ji Xinghe is 117 years old, and this age does not break the human life record. If humans are directly destroyed at that time, can Ji Xinghe really continue to live? Even Yang Ante couldn't help but say, Old Ji, although you have created many miracles, driving a mecha to chop down a space battleship, my suggestion is that from now on, make it your goal to bless all mankind. This may be an opportunity for our race to continue. Seeing that Yang Ante said this, the others finally couldn't help it. That's what I think, Ivanovich said. From the information we know so far, the power of Ki can not only enhance physical fitness, but also improve intelligence. 300 years ago, the intelligence level of the Empire's apes could not be compared with that of the Empire's monkeys, but after having the power of Ki, many apes have intelligence that is not inferior to that of monkeys, other generals also added. If our scientific researchers can make a breakthrough in intelligence, we may be able to develop interstellar-level intelligent civilization within 47 years. If one generation is not enough, then 2 generations will do. It doesn't mean that after having Ki, the genes will change. It is a kind of evolution, and this evolution will directly affect the next generation. Theoretically, we can have 3 generations of opportunities from now on. Even if our technology cannot develop to the stellar level in these 3 generations, I think we should be able to build a spaceship that can truly continue the fire of our human race. Yes, the spaceships built with our current technology cannot be separated from the support of planetary resources for a long time. But as long as our technology can be developed, we can build Noah's Ark, even if, and the improvement of lifespan and physical fitness. After possessing the power of Ki, we humans can survive in space for a longer time. There is no need to worry about the next generation having congenital physical problems like cough. Noah's Ark is feasible. The high-level generals meeting of the federal military turned into a meeting to discuss the feasibility of continuing the fire of mankind. What does this show? The military felt that it was impossible to win, so how should they fight? So they all ignored the possibility that Ji Xinghe had just proposed, because in their opinion, there was really no difference between a star-level intelligent civilization and a galaxy-level intelligent civilization. When 10,000 space battleships, dragging 10,000 tail flames, appeared in the human world like 10,000 burning meteors, the fate of mankind will be the same as a real meteor. For a while, Ji Xinghe became the target of public criticism, because in the face of such a crisis, the most important thing he should do is indeed as these generals said. Become a ruthless humanoid gift machine. Burn yourself for the continuation of the human fire. Fortunately, he is Ji Xinghe. If he were Li Yuanba, Yang Ate would not make so-called suggestions, but would directly make requests. At this moment, Tu Yuan, who had been silent just now, suddenly spoke. Mechas chop up space battleships. It sounds like there is a lot of work to do. All the high-level generals were stunned, and then roared in their hearts, is there a way to do it? Fuck your head. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 Tu Yuan. It was not surprising for Tu Yuan to stand up and speak for Ji Xinghe. Although Ji Xinghe had broken Tu Yuan's leg in public, Tu Yuan had said more than once that he would sacrifice Ji Xinghe for victory, and he had even taken actual action. But just like in the decisive battle in the Battle Scar Canyon, Ji Xinghe would not hesitate to ask Tu Yuan to take over the command, and Tu Yuan would not hesitate to seize the command at all costs. In the end, both of them made the most correct strategic command and tactical choices from the perspective of hindsight. From some perspectives, this pair of combinations can be described as perfectly coordinated. Don't scold me in your heart, listen to me. Tu Yuan seemed to be able to hear people's voices, and bluntly exposed people's thoughts, and then spoke seriously. General Yang Ate is right. We need to analyze the specific situation specifically. So, let's analyze what we need to face, what we are facing, what we have, and what we have. First of all, we have to face the Empire, and I don't need to say much about what the Empire has. What I want to say is that Adakang is not worthy of our trust. It's not that it is not worthy of our trust because of its statement that X cannot be put in the same basket. But it is not worthy of our trust about whether it can replace Emperor Wu III, who is unwilling to cooperate with us, and control an empire that is not weaker than ours in military strength. Tu Yuan paused slightly, and did not hear any rebuttal or argument, so he nodded with relief and continued to speak of his thoughts. In this case, we must give Adakang more support, just like we did to Dongguosilian. Compared with Dongguosilian, Adakang is more dangerous, but more worthy of our investment. If this is considered an investment. So, how should we help Adakang? I think the best way to help, and also the best way to limit Adakang in the future, is to fight this war between us and the Empire from the alien planet to the Empire Star. As long as we can cause enough losses to the Empire, weaken the power of Emperor Wu III, or even kill Emperor Wu III directly. Then, Adakang will have the opportunity to replace him. And as long as we can fight the war to the Empire Star and ensure that the Empire cannot spread the war to a blue star, we will have the ability to restrict Adakang. Yes, our Federation and the Empire are both planetary civilizations. When the Empire cannot destroy the planetary environment we depend on, and we have the ability to destroy the planetary environment of the Empire, we are equivalent to mastering the Empire, whether it is from the perspective of the military technology of the Federation or the military technology of the Empire. Neither has the ability to destroy a planet. All the nuclear weapons of the Federation were detonated on the Azure Star. To put it more seriously, it was just a haircut for the Azure Star. No damage to the head or body. But the environment that humans must rely on to survive and develop will be severely damaged, and it will take a long time to fully recover. In the process of recovery, humans can only survive. It is already difficult to continue the fire, let alone continue to develop. The same is true for the Empire. So no one questioned Tu Yuan's statement, because this is the fact. The advanced civilization spaceship controlled by the Empire, the technology they have deciphered, and the resources they have, will become our resources. With the help of these resources, we may be able to develop inter-star-level intelligent civilization within 47 years. Otherwise, even if Ji Xinghe is willing to become a ruthless humanoid gift machine, what is the point? Resources are the key. Tu Yuan's words were not detailed enough. For example, the technology that the Empire has mastered can greatly reduce the research time of humans in related fields, as well as the manpower and material resources that must be invested. But in such a meeting, there is no need to make it too clear, everyone can understand. And if we want to defeat the Empire, then Ji Xinghe should not become a ruthless humanoid gift machine, because we are still in a war between planetary civilizations, and mechas are really useful. Tu Yuan overturned what people said just now, but did not stop. Secondly, advanced alien civilization. But I don't like the title of advanced, because I don't think there is any intelligent life in the universe that can be higher than us humans, but it was born earlier and has more time to develop. So, I suggest that we call it the third civilization. Tu Yuan is not Ji Xinghe after all, otherwise, he would definitely say I request instead of I suggest. But this is not important. As a federal general, Tu Yuan has many military merits, plus his own abilities, which makes him a popular candidate for the federal commander-in-chief again and again. His suggestions are actually not much different from requests. So no one raised different opinions on such trivial issues on the spot. When we face the third civilization, there are only three possibilities that Ji Xinghe mentioned before. There is no need to say more about peaceful coexistence. Whether it is war or racial integration, we must have enough power. In the former, without enough power, we will be crushed and destroyed. In the latter, we will be integrated by them until many years later, there will be no human race in the universe. Tu Yuan paused again, as if he had anticipated the future without humans, and people became more silent because of his words. As for how to increase our power, I have already said just now that we must master the Empire. In addition, I want to talk about the form of war you just discussed. Yes, the main battlefield of the war in the interstellar era must be between the stars, and space battleships will become the absolute main force. Our existing mechas have no meaning in such a form of war. The battle between space battleships is not the battle between ships called battleships on the ancient sea. Basically, there is no possibility of boarding battles. But, is it really like this? I don't think so. Tu Yuan threw out a question, answered it himself, and then explained softly. The third civilization may have tens of thousands of space battleships, a huge interstellar fleet that cannot be built within 47 years, even if all the resources of our Federation and Empire are exhausted. What's more, we do not have 47 years to develop at full strength, because we must first end the war between us and the Empire. In terms of the number of space battleships, we will never be the opponent of the third civilization, and in terms of the combat effectiveness of space battleships, we can also never be the opponent of the third civilization. But mechas are different. We cannot build tens of thousands of space battleships, but we can build more than 100,000 mechas. As long as we have the resources owned by the Empire, we can even build millions of mechas. Yes, even if we have 1 million or 10 million mechas now, they are meaningless for the war that is bound to happen between the stars. But our mecha manufacturing technology can be improved. Tu Yuan had already prepared and shared some information in the conference channel. First, the nuclear fusion reactor device for mecha. After we have the formula of tungsten steel alloy and the formula of tungsten steel gold that we must obtain in the future, this miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor device can be mass-produced. Second, the energy shield generating device for mecha. With a batch of miniaturized nuclear fusion reactors, all mechas can use this energy shield technology. Combined with the mecha's own defense power of tungsten steel alloy, our mecha has reached the standard of space battleships, at least in terms of defense. Third, the propulsion engine technology for space. We already have military space vehicles such as single-soldier starships. There is no problem in directly transplanting their engines to mechas from a technical point of view, but the size of the mecha will increase again. Regarding this point, I want to say that a long time ago, the design of giant mechas that were more than 10 meters or 20 meters high were eliminated before they were put into service, just because our material technology was not strong enough, and the gravity environment on the surface of alien planets would also make the giant mechas too stupid. But now, we have the manufacturing technology of tungsten steel alloy, and the combat location of giant mecha is in space without the influence of gravity. Why can't we reactivate the design of this giant mecha? If all the three technologies mentioned by Tu Yuan are put on the mecha, the size of the mecha will inevitably increase. Just like Han Li's previous mecha with 73 gold stars, it only stands at a height of 3.9 meters. It is better to say that it is a larger single-soldier exoskeleton armor than a mecha. Now, the height of the federal standards Han Shanjia is more than 6 meters. The general level and national level mechas are even higher. The national level mecha that Ji Xinghe destroyed before was more than 7 meters high because of the addition of a nuclear fusion reactor, an energy shield generator, and some other federal mecha technology applications. And if you want to add the third one mentioned by Tu Yuan, a propulsion engine that can give the mecha the ability to fly, it is normal for the height of the mecha to exceed 10 meters. Even with tungsten steel alloy and neural link technology, this behemoth will become a target-like existence due to the limitation of the environment when fighting on the surface of an alien planet. But if it is in space, the senior generals of the Federation began to think seriously. Fourth, in terms of weapons, we have light energy weapons, electromagnetic rifle weapons, energy main guns, and various weapon technologies that already exist or are being studied, which can allow our mechas to have a certain degree of attack capability while having space flight and defense capabilities. There are also biomaterial mecha technology being studied, and the complete mechanical body transformation plan that has emerged to better adapt to neural link driving technology, etc. We can create a new generation of mechas that have the ability to fight against space battleships in interstellar wars. Regarding the vision of the future, what Tu Yuan said made the generals who were thinking seriously frown. Tu Yuan saw the expressions of these people and stopped imagining after a slight pause. Yes, even so, there is no comparability between mechas and space battleships. But are the space battleships we can build really comparable to those of the third civilization? We may be able to build 1,000 space battleships with all the resources of our Federation and Empire. But the space fleet of the third civilization may only need one salvo of energy main guns to annihilate us. Or some antimatter weapons, and the energy main guns we will develop in the future will not be able to break the energy shield device because of insufficient power. Head-on confrontation? There is no such thing. I know what you want to say. Even if there are a million mechas like I mentioned, there is still no possibility of head-on confrontation, but what I want is not a head-on confrontation. In the conference channel, Tu Yuan's holographic image, because his excitement was captured, his face became as ruddy as his real face at the moment. He looked at all the high-ranking generals of the Federation who were on the alien planet and raised his tone. The third civilization cannot send 10,000 spaceships directly to the Empire Star. They will definitely send reconnaissance ships to the Empire Star and build a jump gate that can cross the Star Sea. If they want to fight, their fleet will continue to pour out of the jump gate, just like the Empire's troops we are facing. When we don't master the jump gate technology, we can't go to the Empire Star and can only passively defend on the alien planet. But as long as we defeat the Empire, we can master the jump gate technology. And this also means that when the third civilization arrives in our galaxy, we can also go to their galaxy. Our interstellar fleet and our spaceships are two big targets and can be easily discovered by them. But what if there are 1 million giant mechas with interstellar combat capabilities? What if all the mecha warriors participating in the war have already made up their minds to die, not seeking victory and returning home, but only seeking to win a hope for mankind? What if those mechas all have the God of War mode? Even if all the mecha warriors are sacrificed, they can still launch an attack in the self-destruct mode. Tu Yuan's 3 questions stunned everyone. His voice suddenly turned calm from his excited tone, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, regarding the Ares template of the Ares mode used by our mecha 47 years later, I strongly recommend Ji Xinghe. Because he is not only our most powerful mecha warrior, but also a genius mechanic who can use discarded parts to create the Star Moon armor. Compared with what he said just now, this sentence is more like an inappropriate joke. But if the struggle of mankind is like a joke in the eyes of the powerful third civilization, then mankind may only use this method to play a joke on the third civilization. Determined and deadly. We are here, we are not going home, our goal is not to win, we just want to use our lives to fight for a chance for the humans who need our protection. Or it is a revenge. If we die, our mecha will continue to avenge us until everything is gone. Tu Yuan continued to speak softly in a calm tone when everyone was silent. Finally, what I want to say is what we have and what we can do. I think you have a comprehensive understanding and research on the war history of the Federation and our Longzhou. So, you should be familiar with my ideas. Yes, this is a tactic called home exchange. But what I just said is only the first stage of this home exchange tactic, and there is a second stage. In the first stage, we use millions of mechas, millions of mecha warriors who will become heroes, and millions of artificial intelligence programs that have opened the Ji Xinghe War God template to tell the third civilization a fact and an attitude. If our home is destroyed by them, then we will definitely go all out to destroy their home. Even if we drift in the endless universe and continue to survive, as long as the fire of our human beings is not extinguished, We will continue to manufacture various war weapons including giant mechas. Then, we will be deployed to their homes, just like the millions of heroes in the first stage, driving mechas, holding knives in hand, and killing them until blood flows into rivers. If you don't come back, then you won't come back. We will use facts to tell them that the first stage can be ended, but there are only two possibilities for the end of the second stage. Either their homes are completely destroyed by us, or the fire of our human race is completely extinguished. This is what we have and what we can do. The fire never stops, and the battle never stops. The entire conference channel was silent, and even Ji Xinghe held his breath, staring blankly at Tu Yuan, who was sometimes excited and sometimes calm, as if his mental state had become abnormal due to the pressure of the third civilization. It seems that I have gone off topic. I was clearly saying that the third civilization is not a galaxy-level civilization. But the fact is that I didn't go off topic. This is what this meeting needs to discuss. Tu Yuan's mental state was not abnormal. He was sober and made everyone crazy. The words he said made the high-ranking generals of the Federation so excited that they could not participate in the discussion. They could only look at him with the same eyes as Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan grinned in the silence of everyone. His teeth, imaged by holographic technology, were so white that they seemed to reflect a light composed of data in the virtual conference channel, and seemed to emit some kind of light from the depths of his heart. Just like his eyes at the moment, they were extremely bright and a little dazzling. He said, "I used to think that the alien planet was far enough, so my name was Tu Yuan. Later I thought that the Empire Star was far enough, so I was still called Tu Yuan. Now I think that the third civilization is far enough. Yes, my name is Tu Yuan. I can't drive a mecha, but I hope that all the mecha warriors in the Federation are willing to become the butcher's knife in my hand. If the third civilization wants to give us destruction, we will give the third civilization the mecha and knife from our human civilization. P.S. To be honest, I plan to write 2 more chapters tonight to pay off my debts. After all, I haven't paid off my debts for many days. But after finishing this chapter, I found that it was already 5:24. Chapter 615, is it worth it? Ahem, Yang Ate pulled the topic back. General Ji, why do you say that the third civilization is not a galaxy-level intelligent civilization? The high-level generals of the Federation did not have an in-depth discussion about what Tu Yuan said, because it was not a topic that could be discussed and completed in 3 or 5 days, nor was it a goal that could be achieved within 30 or 50 years. It was not a decision that the federal military could make alone. Therefore, it is more appropriate to return to reality and focus on the present. Because of the power of Qi, after Tu Yuan, Ji Xinghe boarded the stage of the highest-level military conference of the Federation, and his voice could also make people listen carefully. I said before that I can live another 70 years. This is a fact. After 70 years, I can still fight. If the situation Tu Yuan said occurs, I will drive my mecha and take my knife to the home of the third civilization. Tu Yuan used a lot of words to explain his mecha and knife, but Ji Xinghe's mecha and knife were only explained in 2 short sentences. From this point of view, although Ji Xinghe has the rank of Lieutenant General, his future rank will inevitably increase, but he is still a mecha warrior in essence, which is very different from a commander like Tu Yuan. But their goals are the same. People were shocked and expectant because of Ji Xinghe's words. Ji Xinghe, who is already 70 years old, will be 140 years old if he lives another 70 years. With the development of science and technology to today's level, it is not difficult to live to 140 years old. The application of mechanical and biochemical transformation, cryogenic hibernation capsules and other technologies can make human lifespan leapfrog. However, from the current situation, the improvement brought by these technologies is not an essential improvement. What is the point of living for 70 or 700 years in a cryogenic hibernation capsule without consciousness? None of the mechanical and biochemical transformations that the Federation can currently do can involve the human brain. Even if the body is full of strength, the aging and degeneration of the brain are irreversible. Ji Xinghe does not need to use these technologies with consequences. After the age of 140, he can still drive mechas to fight. For human beings, it is a new chapter in the history of evolution. However, Ji Xinghe suddenly changed the subject. But 140 years is the limit of what I can sense at present. Don't ask me how I sense it, I just can sense it. There is no need to consider whether I can break this limit in the future or whether there are others who can break this limit. This is irrelevant to the issue I want to talk about. Ji Xinghe's speech was as tough as ever and unquestionable. The high-level generals of the Federation, who were already accustomed to it, continued to listen carefully with some helplessness. Ada Kang said that the aura of the Empire originated from Emperor Wu, and Emperor Wu's aura originated from the reconnaissance spacecraft of the Third Civilization. Based on my gift ability, which is currently only possessed by Emperor Wu, it is completely determined that Emperor Wu's aura comes from the special gift of the intelligent life of the Third Civilization. At this point, someone finally raised a question. Major General Tang Qiao, commander of the ground command post of the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, why can't it be Emperor Wu, like you, who was harmed by nuclear radiation in that spaceship of the Third Civilization and then realized the power of Qi? Tang Qiao's questioning did not surprise people, as everyone knew that he did not have a good relationship with Ji Xinghe. Because Emperor Wu is not me, he can't do it. Ji Xinghe's answer left people speechless, and even Tang Qiao, who raised the question, remained silent. Speaking of which, an ape who can create an empire and rule a planet larger than the blue star can be described as great even from a hostile perspective. Ji Xinghe's greatness is far from that no matter how you look at it. Of course, Ji Xinghe's greatness is the greatness of the human camp, and naturally it can be respected by people. The greatness of Emperor Wu is just a statement of facts. The relevant report, the Federal Academy of Sciences research on Qi, has an explanation. You can refer to it and analyze it yourself. After all, it was a meeting of high-level generals in the Federation, so Ji Xinghe still added an explanation. Some people had read the relevant reports before, so they understood what Ji Xinghe meant. There are two main points. The first point is that Ji Xinghe has practiced Gangjin, and the Empire has not had Ganjin and Gangjin, two kinds of Jin realms about the degree of control over the body. The second point is that Ji Xinghe has a strong spiritual will, and this spiritual will originated from his belief in revenge for his son in the early stage, and then from his belief in revenge for millions of sons. Obviously, Wu Di, who was just an ordinary gorilla at the beginning, did not have such a belief. These two factors are the key to Ji Xinghe's ability to obtain the power of Qi, and nuclear radiation is secondary to them. Because there are far more people who have experienced nuclear radiation than Ji Xinghe, and there are more than Wu Di gorillas. The Empire used nuclear weapons on the Empire Star in the later period. But the fact is that only Wu Di and Ji Xinghe, the gorilla, have successively obtained the power of Qi and the ability of grace. What Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu had all originated from Emperor Wu, therefore, there is no problem with Ji Xinghe's statement. People who want to understand continue to listen. The average physical fitness of the imperial apes is 4 to 6 times that of our average physical fitness, but their lifespan is no advantage over us. Including the apes with Qi, they also have no obvious advantage over humans with Qi. This sentence was questioned by Tang Qiao again. But the problem is that Zhongguo said before that the 4 kings of the empire, that is, the imperial princes of the generation of Emperor Wu have a lifespan of more than 200 years. And you just said that your limit is 140 years old. What I said is that I can still fight at the age of 140, not that I can only live to 140 years old, Ji Xinghe explained. If the 4 kings of the empire are still very good at fighting at the age of 200, then why can it be Ada Kang's turn? People understand. The lifespan of turtles is well known to be high, but the lifestyle of turtles is impossible for humans to accept. Ji Xinghe didn't want to be a turtle, but wanted to be the king of all beasts, so he could live to be 140 years old. Or, because of the crisis brought by the Empire and the Third Civilization, Ji Xinghe didn't want to live like a turtle, but wanted to burn his life to give humans a chance. People were more and more respectful. Tang Qiao was silent again. Another factor is that the lifespans of Emperor Wu and they didn't even live to 140 years old. The empire lasted for 300 years and was passed down for 3 generations. The current Emperor Wu has been on the throne for more than 30 years, and Emperor Wu died when he ascended the throne. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with Ji Xinghe saying this. He continued, from this inference, the Third Civilization has no obvious difference from the imperial chimpanzees and us humans in terms of the limit of lifespan. People were thoughtful and waiting for someone to question, or ask questions. Tang Qiao did not disappoint everyone and said, is it possible that the intelligent life of the Third Civilization is a different type of life form from us? I have tried to give gifts to creatures such as cows and horses, but failed. Ji Xinghe asked back, do you want to try it? Are you the same as cows and horses? Well, no need. Tang Qiao refused and felt a little aggrieved. We agreed to sing a double act, So why did he really start to confront me? The intelligent life of the third civilization can give gifts to Emperor Wu, and the ability I have about Qi is no different from that of Emperor Wu and other imperial apes, so we can be sure that the intelligent life of the third civilization is at least an intelligent life form similar to us. This similarity is certainly not human form, and it may not even be primate, but Ji Xinghe is not a biologist, so he can't say it more clearly, and there is no need to say it more clearly. Today's meeting is a military meeting, not a scientific research meeting, but what Ji Xinghe said afterwards seems to be related to scientific research. Not only are the life forms similar, but also the technological development is similar. In addition to the jump gate technology that we have not been able to master, the technology that the Empire has obtained based on the third civilization has not exceeded our understanding. For example, nuclear fusion technology. Humanity's nuclear fusion technology can be said to come from the Empire, but even if the Empire did not appear, humans would not be far from mastering nuclear fusion technology. 150 years is not enough, then 2, 3. And the nuclear fusion technology mastered by the Empire came from the third civilization, so it can be determined that the main energy source of the third civilization is also nuclear fusion technology. 300 years ago, the spacecraft of the third civilization used nuclear fusion technology as the main energy source. Now, 300 years later, the energy technology they use may have been upgraded, but I don't think that after possessing nuclear fusion technology, an intelligent civilization can develop into a galaxy-level intelligent civilization in 300 years. It seems to be the truth. People think about the current speed of human technological development. On the premise of mastering nuclear fusion technology, will the Federation become a galaxy-level intelligent civilization in 300 years? Of course not. It is already very good to be a star-level intelligent civilization. But there are still some problems with this statement. When Chang Qiao was about to speak, someone else interrupted him. Yang Ante asked, "What about Saint Crystal and warp gate technology? Hey, this guy is one of us too?" Saint Crystal is a rare mineral resource, and nuclear fusion is an energy technology. I suggest you ask the Academy of Sciences about the difference between the two. Ji Xinghe didn't give Yang Ante any face, but it had nothing to do with Yang Ante himself, but to avoid the possibility of other people asking questions. Speaking of which, Ji Xinghe didn't really understand what he said, and couldn't even be sure. But since this was analyzed by Xinghe, and when Xinghe already had powerful computing power, it also borrowed Nuwa's computing power, it should be true. Regarding warp gate technology, I don't think it's omnipotent, because until now, the Empire has not been able to reach the Azure Star through the warp gate. Is it really because they have been on the alien planet for more than 20 years, and they can't observe the Azure Star, and can't calculate the information about the rotation speed and orbit of the Azure Star? This is obviously unrealistic. Before humans landed on alien planets, they had already calculated the precise coordinates of alien planets that were changing all the time. With the technological level of the Empire, even if they lost air superiority, they would not have been unaware. Before today, some scientists believe that the conditions for opening a super long-distance jump gate were extremely harsh, and the Empire could only open the jump gate on alien planets, and could not open it on the surface of the blue planet or in the airspace near it. While people were thinking, Ji Xinghe continued, there is another reason, that is, after the spacecraft of the third civilization crashed on the Empire Star, the third civilization could only reach the Empire Star after 47 years. Added up, that's about 350 years. In theory, a reconnaissance spacecraft, after discovering a habitable planet with holy crystal mineral resources that are very important to the third civilization, will definitely send the news back as soon as possible, and the subsequent fleet will arrive at the fastest speed. But it takes the third civilization 350 years to reach the Empire Star. Even if the Empire's estimate is wrong, the third civilization may arrive earlier. Now the facts also prove that the third civilization needs at least 300 years. Why? After Ji Xinghe raised this question, he did not answer it himself. An admiral from Eagle State replied, is it because of the limitation of communication technology? 300 years ago, the third civilization could only use communication technology similar to ours, and could not transmit information faster than the speed of light. And the third civilization is at least 300 light-years away from the Empire Star, so it took them 300 years to know about the discovery of the reconnaissance spacecraft, a lieutenant general from Bear State said, but the Empire has mastered the jump communication technology, and the third civilization must have mastered it as well, and the jump communication technology can achieve superluminal information transmission. The discussion began from here. Is it possible that the spaceship lost its ability to communicate through jumps because of the crash, or maybe the St. crystal energy is insufficient? The spaceship has been using jump technology for a long time and many times to explore the interstellar space, and it has reached the point where it can no longer open the jump gate or use jump communication. Whatever the reason, I agree with General Ji. The third civilization is definitely not a galactic civilization. At most, it has just become a stellar intelligent civilization. Otherwise, the spaceship would not have a crash 300 years ago. I still think that the crash is unlikely. How could a spaceship with the ability to explore the interstellar crash because of landing on the Empire star? Is it possible that there is a fourth civilization and the third civilization is fighting with them? The reconnaissance spacecraft was damaged because of the war. Now, the third and fourth civilizations have finished fighting and perished together, since the jump gate technology is not omnipotent, and what we have been studying warp engines are very different. They must be turned on at specific spatial coordinates and crossed to specific spatial coordinates. So, will it be that even if the third civilization has the technology of jump gates, it will take more than 300 years to reach the Empire star? In this case, if a fight really breaks out, the logistics supply of the third civilization will have serious problems, and the advantage is in our hands. If General Ji's analysis is correct, then the alien star may be the only jump coordinate from the Empire star to our galaxy. My suggestion is that we destroy the alien star directly. What to destroy? All nuclear weapons are given to you. You destroy the alien star for me and see, didn't it say that nuclear explosions can affect the opening of the jump gate? We can try it. If it doesn't work, we can build 3,000 planetary propulsion engines to push the alien star directly to the outer edge of the solar system. Or, push it to the sun. Seeing that the discussion intention of the crowd continued to rise, the words they said began to be unrestrained again. Ahem, Ji Xinghe interrupted the discussion. He didn't want to waste time here. He had said everything he should say. It was time to express his position and let people express their positions. Two things, Ji Xinghe did quiet down the conference channel. Everyone looked at him. Even those who could not enter the channel with holographic images pricked up their ears. First, I will be responsible for the disposal of Adakang. I will give an explanation to the Federation about this later. There is no longer any controversy about this. After Ji Xinghe raised the question he did not ask, no one competed with him for Adakang. As for whether Adakang would cause greater trouble to the Federation after being released, to be honest, it would be the same whether the Empire had Adakang or not. No one is irreplaceable. In the eyes of many people, the current Ji Xinghe still has the possibility of being replaced, not to mention Adakang. It's not Emperor Wu III. Second, no matter what the results of your subsequent discussions are, no matter what the results of the discussions between the federal government and the governments of various states are, I will do my best to end the war between us and the Empire. I can allow someone to have other ideas, but anyone's ideas should not hinder me. This sentence stunned people. What surprised people even more was that Tu Yuan did not express his attitude at this time, as if he did not hear it, and as if he felt that it was meaningless to express his attitude at this time. That's it, I'll leave first. Ji Xinghe really left the conference channel like this, and he was the only one who left. Ivanovich was not angry, but relieved. He asked, General Li Yuanba, when are you going to start the experiment you applied for? Li Yuanba laughed, wait until Ji Xinghe has dealt with Adakang. Yang Ate recalled what Li Yuanba had said to him before, and instinctively felt that there was a certain inevitability, but he could never have imagined that Li Hengfen, the greatest hero of the Federation in this war before Ji Xinghe, was not dead. And if Li Hengfen can return to the Federation smoothly, many of the arguments that Ji Xinghe said today based on Xingayu's analysis can be confirmed at the first time. Of course, it is also possible that Li Hengfen has been deceived by Emperor Wu III, with the purpose of misleading the Federation and unable to deal with the Empire with all his strength. But no matter what, Li Hengfen must be exchanged back. Ji Xinghe came to the cell where Adakang was, ready to start the hostage exchange operation. Xingayu hesitated and said, My lord, are you really going to exchange them back? Before, and from the perspective of actual value, Li Hengfen may not be as good as Adakang. After all, he is a prisoner. How much valuable information can he know? Ji Xinghe asked without any hesitation. Xingayu, do you know why I can say that? Which sentence? From today on, we have the final say on the land of the alien planet. Xinghe, you understood? And she replied, because Ji Xinghe once said, from today on, we have the final say on the sky of the alien planet. Is it worth it? It's worth it. Chapter 616, Challenging Emperor Wu III. A King has already said all the information that it can, and it will not say what it cannot say, and it is even more impossible to say what it does not know. Therefore, the only value of a King is to exchange for Ji Xinghe. Treat a King as an inflatable ape with a larger capacity than Caseman, Bill Rossi and others? It makes no sense. In a sense, humans have mastered the power of Qi. Even if the Qi mastered by others, except Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhen, cannot be used to treat others outside the body. In addition to Ji Xinghe, there is no other person who can bestow grace, but more than 3,000 seeds have begun to breed, and it is not far from them growing into towering trees. And such seeds will become more and more. The Empire has received the message we sent and responded that it will have a dialogue and negotiation with us in 2 hours. Yes, Ji Xinghe did not avoid a King. After the meeting, he stayed in the cell where a King was and took care of him personally. Although it has been agreed that a King has the right to dispose of it, we still need to be on guard. Li Yuanba is still in a meeting and will not be back for a while, so he can only watch it himself with his wounds. Standing in a posture, he circulates the Qi in his body while exercising his strength. Ji Xinghe can clearly and intuitively feel that his physical condition is recovering in an all-round way, and the speed is very impressive. At most, he will be able to recover to his peak state in a week, and he can go further. The saying that it takes 100 days to recover from broken bones and broken meridians is no longer applicable to him. From this point of view, he is already a non-human existence, not to mention that he survived and fought in an alien environment for more than 10 minutes without any protection. Fortunately, he is Ji Xinghe. Do you want to know the most efficient application of Qi that I know? Perhaps because he heard the conversation just now, a King actually asked on his own initiative. Ji Xinghe's reaction was beyond a King's expectations. He did not react at all, as if he had not heard it at all, while some people around him were already excited. A King pondered for a while and understood Ji Xinghe's idea. You are worthy of it, but do you really think that your talent exceeds that of our royal family? And, in the past 300 years, there are hundreds of thousands of nobles who have received the gift. Ji Xinghe still did not react, but after hearing what Ada King said, the excitement of the people around him gradually disappeared. Let's not talk about whether Ji Xinghe's talent exceeds that of the imperial royal family. Just say that Ada King, the imperial gorilla, would really be so kind to tell him about the application of Qi? In the case that Ji Xinghe is crossing the river by feeling the stones, Ada King's misleading may very likely cause a new chapter in the history of human evolution to turn the wrong page. Ada King was silent for a while, then asked, did you get the holy crystal? Ji Xinghe still maintained the posture of standing still, and his closed eyes never opened, as if he was asleep. Ada King looked at the lame man standing next to Ji Xinghe. Clear the area. I want to tell him how to use the Saint Crystal. This was an order, and the cripple subconsciously wanted to fight back or even curse, but after taking a deep breath, he asked for the cell to be cleared, and even with Ji Xinghe's authority, he asked the relevant personnel who are always monitoring the cell to clear the area and sign a high-level confidentiality agreement. No one refused to execute it. As an ace mecha warrior, the cripple had high authority. Moreover, although Ji Xinghe did not agree, he did not explicitly express his opposition. After the area was cleared, Ada King spoke. Although the energy drive system of the Emperor armor for Saint Crystal has been dismantled, the energy drive system using the nuclear fusion reactor is also applicable to the energy of Saint Crystal. However, there will be a significant difference in the conversion rate. If the energy drive system exclusive to Saint Crystal is used, the energy of Saint Crystal can be converted by 73%, while forcibly using the power of Qi to mobilize the energy in Saint Crystal can only achieve a conversion rate of 29%. Don't underestimate the 29% conversion rate, because even if it is only 29%, it can exceed the energy power that the nuclear fusion reactor can provide. Of course, I am talking about the miniature nuclear fusion reactor used by Mecha. The Federation calls the nuclear fusion reactor used by Mecha miniaturization, while the Empire calls it miniaturization. It sounds like it's just a difference in the way of naming, but there is a huge difference. Assuming that both sides have the same definition of miniaturization and miniaturization, then the nuclear fusion reactor device manufactured by the Empire is at least as large as the one used by Mecha. After mastering this technology, the Federation is still trying to make the nuclear fusion reactor smaller. Big has its advantages, and small has its uses. For example, if the energy guns used by mechas can be equipped with a miniature nuclear fusion reactor as defined by the Federation, then mechas versus space battleships will be really a big deal. Ji Xinghe also thought of this gap and some possibilities, so he opened his eyes. Noticing this, Ji Xinghe laughed. The difference between the nuclear fusion reactor technology used by mechas and the Saint crystal is like the difference between controlled nuclear fusion technology and nuclear fission technology, so you must be careful when using the Saint crystal, otherwise, I won't be able to see you on the Empire Star. Ji Xinghe looked like he was thinking about Ji Xinghe, and said earnestly, I know that when you determined the power of Qi and could communicate the energy in the Saint crystal, you came up with a method of using the Saint crystal to practice. But I sincerely suggest that you give up this idea, because you will really die. If you don't believe it, wait until the person among you humans who has received your gift has reached the level of you and me in terms of the magnitude of Qi, then let him try to use the energy in the Saint crystal to practice for you. You will see with your own eyes that he is directly blown up by the energy of the Saint crystal, the kind of explosion that explodes every cell. Yes, only when the magnitude of Qi reaches the level of you and me, can you be qualified to use the energy in the Saint crystal. But, Ji Xinghe paused slightly, as if he was organizing his words. The key we have can only be the key to open the Saint crystal, as well as the bridge and channel for transmitting the Saint crystal's energy. We cannot let the Saint crystal's energy enter our bodies, but let the Saint crystal's energy be transmitted from outside the body. I remember that you are the top mechanic in the Federation. You should be able to quickly master the method of using the Saint crystal's energy, and when necessary, give my second brother's Royal Guard Mecha Battalion a surprise. Yes, only when facing them, you, who have the Emperor armor, need to use the energy of the Saint crystal. Before that, even if the real anti-galaxy core I mentioned appears, as long as you don't want to die and want to fight 1 against 100, I think your invincible name will be even louder. The real anti-galaxy core that Ji Xinghe said is the Mecha core composed of Marcus armor. Compared with the previous anti-galaxy core composed of Earl armor, the strength and quantity will have a qualitative change. At least 2,000 Marcus armor, Ji Xinghe can't kill them all by himself even with the Emperor armor. If it is in a cluster state, it is also difficult to kill through. Ji Xinghe couldn't kill them alone. If he led the independent regiment, he could kill them, but the current independent regiment couldn't kill them. Because the Shenzhen armor of the independent regiment was at the same level as the Marcus armor of the Empire, even with a blessing of neural connection technology, it was difficult to make up for the gap between the combat power of the same level on both sides. The lame man and the left hand didn't have time to think about the anti-galaxy core, because Ji Xinghe was still talking. There is actually no special method for the application of Qi. The experience I have gained and the experience I have discovered only taught me one truth: believe in it. Tell it what you want to do, as long as it can help you do it, it will help you do it, and if it can't do it, it can't do it. Specifically, it will take countless attempts. If you don't want to listen to me, then figure it out yourself. Upon hearing this, someone got anxious. Using the communication device, he made a request to Ji Xinghe, hoping that Ji Xinghe would get some specific methods and usages from Ji Xinghe. And said, General Ji, even if there is a possibility that Ji Xinghe is misleading us, as long as we know it, we can conduct relevant experiments. Only when it is verified that what it says is correct and has no side effects, will we promote it. Ji Xinghe can ignore Ji Xinghe, but he can't ignore the reasonable requests of these people. He thought about it, raised his hand and responded with a bracelet. Ji Xinghe is wrong. It should not be to believe in the Qi in the body, but to control the Qi in the body. Believe? Control? The difference between the two is easy to hear, so some anxious people are silent. Ji Xinghe noticed Ji Xinghe's actions and guessed something. I didn't expect that someone as strong as you, Ji Xinghe, would also need to explain to some humans who are far inferior to you. If this was in the Empire, they would all die. Ji Xinghe, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. So, your Empire is not as good as our Federation, because most of those who can help your Empire have been killed by you. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. We did kill too many, but if we didn't kill, how could there be an Empire today? You humans will never understand how we used to live on the Empire Star. Monkeys, yes, monkeys. Ji Xinghe's expression was extremely angry. If it weren't for them, How could your federation stop our empire? Ji Xinghe did not comment. Ada Kang also lost interest in continuing to talk about intelligence. Sitting there, he also learned from Ji Xinghe just now, closing his eyes and starting to use the power of Qi to repair his body injuries. Because there was no comprehensive treatment, and humans had little experience in treating gorillas, and they were beaten again by Ji Xinghe after the challenge in front of the battle. So although its Qi is not weaker than Ji Xinghe now, it will take at least a month to recover. Ji Xinghe also closed his eyes again and used the power of Qi to heal his wounds. 2 hours passed quickly, and Li Yuanba arrived a few minutes earlier. The meeting is suspended. Yes. Then there was silence. When the agreed negotiation time was approaching, Li Yuanba, who hesitated for several minutes or even longer, suddenly asked, "Do you really want to help me?" Ji Xinghe answered seriously, "I'm not helping you, thank you." People who could listen to the conversation were a little confused about the conversation between the two, including Yang Ante, Tu Yuan and others, but it was not easy to ask directly. They could only give unlimited trust. When the agreed time arrived, the first public negotiation of the highest level in the history of the Federation and the Empire began. And the highest level was not known to people until the communication was established, otherwise Ji Xinghe would not be able to represent the Federation. Because after the communication was established, what appeared on the screen was an imperial gorilla in gorgeous clothes. When people made guesses, Ada Kang, who was in the cage behind Ji Xinghe, confirmed people's guesses with actual actions. Woo-hoo-woo, Ada Kang shouted loudly and bowed. Who else could make him, a prince of the empire, do this except Emperor Wu-I-I-I? Without the need for translation, people have already confirmed the identity of the gorilla on the screen. When Ivanovich was about to take over the negotiation with some regret, Emperor Wu-I-I had already spoken. He spoke in a clear and melodious dragon language. Ji Xinghe, hello. It actually ignored Ada Kang and those people in high positions in the Federation who must be able to hear its voice, and took the initiative to greet Ji Xinghe. Some people who were preparing to replace Ji Xinghe all stopped their actions. Ji Xinghe, has it reached this point? People's shock has not been fully expressed before they heard a voice that stunned them. Ji Xinghe, who stood there with his hands behind his back, wearing a fitted combat suit and standing tall, did not respond to the greeting from Emperor Wu-I-I-I. Instead, he asked a question softly. Are you willing to accept my challenge? No matter, with or without armor, he almost died in the battle with Ada Kang without armor, and now you want to challenge Emperor Wu-I-I-I? Some people think that Ji Xinghe has been blinded by victory, such as Ivanovich and others. Some people, like Tu Yuan and others, were already excited. Some wanted to speak out to stop him, but it was too late. Emperor Wu-I-I had already answered. He said, I do. Chapter 617, I am disappointed that you have limits. Before Emperor Wu-I-I said I do, no one could have imagined that he would really accept Ji Xinghe's challenge. No matter how you look at it, there is a huge gap between the identities of both sides. Even if Ji Xinghe's military rank is promoted to 5-star general, his position becomes the commander-in-chief of the Federation, and he even becomes the second federal marshal after Li Anbang, who is in name only. It is not worth it for Emperor Wu-I-I to take action personally. Because Emperor Wu-I-I controls the entire empire, and Ji Xinghe will never be able to control the entire Federation. To put it bluntly, when Ji Xinghe has this idea and takes actual action, he will die at the hands of humans. But Emperor Wu-I-I agreed, and he said the 3 words I do in dragon language in public. People were puzzled, stunned, and shocked. Some people were stunned, some were dumbfounded, and some were fierce and resolute. However, all these expressions and all these thoughts disappeared because of what Emperor Wu-I-I said later. But not now, you are not worthy yet. Wu-I-I's clear and loud voice made people suspect that he was a human in a gorilla skin. On the contrary, he did not think too much about what he said about Ji Xinghe not being worthy. Indeed, there was a little bit. Ji Xinghe seemed to have expected Wu-I's answer and did not have any special reaction. He looked at Wu-I on the screen with his hands behind his back as before. People looked at him and at Ada Kang who was still bowing in the cage behind him, and felt that the little bit of unworthiness was really very small. The future is promising. What can it be exchanged for? Ji Xinghe's question finally brought this conversation, which was beyond everyone's expectations, back to the point. Before Wu-I appeared, or before the picture based on the multilayer communication technology conversion appeared on the screen, No one could have thought that this negotiation would allow humans to see Wu Dii for the first time. Yes, this is the first time that humans saw Emperor Wu Dii. Before today, no matter what level of imperial prisoners the Federation captured, or how precious the spoils were, they could not let humans see the true appearance of Emperor Wu Dii. This also made people subconsciously ignore a very important picture, a robot standing next to Emperor Wu Dii's throne. In fact, it is normal. Although Ji Xinghe's metal shell is humanoid, due to the continuous increase of the life support system, the height has exceeded 2 meters and 3 meters, which is taller than many single soldier exoskeleton armors, and it is particularly bloated. It looks like an orangutan, or an orangutan-shaped robot guard. Who can imagine that there will be a human beside Emperor Wu Dii? Emperor Wu Dii's eyes are still fixed on Ji Xinghe. Everyone who appears next to Ji Xinghe, as well as Ji Xinghe in the cage, are not taken seriously by him. This is not surprising. Ji Xinghe is the highest-ranking person in the prison cell. Originally, this negotiation should have been conducted by Yang Ante, the commander of the Mountain of God's War Zone, or the relevant high-level generals of Nanshinmen. But because Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba wanted to take away the right to dispose of Ji Xinghe, and Li Yuanba clearly stated in the previous meeting that he would not conduct the experiment he had applied for before Ji Xinghe had finished disposing of Ji Xinghe. Therefore, the person in charge of this negotiation can only be Ji Xinghe. Some of the people who were unwilling to let Li Yuanba take risks before have now undergone a drastic change in their mentality. They are eager for Li Yuanba to start and then succeed. Ji Xinghe now can no longer be described as tough. He is so domineering that he is simply. Emperor Wu Dii looked at Ji Xinghe and said softly, "An opportunity. When an emperor speaks, he rarely speaks directly to the point. This has been the case in the past of the Federation and the past and present of the Empire. Ji Xinghe is not used to talking like this. This is not the first time he has communicated with Emperor Wu Dii, but he has never had such a face-to-face opportunity before. Ji Xinghe can indeed give you an opportunity, so what do you want in exchange?" People's breathing stagnated. Although negotiations are like this, you must have the upper hand to seize the initiative and bring advantages to the subsequent exchange of interests. But the problem is, isn't Ji Xinghe too tough? Ji Xinghe has a rebellious heart, which can be seen by humans, so how could Emperor Wu Dii not see it? If we talk like this, what if Emperor Wu Dii doesn't want Ji Xinghe? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? As for putting Ji Xinghe back, the core reason why it was passed without people knowing that Ji Xinghe was still alive was that Ji Xinghe said that he was willing to give it a try. Although it is not possible that Emperor Wu Dii died after Ji Xinghe gave it a try, Dongguo Silian was able to create a resistance army, so how could Ji Xinghe be inferior to Dongguo Silian? But some people also think that Ji Xinghe's tough attitude makes sense. Speaking of which, although Emperor Wu Dii controlled the entire empire, the strength of his control was not actually to the extent that he could decide everything with one word. Otherwise, the anti-galaxy core concept proposed by Ji Xinghe before would not have only the Earl armor as the standard mecha. It is definitely not a good thing for the interests of the aristocratic group of the empire to let civilians who are not afraid of death, or even slaves like Liu, drive mechas that can only be driven by great nobles. Without saying too much, it is the principle of cake. Of course, this is also related to the fact that when the Imperial Mecha warriors drive the same level of mecha, the combat effectiveness has always been higher than that of the Federal Mecha warriors. But no matter what, the Imperial Prince like Ji Xinghe and the piece of cake it represents cannot be ignored by Emperor Wu Dii, and it can be snatched away by the Federation. A long time ago, Ji Xinghe slashed a heartbreaking knife in the Battle of Vulture Mountain, cutting out a conflict of interests between the Imperial family and the Imperial nobles, and between the new and old nobles of the empire. In short, your brother Ji Xinghe was captured, and you were unwilling to exchange him back, and you took back his fiefdom after Ji Xinghe's death. If we were captured, wouldn't it be even more miserable? The purpose of fighting is to gain military merits to maintain the power of the nobles. If the end of fighting is death and loss of power, who would be willing to fight? The redemption of captives is of course a very meaningful beginning for the nobles of the empire who participated in the war when the Federation gradually gained the advantage of the alien war. People have many ideas, but none of them can affect Ji Xinghe. No one dared to compete for the right to represent at this time, so this highest level conversation between the Federation and the empire in history was able to continue. "Do you know what I want to do with Ji Xinghe?" Emperor Wu Dii continued in her low voice. What is a little strange is that this time, Emperor Wui's voice did not have the sense of majesty of the last time, as if it had lost some kind of power. It is also possible that there were too many communication transfers this time. Ji Xinghe seemed to be completely unaware of this, and said without hesitation, "You have to give it the power of grace, and then let it give grace to more gorillas and even monkeys for you." People were shocked again, and they had the idea that they must not let Ada Kang go back. The combat effectiveness of the Federation mech warriors gradually equaled that of the Empire mech warriors, thanks to the addition of neural link technology. But compared to the expensive neural link technology driving kit, the cost of the gift seems very low. Emperor Wui didn't seem surprised that Ji Xinghe could guess it, and seemed a little happy because Ji Xinghe could guess it. A smile appeared on his face, and he asked, "Aren't you afraid? There's more than one Ada Kang in the Empire. I heard that you have many sons." The thoughts that people just had disappeared in an instant. Yes, although Ada Kang is very strong, there is really more than one Ada Kang in the Empire. How much difference does it make to let him go? So, Ada Kang's value is actually not that great. Emperor Wui spoke without scruples, and didn't care about Ada Kang's thoughts at all. He didn't even look at Ada Kang until now. Ji Xinghe pondered, as if he was thinking. But the moment he spoke, people knew that he didn't actually think about anything, he was just a little annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense. What can it be exchanged for?" The smile on Emperor Wui's face froze, and then it became bright again in an instant, as if he had Stockholm Syndrome. "What do you want?" "Him, and more, him. It." When people frowned and thought, Emperor Wui had already answered. "Him, and 10 tons of tungsten steel gold, 10 holy crystals." People just began to think about how many national-level mechas 10 tons of tungsten steel gold could be used to build, or hundreds of tungsten steel gold weapons, or a dozen space battleships with nuclear fusion reactors, and whether they could ask for more. Ji Xinghe responded. "Okay, half an hour, is that enough?" "Enough." Ji Xinghe waved his hand, and Li Yuanba slowly withdrew from the range that the camera could capture, and then ran away. His actions made people think, but they couldn't think of anything. Emperor Wui also seemed to have not seen Li Yuanba, and asked with interest, "Will you lead the troops as before?" "Yes," Ji Xinghe answered, and then asked, "Will you come to the alien star?" "No," Emperor Wui answered tacitly, and then asked, "I heard that you divided it into 9 levels. When do you think you can reach the 8th level?" "Sorry, I have reached the 9th level." This is the answer that people think of, and Ji Xinghe should make, but it is obvious that Ji Xinghe knows that there is no point in arguing. "When I go to the Empire Star, come and kill me, and then become the 9th level." A good idea. Hearing this sentence from Emperor Wui, people suddenly felt that Ji Xinghe's answer just now seemed very good, even more domineering than directly saying that he was in the 9th level. But for Ji Xinghe, none of this is important. What is important is that he got a chance to ask a question. "What is the 8th stage like?" Wui did not answer directly. Instead, he said, "This question is very valuable. Are you sure you have the answer to the question I want? If not..." Ji Xinghe paused slightly, looked at Wui and said, "When I kill you, let you die quickly." "Ha ha ha!" Wui's loud laughter rang out, and the majesty that Ji Xinghe had felt from the communication before suddenly descended on the hearts of everyone who could hear its voice. In a trance, someone returned to a quiet night on the Azure Star and was awakened by a muffled thunder in his sleep. Some people recalled that when they were diving deep in the Azure Star, they looked up inadvertently and a huge blue whale slid over their heads. Some people saw the dust storm covering the sky and the sun on the alien planet, and they were investigating in it wearing fragile protective clothing. Their heartbeats accelerated and their scalps numbed. The laughter that lasted for about 10 seconds seemed as long as a century to many people. The Federation and the Empire, the mountain with the highest individual military power in the true sense, just waved their hands to disperse the clouds that covered its huge body. But when people looked closely, they found that only the middle of the mountain was exposed, and the highest point was still invisible. This idealistic feeling made people think of the real extraordinary. The federal standard weight is 1.3 tons. The laughter of Emperor Wui was not his answer to Ji Xinghe, but just a prelude. Sitting on the throne, he pointed at the robot that had been standing quietly beside him, and waved his hand while speaking softly. It was just like that, and then the thunder and lightning appeared. The robot flew up, hit the screen, and then disappeared from the edge of the view that people could see. Some people said that they did not see the robot exerting force. Some people said that the robot had no propulsion engine. Some people said that the distance was at least 10 meters, and it was impossible to determine how far the robot flew after jumping over the camera. But what is certain is that the robot did not fall when it jumped over the camera. People who have seen Ji Xinghe's fist leave a fist mark on the tungsten steel alloy. People who have seen Ji Xinghe fight for more than 10 minutes in an alien environment without any protective equipment, and people who have seen the video of an imperial prince escaping from the Nantianmen space station. All of them were silent. From the physical level to the energy level, the gap between them may be greater than the gap between a nuclear fusion reactor and a hand-cranked generator. But Ji Xinghe did not remain silent. What not many people could see at this time was that his eyes burst into light that seemed to be real. It seemed to be really glowing. He said, "If this is your limit, I will be disappointed." Wu Emperor I saw Ji Xinghe's eyes, frowned slightly and then relaxed in an instant. It said, "I am also disappointed that you don't plan to have another son after you have the power of Qi. But I think after you try it to no avail, you will find a way to try it. Because this is the only way to reach this limit." Wu Emperor I, who has been passed down for 3 generations and accumulated for 300 years, gave Ji Xinghe a way to reach the limit. It also poured cold water on the Federation. Whether what Emperor Wu I said was true or not is not important. What is important is that even the 9-stage division made by Ji Xinghe is based on the number of years of obtaining Qi. Another main basis is that after obtaining the power of Qi, the genetic inheritance of evolution is produced. In these two aspects, Emperor Wu I and the Empire are indeed 300 years ahead of the Federation. Even if Ji Xinghe really wants to have a twilight romance and have children now, how can he catch up with a gap of 300 years? Don't be disappointed, don't ask, when I kill you, I will make you feel pain. Ji Xinghe, who seemed to go back on his words, explained in a serious tone that he did not go back on his words. I'll give you another word, the limit is something that you don't believe in, and it doesn't exist. Chapter 618, Return of the Hero. The conversation between Ji Xinghe and Emperor Wu I started very suddenly and ended very suddenly. Faced with the idea of some high-level personnel of the Federation to take over this conversation and have more exchanges after Ji Xinghe said that there was nothing to say, Emperor Wu I simply chose to ignore it. The Empire interrupted the communication because of this. This behavior undoubtedly tells the Federation a fact, except Ji Xinghe, no one is worthy. Although people are reluctant to admit it, in retrospect, they can still analyze the reason why Emperor Wu I appeared in this conversation. Ji Xinghe was the negotiating representative of the Federation in the message sent back by Ji Xinghe. Because Ji Xinghe wanted to talk, Emperor Wu I wanted to talk to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe felt that there was nothing to talk about, and Emperor Wu I also felt that there was nothing to talk about, so there was no need to talk anymore. General Ji, a somewhat angry voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears, but after hesitating for some reasons, he could only grasp a small problem that was actually not worth mentioning. Why do you want to tell Emperor Wu I about the purpose of the Jimin Bible? Perhaps because of being too eager. Ji Xinghe's Ji Family Fist series of teaching videos were directly addressed in an informal way. Ji Xinghe had a blank expression. If I don't tell it, it won't know. It is very likely that it doesn't know, because it has tacitly accepted your words, and the value is equivalent to its ability to show us the 8th stage. Do you want to think about what you are talking about? It is indeed untenable. Don't believe in limits, there will be no limits. Many people have said this before Ji Xinghe. As primates like humans, the imperial orangutans are very similar in many ways, and there are thousands of similar truths that have been confirmed. Besides, Ji Xinghe just communicated with Emperor Wu I in dragon language. The same is true for the word limit. Emperor Wu I's dragon language level is comparable to that of Longzhou people. How could he not understand the culture of Longzhou and the Federation? Who is he? Orangutan? Monkey? Human? A new question was raised, but Ji Xinghe was too lazy to answer it. Those who should know will know. After actively hanging up the communication from Nantianmen, Ji Xinghe received some communication requests. After thinking about it, Ji Xinghe still connected to Yuan. What are you and Li Yuanba doing? Can't you guess? Why do you want me to guess? Because it won't work if you say it out loud. Tu Yuan understood, but was a little sad. He knew Ji Xinghe earlier than Li Yuanba, and they had experienced so many wars together. Many people in the Federation called them a miracle combination. Now Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. To put it nicely, they have a closer relationship. To put it bluntly, they are on guard against him. But Tu Yuan can also understand that although he, Li Anbang and Tang Qiao all have the identity of double agents, Li Anbang needs no more explanation, and Tang Qiao has long been a die-hard fan of Ji Xinghe. Only he joined the Tower Top organization first, and then joined the Yingling organization, and he has extremely high authority on both sides, and he has great power and influence. To be honest, if the facts are as he guessed, it would be really disadvantageous for him. Before the emergence of the third civilization, wars were limited to the surface of the planet, and mecha warriors were already called the king of war. After the emergence of the third civilization, everyone, including him and Ji Xinghe, believed that the war would shift to the interstellar space. Mecha warriors versus space battleships were just a little tricky, and more of them were based on his home-changing tactics. When Ji Xinghe proposed that the third civilization was at most a stellar-level intelligent civilization, the interstellar fleet composed of space battleships naturally became the new king of war. As for the war between the space fleets, looking at the Federation, even if nearly 10 years have passed, that person is the best commander-in-chief. He was able to let the Federation master the air supremacy of the alien planet and let the Federation say, from today on, we have the final say in the alien sky. He was later awarded the only blue medal by the Federation. How could he just issue an order to sink the main space battleship of the Empire? That person's ability in the sky is more powerful than Li Yuan's ability as a galaxy-level mecha warrior on the Earth. If we must compare, that person is like Ji Xinghe to the mecha warriors in terms of the space fleet. So, Tu Yuan, who is still young and strong, and whose lifespan, physical fitness, and energy can be maintained for a longer time after the Federation has the power of Qi, will he have the idea of competing with that person for the commander-in-chief? Even, the competition is nipped in the bud. Don't think so much, Ji Xinghe spoke when Tu Yuan was silent. Now he is no longer an old recruit who has just entered the battlefield. Even when he first joined the army, he has decades of experience in human relations. He said softly, only Li Yuanba and I know. After saying this, Tu Yuan felt much better. After all, the one who should know this matter the most must be Li Anbang, not him. And Ji Xinghe didn't need to deceive him on this matter. Don't worry, I have a lot more brains than you, Tu Yuan said to Ji Xinghe, hung up the communication, and then found a place where no one was. Xinghe, are you there? 3 seconds later, Xinghe's voice sounded, no need to ask, I know, I concealed it. Tu Yuan was a little helpless. Am I really that kind of person in your eyes? What kind of person? That kind of person? I'm just an artificial intelligence program. I can't understand, and I don't have eyes. Don't play dumb. I'm not going to talk about that thing. I'm going to talk about the content of the meeting just now. Tu Yuan is indeed not that kind of person. He is looking for Xinghe for something serious. After Ji Xinghe and Emperor Wu Yi finished their negotiations, the previously suspended meeting was about to resume, and Tu Yuan took the time to discuss some arrangements with Xinghe. Why don't you say it earlier? If you don't say it earlier, how can I know what you are going to say? Xinghe also returned to normal and began to talk about some of her arrangements just now, such as the engineering spaceship flying to Xiangxing. Engineering type is Xinghe's definition. Since the Federation currently has only a few spaceships, it is natural that the spaceship will not be defined functionally. Even space battleships often undertake transportation tasks, and there are weapon systems on spaceships that can transform them into space battleships. It's a good choice. Xiangxing is farther away from us, and there are many meteorites in this Xiangxing ring. In the short term, they will still focus on the Jupiter ring. Jupiter is also a gas planet with a planetary ring. It is much closer to the Azure Star than Xiangxing, but the mass of Jupiter's ring is far less than that of Xiangxing. When humans discovered this Xiangxing ring, they thought that Jupiter had no planetary ring. That's right, my vision has always been good. Xinghe, who just said that he had no eyes, said this as if he was slapping Tu Yuan in the face. But Tu Yuan has gotten used to it, and now he values this artificial intelligence life that doesn't listen to him more and more. The only chance for humans to face the third civilization must be Xinghe, not Ji Xinghe. If Xinghe still stands firmly in the human camp at that time, compared with the revenge of humans, the revenge of an artificial intelligence life is undoubtedly more terrifying. Whether the third civilization has created artificial intelligence life or not, it is like this. You make a detailed schedule, and I will arrange people to follow up and supplement it, and coordinate relevant resources at the same time, Tu Yuan said softly. The formula of tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold should be similar in general. As long as we continue to study and exploit resources, we will be able to produce large quantities of tungsten steel gold sooner or later. The home-changing tactics cannot be separated from tungsten steel gold. Xinghe suddenly poured cold water. Don't be so optimistic. I think the tungsten steel gold technology of the Empire must come from the third civilization. 300 years have passed. The material technology of the third civilization will definitely be more powerful. Tungsten steel gold is nothing, but this is what we have, the only one. Tu Yuan said, it is not realistic to expect us to research more powerful materials in a short period of time. Makes sense, of course. Tu Yuan said in his heart, and then said, the Empire has the manufacturing technology of tungsten steel gold, has a jump gate, and has multiple mining stars. In theory, they can produce tungsten steel gold in large quantities, but even the Royal Mecha Guard Battalion of Emperor Wu II only uses Duke armor, which is made of tungsten steel alloy. What does this show? Xinghe analyzed it. First, the Prince armor made of tungsten steel gold is too powerful. Emperor Wu II is afraid, so he didn't produce it in large quantities. Second, tungsten steel gold is the main manufacturing material of nuclear fusion reactors, and it is also the main manufacturing material of ultra-high power engines and energy main guns. Although it is impossible to determine whether the Empire has mastered the latter two technologies, Emperor Wu II is very likely to be manufacturing the Empire's space fleet. The Federation did not have the ability to manufacture miniaturized nuclear fusion reactors before. The nuclear fusion reactors used by Li Yuanba, Kadelin, and Robert were all from the Empire's mechas. That is, the Prince armor, General armor, and Prince armor that Li Yuanba destroyed are not much different from each other, and they are considered to be of the same level. The nuclear fusion reactor used by Ji Xinghe's God Punishment armor is a replica of the tungsten steel gold that the Federation used to recycle the captured tungsten steel gold weapons. Similarly, the reason why the Federation's single-soldier starship can develop from a single-soldier type to a carrier type can transport mechas weighing several tons, and the power of the light of divine punishment can be improved and continue to move towards the level of energy main guns. It is all because of the combination of the two materials, tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold. Before, the way the Federation could obtain these two materials was to seize them from the battlefield. Otherwise, Ji Xinghe's independent regiment would not have been unable to equip the 300 pieces of tungsten steel gold weapons that were already standard when Ji Xinghe returned after destroying so many Earl armors. The weapons used by other independent regiments will not be mainly tungsten steel alloy or the ultra-high-strength alloy created by the Federation. It can be foreseen that after the Federation has the formula of tungsten steel alloy and the manufacturing capacity, the Federation's controlled nuclear fusion applications, engine technology, energy main guns and other technologies will be significantly improved. Similarly, the same is true for the Empire. I tend to believe the latter, Tu Yuan said. Emperor Wu II must be waiting for an opportunity, and then send a space fleet composed of large-scale space battleships to pass through the jump gate to the alien planet, regain air supremacy, or even go straight to the Blue Star. So, when will you be able to decipher the source code of the Empire? So many people in the Federal Academy of Sciences have worked hard for so many years and have not succeeded. You count on me, Xinghe said angrily. I'm not even 4 years old, you know. But you're different. You're a real genius. No matter how talented I am, I'm only 4 years old, and I told you a long time ago that after evolving into an artificial intelligence life, some of my abilities as an artificial intelligence program have been lost. I'm not as omnipotent as you think. Then we can only fight in another way, Tu Yuan said with some regret. Maybe, Lao Ji is really going to drive a mecha to chop down the Empire's space battleships. However, compared to the space battleships of the third civilization, the Empire's space battleships should be easier to chop down. Xinghe was speechless. In front of Tu Yuan and Li Yuanba, she had been deliberately expressing that she and Ji Xinghe were just collaborators. But the problem is that Tu Yuan is such a smart person. After such a long time together, how could he not know her true attitude towards Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenao? I can only say that I have been working on deciphering the source code. Now I will pay more attention to it without you telling me, because the source code of the Empire comes from the third civilization. In theory, if I can handle the Empire, I can handle the third civilization. Of course, it is precisely because it comes from the third civilization that it is so difficult to decipher. Xinghe finally admitted her attitude and said, but the problem is that I really have no power. Nuwa is too stupid, and the other artificial intelligence programs are also very stupid. You humans are also stupid. Unless you give me all the computing resources of the Federation, I can complete the deciphering within a year. Of course, all the computing resources cannot be given to Xinghe. In that case, the Federation will be finished without the Empire fighting. Not even 1% is possible. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Tu Yuan reminded, you can try the technology of quantum computers and biological computers, forget about quantum computer technology. It's just a dream without a few hundred years, Xinghe said. However, there is some hope for biological computers. It still depends on the progress of the biological material Mecha research laboratory. Well, regarding the content of the meeting and the content of the next meeting, I think we should make some preparations, such as, Tu Yuan talked to Xinghe again, and Xinghe's ability to multitask will naturally not be affected when her body is on an alien planet. While discussing with Tu Yuan, she was also accompanying Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba to carry out the task of hostage trading. In the cold cell, the unconscious Adakang was put on a set of metal prison uniforms and then sent into an armored vehicle. Li Yuanba wore armor as a guard, while Ji Xinghe stayed behind. It is impossible for the two of them to appear on the same battlefield at the same time, and Ji Xinghe has no mecha available now. Han Li's alluring armor was returned to Han Li after the challenge in front of the battle. The captured prince's armor was still being transformed, and the repair of the Star Moon armor was not completed. It was also because of the transformation of the prince's armor that it was not so urgent. The waiting process was long, but fortunately, Ji Xinghe's negotiation with Emperor Wu Ii was very effective. The two sides seemed to have established a certain trust, as the strongest individual force of the Federation and the Empire. In the Z-98 battlefield of the God's Mountain War Zone, the area where Ji Xinghe had his first dialogue with Emperor Wu Ii, an imperial armored transport vehicle, without any military escort, slowly drove towards the armored prisoner car that Li Yuanba was guarding alone. The prisoner car had no driver and was driven by remote control. For the Federation, this was actually problematic, but Li Yuanba insisted. The imperial armored transport vehicle carrying 10 tons of tungsten steel gold was not fast, and there was no communication during the driving process, as if there was no communication device installed to adapt to the federal communication system. When the car finally stopped in front of Li Yuanba, a robot came down from the driver's seat. Only him. People were surprised to find that it was the robot that had stood beside Emperor Wu Ii and was blasted away by Emperor Wu Ii. So, was it him that Ji Xinghe asked Emperor Wu Ii for? Or it? Many people were confused, and some had already guessed something. When people looked at the two figures, one big and one small, facing each other on the battlefield, some were confused, some were surprised, some were excited, and some were excited. They were all kinds of emotions that were hard to describe. Ji Xinghe's feelings were different from others. In his sight, the tall overlord armor seemed to suddenly become small, as if it could be knocked down at any time. The short robot suddenly became extremely tall and could shelter from the wind and rain. Ji Xinghe was envious and sad. Li Hangfen looked at the tall mecha in front of him, but a thin figure emerged in his mind. The child who ran away from home because he didn't want to join the army has now become the second galaxy-level mecha warrior in the Federation. Wearing golden armor and shining red stars. It's great. He who doesn't need to breathe, takes a deep breath. He who can't smile, smiles. He raised his head and whispered. I'm back. The faint but fast wind from the alien star, carrying the voice from the speaker, penetrated Li Yuanba's mecha and floated behind Li Yuanba. There was the position of the Federation. It was the Federation, the world of humans. P.S. My work and rest schedule was completely messed up. As the saying goes, one lie needs more lies to make up for it. I want to say that staying up late is the same. Chapter 619 Just Live. This world will continue to function even if no one leaves, including Ji Xinghe. Similarly, this world will continue to function even if everyone returns, including Li Hangfen. Of course, the premise is that Li Hangfen has not really died. But after all, there is a big difference. The Empire's technology in this area is similar to ours, but in fact, there is a big difference. So in the case of Li General Hangfen, there is no obvious problem with the current life support system. We dare not change anything easily. When talking about Li Hangfen's title, the medical director hesitated a little, but finally used the title of general. In theory, The current Li Xinghe is very likely not the real Li Xinghe, because there are too many missing parts of his body, and it can be said in another way, Li Xinghe has few remaining body parts. In this case, some technologies, including DNA testing, are not completely accurate. After all, the Federation has mastered the technology of cloning humans. But Li Yuanba said that he was Li Xinghe, so before Li Anbang expressed his objection, he was Li Xinghe. A long time ago, when technology was not so advanced and everything was very primitive, our anatomy was very limited, the medical director added, until Andreas Vesalius, who is known as the founder of anatomy, from dissecting animals to stealing corpses from mass graves, to stealing the bodies of death row prisoners who had just been hanged. Well, he wrote a book on the structure of the human body, which corrected more than 300 errors in the most famous anatomy cognition before, and the most famous cognition before was obtained from dissecting monkeys. There is such a big gap between the monkeys on the Azure Star and our human body, not to mention the gorillas and monkeys in the Empire, But please rest assured, we have installed a built-in communication module for General Li Xinghe, so communication is much more convenient than before. When Li Xinghe returned, there was no built-in communication module in his body, and he relied entirely on speakers to speak. This was naturally not a problem in the environment of the Empire Star, but now that he is on an alien planet and Li Xinghe has clearly expressed his unwillingness to return to the Azure Star for treatment, the addition of a communication module is very necessary. Okay, thank you, Li Yuanba expressed his gratitude a little tiredly. Although he firmly told everyone that Li Xinghe was Li Xinghe, the doubts intensified as more and more people knew the news. This is normal. Let's not talk about whether Li Xinghe is Li Xinghe or not. Even if he is really, so what? He was able to survive as a captive on the Empire Star for so many years. When Emperor Wu Yi first appeared, there was only one person around him. Did he really not betray the Federation? Based on this, Ji Xinghe did not leave, but stayed here, as if to support the brothers Li Xinghe and Li Yuanba. This is what we should do. The medical director left after he finished speaking. Li Xinghe's treatment must take a long time, and he didn't need to stay here all the time. Moreover, there are still many people who want to ask him some information, and he must give an answer. The scene has not been cleared, and the defense or guarding force has increased compared to before. This is a medical area in the rear of the Mountain of God's war zone. Ji Xinghe was treated here before, but now it is like a prison cell. However, because Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe were present at the same time, there was no confrontation, because neither of them needed to bring anyone. Including the cripple and the left hand, after Ji Xinghe's physical condition recovered, they were also ordered by Ji Xinghe to leave for the battlefield. General Li Yuanba, although we understand your feelings, now, we want to talk to General Li Xinghe. Don't worry, we just talk first. The military representatives headed by an admiral of Yingzhou can be said to have given great respect. To be honest, after checking Li Xinghe's physical condition and doing some treatment and repair within their ability, there is no problem in interrogating Li Xinghe first. Many people even believe that if Li Anbang is still on the alien planet, he will definitely order Li Xinghe to be interrogated directly. In fact, Li Anbang, who has received the news, did make such instructions. But the relevant personnel took into account the attitudes of Li Yuanba, Li Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe, who seemed unrelated but played a decisive role in this incident, so they said they wanted to talk first. Let's talk. The tired Li Yuanba's tone continued to rise, like a roller coaster reaching the top, making all the passengers breathing uncontrollably stagnate. Admiral Yingzhou frowned. Yes, Li Yuanba looked at him for 3 seconds, then said, wait a minute, further treatment is needed. Ji Xinghe raised his eyebrows slightly. This was not like Li Yuanba's character. It seemed that Li Xinghe's return had a great impact on Li Yuanba. This was really a good thing for what Li Yuanba was about to do. You have just heard the professional opinions given by the medical team. Our conversation will not affect General Li Xinghe. If you are worried, Admiral Yingzhou softened his tone because of Li Yuanba's attitude, we can monitor Li Xinghe's physical condition. If there is any change, we will stop immediately. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. Li Yuanba's face is already very big, and there is also Ji Xinghe's face and Li Anbang's face. Although Li Anbang asked to interrogate Li Xinghe, he is his own son after all. Li Yuanba shook his head. Ji Xinghe hasn't tried it yet. Admiral Yingzhou looked at Ji Xinghe, and so did the others. I can try, but your injury hasn't healed yet, it's just the body. The key has recovered, but it will affect your healing of your own body, my body, I know it. Having said that, Admiral Yingzhou couldn't stop him anymore, but after a little hesitation, he still said, if General Ji wants to try to treat General Li Hangfen, we must limit General Li Hangfen's ability to move. After checking Li Hangfen's body, there was no self-destruct device, positioning device, weapons system, etc. But Li Hangfen's weight is now as high as 1.3 tons, and a large amount of tungsten steel alloy is used. As long as he has the ability to move, he has a combat power that cannot be ignored. This is also the reason why the Federation is very suspicious of Li Hangfen. Tungsten steel alloy is really precious. Even if the Federation has obtained the formula of tungsten steel alloy and verified it as true, it is unlikely to be used in mechanical life support systems. The Empire's tungsten steel alloy is not abundant, and the scarcity of the Duke armor can be seen. Li Yuanba did not get angry because of what Admiral Yingzhou said, but his eyes became colder. Ji Xinghe said expressionlessly, if this needs to be restricted, do you think I can still participate in the war? Isn't this different? Admiral Yingzhou could not say what he wanted to refute in his heart, because of Ji Xinghe's eyes. He sighed, then you can do it. Ji Xinghe walked towards the closed treatment room, went through the disinfection procedure, and changed his clothes before he was allowed to enter. Li Hangfen could not know what was happening outside, he could not hear or see, but when he saw Ji Xinghe, he understood. No, I have come into contact with the power of Qi. Emperor Wu I used it on me several times when I was about to die, but I can't recover. His current voice is completely different from the I'm back, but the same thing is that the electronic phenomenon of both is very serious. It doesn't sound like it is spoken by a person, it sounds like the sound of the intelligent core program of the mecha. It's not that there is no time to make more detailed processing, but the relevant personnel are not sure whether to use the voice configured by others as Li Hangfen's voice. The more mechanical electronic sound is more recognizable. Ji Xinghe walked straight to Li Hangfen, who was lying on the operating table without any pause. Yes, an operating table, not a hospital bed. Even if the gravity of the alien planet is only 1/3 of that of the blue planet, Li Hangfen, who weighs 1.3 tons, will find it difficult to use a conventional hospital bed. What's more, what he needs most now is repair rather than treatment. Only a few times, Ji Xinghe's tone was very light, and he went straight to the point while asking, by the way, I'm actually a mechanic. Li Hangfen laughed, but unfortunately, just like Chen Sun's smile in the past, no one could see it. I know you are a mechanic, and I know all the information the Empire has about you. Tell me. Ji Xinghe began to check seriously. Although his mechanical repair ability is more inclined to mecha, it is still the same, just like he changed from repairing cars to repairing mecha. The life support system used by Li Hangfen is similar to the Federation's single-soldier exoskeleton armor technology, and this technology is the predecessor of mecha technology, which is not difficult for Ji Xinghe. Compared with the professional mechanics who have already started to formulate relevant plans, as well as the professionals of other professions in the team, Ji Xinghe's advantage in this regard is naturally nothing. But he still has two advantages, Qi and Kung Fu. The Federation is unique. Li Hangfen did not refuse again, but spoke up, and the people outside also became alert. The specifications of the professional analysis team were no lower than the previous meeting between Ji Xinghe and Emperor Wu III. After all, no one thought that Emperor Wu III would appear on the other side, and this time the Federation was prepared. You were originally just a car mechanic. At the age of 65, you chose to join the army because of the sacrifice of your son Ji Xinghe. At first, the Federation just wanted to make you a mascot for promoting conscription, but later, what Li Hangfen said was known to everyone, but people were a little flustered, because such detailed information should not be known by the Empire. But now no one is investigating this point, people want to know other things. People like Li Hangfen can naturally understand. After he finished telling Ji Xinghe's story, he noticed that Ji Xinghe was still checking carefully, so he talked about his own things. I fell into coma 13 years ago, and when I woke up again, I was already in the Empire. According to them, I was in a coma for a year. If it weren't for Emperor Wu II's personal action, I would have died. Afterwards, I also confirmed this. I was indeed in a coma for a year. When I woke up, I was already like this now. The difference was that the technology was not mature at that time, and the material used was not tungsten steel alloy. In the first 3 years, I could only sit in a wheelchair and said nothing. After Emperor Wu I asked several times, he stopped asking, but just took me to his side and let me see. I saw a lot, and I wanted to see more, because I think that what I can see is meaningful, if I can come back. But in the second 3 years, Emperor Wu I didn't let me see it, so I started to say that I said a lot, including the dragon language they mastered, which can be said to be taught by me. The nobles among the imperial apes, those who have received gifts, have very good intelligence and memory, so they learn very quickly. 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, I said a lot and saw a lot, until you captured a Dakang alive and exchanged a Dakang for me. Well, I came back like this. Li Xinghe seemed to have said nothing, but also seemed to have said everything. Some people suddenly understood why the imperial apes, including Kaisman, Bilrosi IV, Donga Wasilian, and Adakang, all spoke dragon language and rarely used eagle language, another official language of the Federation. Some people thought of Li Xinghe's doomed 13 years, and they were so distressed that they couldn't breathe. Some others were already angry. The first thing to solve in the technological decryption between two intelligent civilizations must be the language problem. After Li Xinghe taught the imperial dragon language, the technological products that used dragon language seized by the empire would inevitably be deciphered by the empire at a faster speed. How could this be? In addition to anger, people also felt extremely regretful, because the hero became a traitor. Ji Xinghe's expression was always calm, and his eyes did not change at all. He had been giving Li Xinghe a physical examination, just like facing a lifeless mecha. Those words were like the wind passing through the hall. Li Xinghe was a little surprised. Ji Xinghe. General, aren't you angry? Because I really said a lot, Ji Xinghe said softly. I know, you said before that it was considered alive. Ha ha ha. Li Xinghe suddenly laughed out loud. The mechanical electronic sound made his laughter sound a little weird. It stopped after a long while. You actually understood. I've read the book To Live, Ji Xinghe said. Su Fugan is a rich second generation. He was tricked into gambling and lost all his family property. After his father was angered to death, he suddenly realized and became a farmer, but the hemp rope only broke at the thinnest point. The relatives and friends around him left him one by one. In the end, he was left with only an old buffalo named Fuga and could only live. Li Xinghe was silent, and everyone outside was silent. Yes, alive, Li Xinghe spoke again, and the mechanical electronic sound suddenly had emotions, like mud needed by Nuwa. I wanted to tell you that although I am alive, I have lost a lot of my property. So, although I am alive, you don't have to save me. Ji Xinghe recalled the situation at that time. Emperor Wu and Aida Kang thought he was Li Yuanba and wanted to use Li Xinghe as bait, but Li Xinghe just said the words it's considered alive. So Ji Xinghe made up his mind not to rescue him, nor to let Li Yuanba rescue him, even if the empire let Li Xinghe appear on the battlefield and appear within his rescue range. But now is different from the past. Ji Xinghe stopped checking, looked at Li Xinghe, and said what he said at that time. It's good to be alive. Hearing Ji Xinghe's voice, people reacted differently, but finally someone understood why he stood firmly behind Li Yuanba in this matter. Li Xinghe smiled silently and said what he had said before. Yes, it's good to be alive, but is this considered alive? Can Li Xinghe, who has admitted to betraying the Federation, live like before? When people were thinking about this question, they had already ignored the previous communication between Ji Xinghe and Li Xinghe. This was very important, but not that important. The key was to see who it was for. What really mattered was, you can live better. Ji Xinghe looked at Li Xinghe, ignoring everyone including Li Yuanba, and said, you know about me, so you should know that my independent regiment was born from a remnant company. And you are really disabled now. How about it? Are you interested? Chapter 620 Hope. Ji Xinghe's invitation undoubtedly intensified the contradictions that people chose to ignore temporarily. This old man, it doesn't matter how many such angry voices there are and who they come from. They themselves know that Ji Xinghe will definitely ignore their ideas and opinions. But no matter how tough Ji Xinghe's attitude is this time, even if it is more domineering than before, it won't work. Li Xinghe's return is a threat to Tu Yuan, and it is also a threat to other people who are qualified to become the commander-in-chief of the Federation. Speaking of which, this is not an internal struggle in the human world. Whoever is the commander-in-chief has to command a war. It's just that the fighting style and focus will be different, especially after knowing the existence of the third civilization. So in essence, this is a contradiction in the choice of the future direction of mankind. One careless move will lead to the extinction of mankind. And those who are qualified to become the commander-in-chief of the Federation are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Everyone has a strong spiritual will, and their own beliefs and persistence are difficult to shake. How could they easily believe Li Zhengfen? Your style of doing things, Li Zhengfen commented directly, you really act like a reckless man. He didn't agree, which was a refusal, because he knew very well what Ji Xinghe would face if he agreed, and what Li Yuanba would face. Even Li Anbang's reputation would be harmed because of this. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Why, you don't call me Uncle Ji now. If you like, I can continue to call you Uncle Ji. That's not the case. I don't like to use honorifics either, Li Zhengfen said. The situation was special at the time. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. Well, Li Zhengfen pondered, is Fat Tiger outside? Yes, Li Zhengfen nodded slightly. The metal skull was heavy, but it was not heavy for him. His body could give him strong fighting power. However, he was really not good at fighting in person. He knew this very well and had thought that if the second and third brothers were in his state, they might be killed by Emperor Wu Ii because they tried to kill him many times. Has he accepted your gift? No, he wants to try it himself. Li Zhengfen breathed a sigh of relief, but then became worried again. Although he didn't know much about Qi, based on his understanding of Emperor Wu Ii and what he had heard from Emperor Wu Ii, it's not necessarily a good thing that Li Yuanba didn't lose the ability to receive gifts. But some information can't be ignored. He was willing to live before because he couldn't die and didn't want to die. Now that he can die, he knows that he shouldn't die like this. Even if he has to die, he should say everything he should say before dying. Emperor Wu accidentally entered a spaceship that crashed on the Empire Star and received the gift of the ability and the power of Qi from the Protoss life form they called the Protoss civilization. Li Zhengfen directly talked about the information he had, which was basically the same as what Ada Kang had said before, except that the name of the third civilization became the Protoss civilization. The relevant personnel recorded and analyzed it without mentioning it. There are several key points. After Li Zhengfen knew that Li Yuanba was outside, he felt like he could speak freely, but this was not trust in Li Yuanba, but trust in Ji Xinghe. Because he had not really met Li Yuanba in person until now. After meeting at that time, he followed Li Yuanba back to the rear position, and was immediately sent to a transport vehicle to the rear base. Li Yuanba drove a mecha and followed closely behind. Because Li Zhengfen did not have a communication module, the two did not have more exchanges. They just said a few things that only the two of them knew at the beginning, which was regarded as the second word to verify their identity. After arriving at the base, he was sent to this treatment room. First, Emperor Wu I obtained the blood of gods from the gods, which is the key to the ability of grace. Therefore, only Emperor Wu I and Emperor Wu I have the ability of grace. Second, Emperor Wu I and Emperor Wu I both died. It may be because the blood of gods from the gods cannot fully adapt to their bodies. The stronger they are, the closer they are to death. But I am not completely sure about this. Third, Emperor Wu I has solved this problem because of the neural link technology cockpit. It wanted to capture you alive before because it wanted to solve this problem through you. After it obtained the mecha cockpit with a neural link system and conducted experiments for several months, it ordered to kill you. Have you tried? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Fourth, Emperor Wu I said that if the power of Qi is obtained through grace, it is impossible to have the blood of gods. Well, it is impossible to awaken the ability of grace by oneself, but it should be possible to obtain it through inheritance. But you don't have to worry. The ability of the self-awakening gift is so powerful that it is not an exaggeration to say that there is no chance of survival. So even if you give the gift to more people, it doesn't matter. It will not have a negative impact on them. Instead, it will help them. You don't know how sure Emperor Wu I was that you could not get the gift before, and how shocked its expression was when you got the gift. Of course, it could also be playing me. At this point, Li Zhengfen stopped and looked at the one-way glass window. Fat Tiger, accepting Ji Xinghe's gift is your best choice. We don't have much time. You must become stronger faster. Even if you are not afraid of death, you should not die like this. Li Yuanba walked to the side of the operating table and reached out to press the communication button. Can you stop calling me Fat Tiger? Okay, Fat Tiger. Li Zhengfen, who heard this voice, was obviously in a happier mood. He looked at Ji Xinghe again. Regarding Qi, You should know more and what the Academy of Sciences has researched than I do. But you may not know why Emperor Wu I wanted to exchange me for a Dakang. He was going to, I know, Ji Xinghe interrupted Li Hangfen. He wanted to pass on the ability of the gift to Dakang, and then let a Dakang bestow the gift on more apes on his behalf. Li Hangfen was a little surprised. Has your understanding of Qi reached this level? Not bad. Then why do you want to exchange? Li Hangfen's tone was actually a little questioning. Do you know that although there are many apes in the empire who can inherit the gift of grace, there are actually not many who can be bestowed in batches like a Dakang? These words made people feel surprised. Was he shooting himself in the foot? If it's not changed, how would I know? Ji Xinghe's tone was still calm. Moreover, the power of Qi can indeed be passed on. Even if there is no Adakin, Emperor Wu I can inherit the power of Emperor Wu I and Emperor Wu I, and can pass its Qi to other apes to create another Adakin. That makes sense. So what should we do now? Li Hangfen asked. Is the Federation ready to start mass replication of your experiments regardless of the mortality rate? I just said that it's really a 100% chance of survival. At least in the experiments conducted by the Empire, no one was able to awaken the power of Qi on their own, not for the time being, because the power of Qi conflicts with neural link driving technology, brain-computer interface. When Ji Xinghe said this, a reminder sounded in his ears. General Ji, please do not disclose any information. There is a conflict between the brain-computer interface. Li Hangfen frowned. He didn't know this before, and Emperor Wu I didn't know either. Ji Xinghe continued as if he hadn't heard the reminder just now. Yes, so in the short term, I will not give gifts to the Mecha warriors. You can still fight as you did before. Li Hangfen understood and frowned in thought, but the problem is that Emperor Wu I can use the neural link technology cockpit and use the power of Qi. The Duke can't do it, and the gift has its limits, unless it is inherited, Ji Xinghe said. So, it still depends on the brain-computer interface. Can you use it? The reminder sounded again. General Ji, don't answer, don't answer, don't answer. Ji Xinghe did not answer. He shook his head, leaving some people speechless. When they were about to do something, they heard Ji Xinghe finally start to ask questions. How strong can Emperor Wu I's Qi be? As far as I know, it's the level you saw before, about 1.5 tons, and can be blown away by Qi. My record of being blown away is 35 meters. My record of being blown away. This sentence made Li Yuanba clench his fists. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Hasn't it ever demonstrated a stronger ability? No, and there's no need. Li Hangfen replied. The only actual combat was when it faced a Duke armor without a firepower weapon system with its bare hands, and it blew it up in 57 seconds. Ji Xinghe frowned even more. He had heard of this record of Emperor Wu I before, and he even ignored it. But the problem is that he didn't have the power of Qi at that time, but now he has it. With his current strength, he can easily leave a fist mark on the tungsten steel alloy, just like what Ida Kang did before. But if he really faces an intact Duke armor, even if he has the ability of a mechanic, he can't win. Without tools, he can't even dismantle it completely, let alone blow it up within 57 seconds. Li Hangfen noticed the change in Ji Xinghe's expression and was a little curious. It can blow me away more than 30 meters in the air. You are not worried? I just blew up a Duke armor with my bare hands. Are you worried, because I can drive a mecha? Ji Xinghe's answer left Li Hangfen speechless. It sounds incredible that a weight of about 1.5 tons can be blown away in the air, but any mecha weighs more than that. And the engine of the mecha is very powerful. It's not like he can only stand there stupidly and be blown away like a wooden stake. So in theory, this ability of Emperor Wu I is of no use to mecha. It's just like in normal cognition, mecha can't defeat space battleships. But is it really so? By the way, Li Hangfen suddenly said, Ada Kang's combat power ranks second in the Empire, that is to say, except Emperor Wu I. Any Imperial guerrilla should not be your opponent. When people heard the news, they were somewhat surprised and somewhat happy as expected. Ji Xinghe himself did not have any special reaction. Li Hangfen added, however, the gap between the first and second is as big as the gap between me and Fat Tiger, because what Emperor Wu I said before was very right. Its strength comes from the inheritance and accumulation of Emperor Wu I and Emperor Wu I, and it is the only one in the entire empire that has this accumulation. Ji Xinghe asked, 300 years, that's about it? Li Hangfen pondered for a moment. I know that you can use nuclear explosion baptism to increase the power of Qi. In just a few years, you have reached the level of Ada Kang. Theoretically, after more than 10 years, you can reach the current level of Emperor Wu III. But the problem is that we don't have more than 10 years. Emperor Wu III is already preparing for a decisive battle. And you use nuclear explosion baptism to increase your strength, so there should be constant limits. Right, there are indeed some limits. Ji Xinghe, who had just broken through the limit once, confirmed Li Hangfen's speculation and said, but it doesn't matter. The power of Qi cannot determine everything, just like Ada Kang's Qi is not ranked second in the empire, but his combat effectiveness can be ranked second. Li Hangfen hesitated. He thought of the words that Emperor Wu III asked him to say, but he couldn't say it directly after all. At least not now. Wu III always keeps his word. He said he is willing to accept your challenge, and he will definitely accept it when he thinks you are up to it. In theory, this is the only chance to defeat the empire. As long as Wu III dies, even if Ada Kang has mastered the power of grace, there is nothing to worry about. The empire will definitely be in chaos. Li Hangfen changed his statement, which made people look forward to it, just like high school students who know that the champion of the Continental College entrance examination can choose any university in the Federation at will, with tuition and miscellaneous fees waived and a large bonus to be won. In an instant, he became confused again, as if the students suddenly remembered the cruel fact that there are nearly 10 million candidates in Longzhou every year, but only one can become the champion of the Continental College entrance examination. I will kill it. Ji Xinghe's tone was full of confidence. He looked at Li Hangfen lying on the operating table, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He suddenly stopped asking for information and said, your body can be restored in theory. I mean, it can be restored to the appearance of a normal person. Li Hangfen, who had always been calm, finally became excited, but it was only a moment of excitement. For him, it really doesn't matter how his body is. What do you mean? Biological material mecha technology can also be used on your body, and then combined with the power of Qi to repair it. Biological material mecha technology. It seems that Emperor Wu III doesn't know everything. Someone will tell you this later. The key is that the power of Qi is of little use to me. It can only maintain life. Emperor Wu III couldn't do it, and you can't do it either. At least you can't do it for a certain period of time. But you can do it if you have the power of Qi. You want to give me a gift? Li Hangfen didn't expect Ji Xinghe to give him such a hope, but he still refused. Emperor Wu III told me before that it couldn't give me the power of Qi. Although I don't know what the biological material mecha technology you are talking about is, it is essentially an external object and cannot change my already useless essence. Although the power of Qi can change my essence, without a strong body, I can't get the power of Qi, so this is a dead circle. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. No, it was Li Yuanba who gave you the gift. Li Hangfen was stunned. The people outside were also stunned. Ji Xinghe added, the success rate of my gift is not high, and there are many conditions and restrictions. But when I gave the gift to Ji Rongzhenyu, I knew that it would succeed, regardless of whether Ji Rongzhenyu had a firm will and the same belief as me. Li Hangfen suddenly understood that Ji Xinghe did not give him any hope, but wanted to give Li Yuanba a hope. Outside the treatment room, Li Yuanba pressed the call button again. Old man, help me take good care of him. I'm going to start now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 Those who learn from me will live. Start as soon as you say it. Li Yuanba didn't even say anything to Li Hangfen, and he just left the base. No one could stop him, and no one wanted to stop him. It must be said that Ji Xinghe's dominance was of great help to Li Yuanba in applying for this experiment. The relevant issues about Li Hangfen were also shelved because of this. Just as Ji Xinghe had privileges far beyond his military rank and functions after obtaining the gifted ability, if Li Yuanba could successfully obtain the gifted ability, all of Li Hangfen's problems would become small problems. Small problems have no impact on the big federation. Perhaps only Ji Xinghe's privileges are really affected, but since Ji Xinghe himself did not express any objection, naturally no one would take over. In the treatment room, Li Hangfen, who seemed a little nervous, focused his eyes on a holographic screen like Ji Xinghe. The picture on the screen was an empty mecha cockpit. Ji Xinghe, who knew the detailed experimental process, introduced it aloud. They have to simulate my situation as much as possible. This mecha is made of tungsten steel alloy, which is equivalent to the general armor I was driving at the time, but it has not suffered any damage. In theory, its protection ability is better. The equivalent and distance of the nuclear explosion baptism were also strictly copied according to the situation at the time. According to calculations, Li Yuanba, who was wearing combat uniform, could not die on the spot. Ji Xinghe did not die on the spot, so Li Yuanba would naturally not die on the spot. After all, from the perspective of physical fitness, the much younger Li Yuanba is stronger than Ji Xinghe at the time. As for the Gangjin that Ji Xinghe practiced, Li Yuanba also practiced it. Spiritual will is very important. Li Xinghe did not ask too many details. He believed that the Federation would not let Li Yuanba take risks that should not be taken, such as using higher equivalent nuclear weapons or enduring nuclear explosions at a closer distance in order to obtain the power of the gift. Instead, he made an analysis based on some of his understanding. I have made some analysis about the Proto civilization that appeared on the Empire Star. Ji Xinghe interrupted. The third civilization. Li Xinghe was stunned for a moment and then reacted. He wanted to laugh but couldn't laugh after all. Well, the third known intelligent civilization, from my understanding of the development level and direction of the Empire's current technology, or the technology that the Empire inherited from the third civilization, I don't know how many years ago, the third civilization should have the same technological development direction as the Federation. But unlike the Federation, they experienced a nuclear war that was enough to destroy their civilization before leaving the planet where they were born, or when they just entered the technological development level of exploring space. After the nuclear winter, wasteland world, and other situations, the intelligent life of the third civilization that was lingering in the ruins, because of nuclear radiation and spiritual will, obtained the power of Qi, so that their race would not be extinct, and because of the comprehensive improvement of physical fitness and intelligence brought by Qi, they embarked on the road of development again. Because of the technological foundation of the previous generation, they developed very quickly, mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, created spacecraft, and began to explore the universe to find new habitats. Of course, it is also possible that the planet where they were born has been restored after development. But in any case, the eyes of intelligent civilizations will always be on the sea of stars. And among the sea of stars, they didn't know how long it took them to discover St. Crystal, an energy ore that surpassed controlled nuclear fusion. As a result, the jump gate technology that had been unsuccessful was successfully researched, and they began to use the jump gate technology to explore the universe at a faster speed. Li Xinghe's statement was not new to the Federation. Among the conditions that can be determined, there are two that can support this statement: the inevitable connection between nuclear fusion technology, nuclear radiation and Qi. Without experiencing a nuclear war, how could there be so many intelligent life bases affected by nuclear radiation, and then obtain the power of Qi? Although there is a saying that the base is not enough, the mass can make up for it, and the Federation also has a Ji Xinghe, but such a coincidence is like the coincidence that intelligent life can be born on a planet. 1 in a billion is not enough to describe its low probability. But what Li Xinghe said next, even Ji Xinghe felt a little fresh. I have always wondered why Emperor Wu-I and Emperor Wu-I died. As far as I know, they are indeed dead. Theoretically, if they are not dead, Emperor Wu-I is nothing in terms of the Empire's system. Later, Emperor Wu-I confirmed their death to me, and mentioned the condition of God's blood, and he showed that he wanted to pass the gift of power to Ado Kang. I thought that there was a problem with the inheritance of the gift, or that the God's blood obtained by Emperor Wu-I was poisonous. So, the question is, why is the God's blood poisonous? Li Xinghe raised this question, but did not wait for Ji Xinghe's answer, but answered it himself. I think it has something to do with spiritual will. If it was just speculation before, your words just now made me more certain of my speculation, and I can even determine that my speculation is the fact. Li Xinghe's tone was confident, and the sentence he was referring to was obvious, that is, Ji Xinghe said that his gift success rate was not high, but it was 100% successful for Ji Rongzhenyu. Ji Xinghe's eyes moved away from the screen and looked at Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe did not look at Ji Xinghe, but continued to look at the screen. He was waiting for Li Yuanba to take his place. As time passed, his tone could be heard to be a little nervous. So what he said at this time could be regarded as discomfort to himself. The body was affected by lethal nuclear radiation. the will to survive, the will to continue the race, etc., so that very few, or even only a few intelligent lives in the third civilization got the power of Ki, but this is obviously not enough. They want to give this power to people who are extremely important to them like you. You have the problem of success rate, so they naturally have the problem of success rate. Under the premise that spiritual will is the most critical factor. I tend to think that the intelligent life that successfully obtained the power of Ki in the process of the third civilization, in the process of gifting, has the same or similar spiritual will as the intelligent life that first obtained the power of Ki. It can also be described as belief. Li Xinghe paused slightly, and then continued, so, for the intelligent civilization that is lingering on the ruins, what is the belief that can best enable them to obtain this power and successfully accept the gift? This time, he did not give an answer. Ji Xinghe combined his own experience and gave an answer: protection and inheritance. Yes, protection and inheritance, Li Xinghe confirmed, and seemed to have stronger confidence because of Ji Xinghe's words. He said, but Emperor Wu did not have the belief of protection and inheritance. From what I know about the history of the empire, the rise of Emperor Wu, although accompanied by the main task of saving the orangutan tribe under the rule of monkeys, is similar to the liberation of slaves in our history. But the real Emperor Wu never regarded orangutans as its tribe, just like those who proposed to liberate slaves would also use slaves. In the eyes of Emperor Wu, both orangutans and monkeys are a kind of low-level intelligent life. Only he himself, his family, and those families that depended on him later, because they obtained the power of Ki, would be regarded as intelligent life at the same level. Therefore, Emperor Wu's belief was not protection and inheritance, but conquest and hegemony. This can be seen from the system of the empire. Don't think that Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu can't see how great the disadvantages of the feudal imperial system are when science and technology continue to develop. They know it, but they are unwilling to change it. The development of science and technology inevitably requires the awakening and flourishing of people's wisdom, and if the feudal monarchy wants to be maintained, it must limit people's wisdom to a certain extent or within a certain range. The conflict between the two is irreconcilable, unless the system is reformed or the development of science and technology is abandoned. While Ji Xinghe was thinking about what Li Xinghe said, Li Xinghe summed it up. Gifts, and the energy obtained through gifts, all have characteristics. I don't know what the characteristics of the third civilization are now, but before, they must have been characteristics such as protection and inheritance. And this characteristic conflicts with the characteristics of Emperor Wu. It only got this power because the gift it received was very strong. But as it becomes stronger, this conflict will become more and more obvious, until it is fatal. Otherwise, Emperor Wu would not have passed the throne and the power of gifts to Emperor Wu when he was in his prime. Similarly, Emperor Wu would not have been the crown prince for only 30 years. However, Emperor Wu may have solved this problem now, although it is not certain whether it has changed the characteristics it has, or it has changed its own belief characteristics, or it has just found the ability to strip off the blood of God it has received and pass it on to other apes. But in any case, Emperor Wu should be the same as you now. While Ji Xinghe was still thinking, an impatient voice sounded in the treatment room. General Li Xinghe, please tell me. Can you confirm that the characteristics of the third civilization are protection and inheritance? Obviously, it sounds like this is a good thing for humans. No matter what, it is much better than the conquest characteristics of the empire. I'm sure, but that was only many years ago, Li Xinghe replied. Moreover, the characteristics of protection and inheritance are theoretically only effective for one's own tribe. Just like Ji Xinghe, did he show any mercy when killing the imperial guerrillas? As far as I know, Ji Xinghe. I'll call you old man. The old man's greatest wish should be to kill all the imperial gorillas and monkeys, right? Silence. People were waiting for Ji Xinghe to deny, but Ji Xinghe did not say anything, as if he had acquiesced. The silence continued. It was not known whether it was because Ji Xinghe's greatest wish was too cruel, or because the joy and hope that had just appeared in people's hearts were destroyed by Li Xinghe with an ice giant. Someone couldn't help but said in private, but the old man also let Liu join the independent group. Liu, don't you understand the principle that a law should not be passed on to Liu? If there's really anything, the old man will be the first to kill Liu. No matter how many imperial mechas Liu has destroyed, he will not hesitate at all, but at least, there is hope. If the so-called hope is for us humans to wield the butcher knife against humans, I don't think this is hope. And I don't want this kind of hope. But Liur is an imperial war slave. Are you a federal war slave? Was your whole family killed by the Federation? Although there is no shortage of stories of broken families on alien battlefields, people all know that this is different from Liur's broken family. People's discussions did not reach Ji Xinghe's ears for the time being. After thinking about it, he did not comment on the gift characteristics that Li Hangfen mentioned, but asked directly, "Do you want to tell your brother what you just said?" "No need." Li Hangfen shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about the secrets of some magical skills. He has his own beliefs. Moreover, you just used healing me to provoke him. Don't you want him to have the same beliefs as you?" Before, Ji Xinghe had the obsession to cure Ji Rongzhenyu. Now, Li Yuanba has the obsession to cure Li Hangfen. In other aspects, Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe are also very similar. Although their backgrounds are very different, Li Yuanba's brothers and sisters are the only one who sacrificed Li Hangfen, and none of them left any offspring. In terms of hatred for the empire, Li Yuanba is no less than Ji Xinghe. There is also an obsession with the continuation of blood. The older Li Anbang can still live for a long time, but Li Anbang, like Ji Xinghe, has no idea of getting married and having children. When Li Yuanba may sacrifice on the battlefield at any time, it is uncertain how long Li Hangfen can live, but there is no hope of leaving offspring at present. The Li family is likely to be extinct before the Ji family. And this is also the reason why the Federation respects the Li family so much. Li Anbang holds the title of the Grand Marshal of the Federation, which is recognized by all except the official, but he has not considered his family at all. Only Li Yuanba was left after his sons and daughters sacrificed. Li Yuanba, who had no offspring, was not allowed to go back, but was asked to continue to fight on the front line of the battlefield. What else do you want? I'm not asking him to have the same beliefs as me, Ji Xinghe denied after a brief silence, but tell him how I did it. Li Hangfen understood. He looked at Li Yuanba, who had already entered the cockpit of the Mecha on the screen. After hesitating for a while, he didn't say anything to Li Yuanba after all. Instead, he asked Ji Xinghe, "It's about to start. If you have anything else to say, hurry up." Ji Xinghe also saw Li Yuanba appearing on the screen, and listened to the countdown of the experiment coming from the headphones. Indeed, there is one more sentence. "Connect me to Li Yuanba." Yes, after the communication was established, he said, "Those who learn from me will live, and those who imitate me will die." Chapter 622 Gift Characteristics, Humanoid Nuclear Weapon. For many people, Ji Xinghe's words at this time are very unlucky. Moreover, it seems that there is no practical significance. But if you really say that Ji Xinghe is just showing off in front of people, it doesn't seem to be the case, because Ji Xinghe really doesn't need to show off in this way. So, why? Li Yuanba still has time to stop the nuclear explosion at this time, even if it is the last second of the nuclear explosion. He said to stop and he had to stop. If he doesn't stop, it will not be an experiment to obtain the gift, but to murder one of the only 2 galaxy-level mecha warriors in the Federation. In comparison, the identity of the son of the former federal marshal seems to be more likely to attract murder. So he is always in the state of online communication. Like you, Li Yuanba's tone is calm. Although it is a questioning tone, it is like a primary school student asking questions to the teacher in an elementary school classroom, rather than an honest man with a child facing the neighbor next door named Wang. "Old man, remember, Li Yuanba, who said this word by word, fell silent. He was in the cockpit of the Mecha and began to wait quietly. The countdown time is not long, but there is still a lot of time. The Mecha he is in is now in a carrier-type single-soldier starship, leaving the war zone of the God's Mountain and flying towards an area that the Empire cannot monitor. It rushed out of the thin atmosphere of the alien planet, accelerated madly in space, and then slowed down to enter the atmosphere. The whole flight time is only more than 10 minutes, and it has arrived at the desolate area on the alien planet. Most of the alien planets are such desolate areas, but this one is obviously different. If there has been no intelligent civilization in the alien planet in the past billions of years, then this area will experience a kind of damage it has never experienced today. Everything that has been arranged long ago has been activated when Li Yuanba drove the Mecha and walked out of the single-soldier starship, except for the egg-shaped object. This is a good egg. If it is used, tens of thousands of gorillas can be wiped out in an instant, and those who are lucky enough not to die will be plagued by diseases, and it is the kind of disease that can never be cured. Today, It will be used to give the human who created it an unprecedented baptism. Li Yuanba's mood is really not as calm as he shows, even though he is second only to Ji Xinghe in the Federation. In the mecha, he stood in a position according to the prompts, turned around and prepared to charge and escape. All this is imitating the previous Ji Xinghe. In the Battle of B-72 Highland, Ji Xinghe encountered the baptism of a nuclear bomb from the Empire for the first time. Before the nuclear bomb was detonated, the piercing alarm sounded, and Ji Xinghe drove the mecha to charge and escape at full speed. Judging from everything that is about to happen, Li Yuanba is learning from Ji Xinghe. Learn? Like? When many people are looking forward to Li Yuanba stopping this experiment, Li Yuanba uses the last time to think about Ji Xinghe's last teaching to him. If he gets into trouble this time, then this is indeed the last teaching. Can you cure him? Li Xinghe didn't know what Li Yuanba was thinking about. Seeing that the countdown to the nuclear explosion baptism was getting closer and closer, he couldn't help asking. Because in theory, even if Li Yuanba didn't figure it out and didn't successfully awaken the power of Qi, he wouldn't die. After all, Ji Xinghe didn't die at that time. But if Ji Xinghe didn't awaken the power of Qi, it is completely foreseeable that with the medical technology that the Federation had at that time and now, Ji Xinghe's fate must be worse than death. Li Yuanba will not be any exception. Compared with before, the only medical advantage of the Federation is the Qi that Ji Xinghe has mastered. Ji Xinghe was also a little nervous. With his eyes focused on the screen, he whispered, "The power of Qi can indeed remove the residual nuclear radiation in the human body, but the impact of nuclear radiation on human genes is unlikely to be directly cured by the power of Qi." Li Xinghe frowned. Like Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe replied, "More serious than that, the previous physical condition of Ji Xinghe and other children can be said to be a genetic defect caused by the environment." Compared with Li Yuanba, who was baptized by the nuclear explosion at close range, and Ji Xinghe before, the genetic defects of Ji Xinghe and other children are naturally much smaller. Li Xinghe knew about this before he was captured. When he came to the alien planet, there were actually more children like this, because no one knew that children born on alien planets would have such serious genetic defects. But you should have used the power of Qi to cure Ji Xinghe and others, right? Li Xinghe said, "I have seen such things in the Empire. Although it takes a long time to use the power of Qi for treatment, it can be cured. Moreover, if it is given as a gift, it can even be cured without medicine. It's different." Ji Xinghe shook his head and said, "The children's bodies are still developing, and Li Yuanba. The most important thing is that if he wants to awaken the power of Qi on his own, he needs to survive the most difficult period. If I take action in advance, his experiment will be meaningless. If he wants to make this experiment meaningful, he will miss the best time for treatment." Li Xinghe was silent, as if he was waiting for something. But it didn't come after all. People who were waiting for something like him didn't wait for the expected order, so the experiment really started. Li Yuanba, who had been thinking, heard the countdown to the last 10 seconds and suddenly laughed. In fact, he was also waiting, but he didn't wait. "Old man," Li Yuanba spoke, and he used the name of Old Man again, so that people couldn't tell who he was talking to for a while. But it didn't matter, because the two people who could be called Old Man by Li Yuanba would definitely hear it. The difference is that one could hear it at the first time, and the other would hear it 3 minutes later. "I told you before that you can't do what I can't do, because I am Li Yuanba." Hearing this, Ji Xinghe's eyes suddenly became relieved, and he knew that Li Yuanba had figured it out. But there was no time to say anything else, and the dazzling light had already appeared on another screen, and on that screen, the mecha that Li Yuanba was driving at this time had already burst into full speed and began to escape from the core area of the nuclear explosion. However, compared with the speed of the nuclear explosion, even the most advanced mecha was a little too slow, and was soon drowned by the dazzling light. Before that, the view from the cockpit of Li Yuanba's mecha was disconnected because of the electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion. The screen was full of snowflakes, like the heavy snow on the blue planet that blocked the mountains. Sometimes, it is a sign of a good harvest, and sometimes, it is a snowstorm that will lead to the destruction of families. A seed pressed into the soil by the heavy snow as thick as a mountain may grow into a towering tree in the future, and it will be the peak of the mountain. It is also possible to sink and decay in the soil into nutrients. A minute later, a nervous voice came into Ji Xinghe's ears. No response. General Li Yuanba did not respond. The rescue team has set off, but because of the electromagnetic pulse, The situation cannot be determined. This is not good news. Because Ji Xinghe, who had endured the baptism of a nuclear explosion for the first time, was able to say a few words to the Xinghe team who went to meet him, and then fell into coma. Moreover, Ji Xinghe was driving a broken general armor at the time, and he escaped a longer distance. Why? Ji Xinghe frowned and spoke. Li Hangfen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned his neck to look at Ji Xinghe. Because the speed was too fast, the metal neck made a cracking sound, as if the cervical vertebrae were broken. He knew that Ji Xinghe was not asking him. Because General Li Yuanba's speed was wrong, he did not escape from the center of the nuclear explosion at the speed you were at that time. It was not the problem of the mecha. We guarantee that it was definitely not the problem of the mecha. It was General Li Yuanba himself who did not turn on the full speed. The person who answered Ji Xinghe was a little flustered. After all, there was an accident that people did not want to see. Even if it was Li Yuanba's own initiative, if there was really no good result afterwards, some people would inevitably be held accountable. Li Anbang would not say anything, Li Hangfen might not be able to say anything anymore, and Ji Xinghe might not even support Li Yuanba anymore, but Li Yuanba's own supporters were enough for the relevant parties to give an explanation with the fate of some people. This is actually very unfair, but people who hope that the world is fair will never abide by true fairness in their hearts. For example, Li Yuanba. If he wanted to follow fairness, he would not have proposed and conducted this experiment, because it was really unfair to him. Proceed as planned, Ji Xinghe said to someone he didn't know in an imperative tone, and the panicked people were not so panicked. The rescue team, wearing heavy protective clothing and driving special vehicles, also rushed to the nuclear explosion area as fast as possible in a very unfair way. Because the atmosphere of the alien star is thin, the power of the nuclear explosion will be released in a very short time. It is difficult for a mushroom cloud to appear in a nuclear explosion of this magnitude. But the nuclear explosion area is still extremely dangerous, and the nuclear radiation is fatal. In the quiet medical room, Ji Xinghe finally spoke to Li Hangfen. Found it, still alive. Li Hangfen lay back on the operating table and repeated that sentence. It's good to be alive. 3 minutes later, someone on the distant blue star also sat back in the chair and murmured. It's good to be alive. Li Yuanba had a dream, a very long dream. In the dream, Emperor Wu Yi dispatched the real anti-galaxy corps, all composed of Marcus armor, with a total of 2,000 aircraft, and rushed to the most important position of the Federation. Ji Xinghe led the independent regiment and chose to repeat the tactics in the Battle Scar Canyon before, ignoring the anti-galaxy corps and heading directly to the Mountain of the Gods. They really went up the mountain. But the Mountain of the Gods is easy to go up, but difficult to come down. When the Imperial Royal Guard Mecha Battalion, composed of 300 Duke armor, appeared on the top of the mountain, it had already annihilated the Federation's Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, the Holy Independent Regiment, the Trap Independent Regiment, and the Azure Independent Regiment, Orbital Airborne Mecha Independent Corps. The anti-galaxy corps of the 4 independent regiments turned around and began to go up the mountain. Ji Xinghe died, and the independent regiment was completely wiped out. Li Yuanba seemed to hear many people asking, "Where are you?" When most of the Federation's mechas were annihilated by the Imperial mechas, all the positions of the Federation could no longer stop the charge of the Imperial mechas. After the artillery position was broken by the Empire mecha, the endless Empire long-range firepower washed over the Federation positions one after another like a rainstorm, taking away the lives of one Federation soldier after another. This rainstorm lasted for a long time, covering the entire alien planet, like the legendary flood, washing away all life on the planet. Li Yuanba heard many people asking, "Where are you?" The war came from the surface to space. The Empire, which occupied the land of the alien planet, used a large-scale alien dust storm to dispatch hundreds of space battleships and easily broke through the blockade of the Federation space fleet. When the Nanchunman space station where Li Hangfen was located was destroyed in space by the Empire, Li Yuanba heard Li Hangfen's question, "Where are you?" After the Nanchunman space defense system was destroyed, the Federation was no longer able to stop the Empire's space battleships from flying from the alien planet to the Azure Star. It was also unable to stop the Empire from bringing the war to the Azure Star. The Lingshan space defense system was disintegrated by the Empire with the help of a miniaturized jump gate device. Those missiles that flew out of the small jump gates were like strange ball lightning. No one could know where they would appear from and where they would appear. When the blue star was covered by the sea of fire, Li Yuanba saw his father, Li Anbang, who is already 70 years old, holding a knife and blocking a girl who is also holding a knife, facing the Imperial Mecha Guard Battalion. He asked in an extremely cold tone, "Where are you?" "Yes, where am I?" The dream turned into an abyss. Li Yuanba, who was also thinking about this question, kept falling into the depths. The feeling of weightlessness was extremely clear, just like the dreams he had in his youth, but the difference was that this time he seemed unable to wake up. Because this abyss has no bottom. Li Yuanba, who couldn't figure out the answer, figured out other things. Where I am, does it matter? I am with Ji Xinghe, leading the independent regiment up the mountain, but I can't come down. I am defending the Federation's last position on the surface of the alien planet. I shouted to the alien land that we have the final say, but I can't stop the flood. I jumped out of the Nanshanman space station wearing a mecha, but was blown away by a cannonball and flew towards the sun at a gradually constant speed. I couldn't turn back or land, and I was desperately waiting for death. I was on the blue star. I stood in front of you. I stood in front of Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. I have 2 knives from Ji Xinghe, but I don't have a mecha. How can I defeat 300 Duke armors of the Empire? Why, you all ask where I am. I am really useless. Why don't you use nuclear weapons? It's time, and you are still waiting for the Empire to use nuclear weapons first? Nuclear weapons are like a key. When Li Yuanba dreamed of the nuclear weapons that allowed him to enter this dream, the bottomless abyss suddenly had a low. Li Yuanba, who was in a state of continuous falling, saw the bottom of the abyss, which was an endless expanse of nuclear weapons covering the earth. They should have appeared in the war, just like Li Yuanba, hiding in this abyss, watching the human world that gave birth to them and him go to destruction. Li Yuanba's consciousness was extremely clear at this moment, so this was no longer a dream. He said, "I am Li Yuanba, please come with me to the mountain." The feeling of falling disappeared, and an unprecedented sense of push on the back appeared all over his body, as if he was driving a mecha to perform the highest overload maneuver in the world. Li Yuanba felt that he was flying, so he looked up at the sky. In the gray sky, there was a black and golden mountain floating, which made him breathless. But he did not slow down, but continued to accelerate and crashed straight into it. He was so small that he was like an ant, trying to overturn the whole world, but the nuclear weapons that covered the abyss had appeared behind him at some point. With him, he crashed into the mountain. The dazzling light lit up, and the gray sky became extremely bright. There was no mountain. Li Yuanba opened his eyes and saw another mountain, the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. He laughed. "Old man, Emperor Wu I is mind." Ji Xinghe frowned slightly, stretched out his hand and pressed it on Li Yuanba's body, and then raised his hand in the tense and alert eyes of the people. Softly. "Sleep a little longer, in the dream, everything can be yours." Chapter 623 Gift Characteristics, Hope for Humanity. Compared to Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba awakened the power of Qi on his own, which seemed to be much faster to people. He endured a baptism of nuclear explosion, slept for 3 days, and had the power of Qi after waking up. The research team believes that it is based on the fact that Li Yuanba's physical fitness is stronger than Ji Xinghe at the time, and his mental will is stronger than Ji Xinghe. The research team speculated that it was because Li Yuanba did not escape the baptism of nuclear explosion at full speed, so he endured stronger and more deadly nuclear radiation. The research team proposed that if the experiment of gift awakening is to be carried out again, on the premise of satisfying strong mental will, Gangjin or Danjin, the participants should try the same or higher level of nuclear radiation. Based on these beliefs, speculations, proposals, etc., people have drawn many conclusions, among which the more recognized conclusion is that Li Yuanba will be stronger than Ji Xinghe. The mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation is still Ji Xinghe now, but it will definitely not be in the future. "I had a dream," Li Yuanba told Ji Xinghe about his dream without hiding anything. The venue is in the medical room. In addition to Ji Xinghe, there was also Li Hangfen. Although Li Yuanba is still a very serious radiation source, and ordinary people will be harmed by radiation if they come into contact with him, neither Ji Xinghe nor Li Hangfen need to worry. The former would like to have more radiation, while the latter's body shell is made of tungsten steel alloy, which has super radiation protection ability. The girl, holding a knife, if Li Hangfen's eyes could flicker, they would be like the last few seconds of the green light at the end of the zebra crossing. Li Yuanba, who was sitting on a hospital bed, glanced at Li Hangfen. "It's Ji Rongzhen Ayu," Li Hangfen let out a long "oh," with a regretful tone, I thought you had a daughter. The Empire's intelligence on the Federation is difficult to get into details about whether Li Yuanba has children, and Li Yuanba is already over 30, so it's not surprising that he has a daughter. But why did General Li Anbang stand in front of Ji Xinghe with a knife? He can't use a knife, but I heard that the old man is quite good at using a knife, and he should stand in front of Ji Xinghe, no matter what he is facing, right? This is Li Hengfen's question, and with his question, many people have doubts. General Li Anbang? When facing Li Yuanba, shouldn't we call him our father? Even if we call him our martial father, it's not too much? Instead, calling him General Li Anbang directly is too much? But more excessive is still to come. Li Yuanba said helplessly, "Are you listening? The old man is dead. He died when he went up the mountain." The old man Ji Xinghe's expression did not change. After all, they were two seriously injured people. What else could he do? With his current strength, if he really gets angry and slaps him, both brothers Li Hengfen and Li Yuanba will die. The metal shell of tungsten steel alloy can't stop it. Li Yuanba, who has just gained the power of Qi and has not yet cleared the nuclear radiation in his body, can't stop it either. People were a little nervous, but not too nervous. If there was only darkness in their eyes, they would think that Ji Xinghe had a reason to kill Li Yuanba. And the best opportunity would be when Li Yuanba returned and Ji Xinghe checked Li Yuanba's physical condition. But Ji Xinghe didn't do it, so even those who only had darkness in their eyes would not think that Ji Xinghe would take action against Li Yuanba now. Ahem, Li Yuanba might have thought of his current physical condition, or maybe he thought that he would recover sooner or later, so he looked at Ji Xinghe and explained, "I was talking about the dream." Ji Xinghe finally spoke. Even in a dream, Ji Xinghe doesn't need Li Anbang to stand in front of her. It's just a dream. There's no need to be so serious. I think it's necessary to be serious. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, and based on his authority, he activated the highest level of confidentiality agreement mechanism, and then said, "I also had a dream at that time." 9. Well, Li Yuanba suddenly laughed. "Old man, although I will definitely surpass you, you are still the first person in the Federation in many aspects, so there is no need to compete with me in this regard." Right, it can be heard that he is in a really good mood. This is also inevitable. Not to mention awakening the power of Qi by yourself, there is a chance to awaken the power of grace like Ji Xinghe. Just say that from the moment he awakened, Li Hengfen's fate no longer needs to be worried. How can he not be happy? Ji Xinghe ignored Li Yuanba, simplified the content of the dream, and told the 9 dreams. The two brothers who listened carefully, and more people, all had questions. "General Ji, why didn't you say it earlier about this matter? This is a question from outside." Ji Xinghe replied, "I have said that those who learn from me will live, and those who imitate me will die." Li Yuanba added with understanding, "Blind imitation will only lead to failure. It is not necessarily inevitable that we will dream. Whether we say it or not, the research team will judge it. Those who don't understand it should not talk too much." The person who asked the question just now was a little embarrassed. If you really want to say whether you understand it or not, the research team doesn't understand it as well as these two people. After all, the research team only has a dozen people who have received the gift of Ji Xinghe. As for Li Yuanba's gift, although it is expected to be faster than the time for Ji Xinghe to awaken the gift, it will not take 3 years, but the research team also believes that 3 or 2 months is definitely not enough. White-haired gorilla. After Li Yuanba finished his supplement, he looked at Ji Xinghe with a smile. "No wonder you recruited the gorilla called Liuer." Ji Xinghe did not respond, but looked at Li Hengfen. Li Hengfen had finished thinking. Although he had some questions, he did not raise them. Instead, he looked at Ji Xinghe and said, "Perhaps, this is the characteristic of the gift." When Li Yuanba heard this, he also began to think, and so did the relevant personnel. Unconsciously, many people began to agree with Li Hengfen's words, and no longer thought or about his betrayal of the Federation or the possibility of him betraying the Federation again. Why do people dream? Before I went to the Empire, there was still no real scientific explanation for this. I think that after 13 years, there should still be no complete explanation, right? Li Hengfen's question was affirmed by professionals. Yes, General Li Hengfen, for now. We generally believe that the emergence of dreams is caused by both physiological and psychological reasons, and these two aspects can be summarized as the perception, memory, storage and other functions of the people's nervous system. The dreams produced under these functions are considered to contain people's subconscious wishes and emotions, which can be described as an exploration of the inner world. But even with these two aspects we still cannot explain the mechanism of dream formation. Because based on this theory, it can be believed that the events and scenes formed in dreams are all from people's existing cognition and memory, and the memory includes vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, feeling, etc. But the question is, why do people sometimes dream of things they have never seen before? Why do some dreams involve the future that has not yet happened in reality? From the interpretation of dreams by Zhou Gong to Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams, they all show that dreams are not just psychological activities and imagination. Regarding what dreams reveal about the future, it can be loosely described as foreknowledge. If we try to analyze it from the perspective of quantum mechanics, we have to say that 70 years ago in 2022, Bell's inequality was proven to be invalid through photon entanglement. Stop, Li Xinghe interrupted the popular science. After all, it involves quantum mechanics. From the perspectives of Li Xinghe, Ji Xinghe, and Li Yuanba, it is actually meaningless. They can't learn it, or even understand it. There is no need to explain problems that cannot be explained, just like the ancients did not understand the principles of flame production, but were able to make and use flames. Li Xinghe paused slightly, and his tone became affirmative. I think that the dreams of both of you are a manifestation of spiritual will. When you both experienced the life and death moment of nuclear explosion, your spiritual will had an unprecedented fear of nuclear weapons. This led to the fact that in Fat Tiger's dream, the Federation did not use nuclear weapons until the last moment. In your dream, you were repeatedly hurt by the use of nuclear weapons by Anakin and the Empire. There are also physical reasons. The body that is being damaged by nuclear radiation can also lead to the appearance of these two dreams of fear of nuclear weapons. Idealistically, I think if you cannot overcome the fear of nuclear weapons in your dreams, that is, your spiritual will, you will die. Once you overcome this fear, you will be able to awaken the power of Qi through nuclear radiation. You both succeeded, but your fears are different, and the way you overcome them is also different in your dreams. It can also be said that your spiritual will is actually different, which means that the Qi you awakened, or the gift that you, the old man, have awakened, and Fat Tiger will awaken in the future, is different in characteristics. Just like, the characteristics of the gift obtained by Emperor Wu are different for the spiritual will of him and his descendants. Combining the specific experiences of Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe, Li Xinghe once again proposed that gifts have characteristics, and put forward a hypothesis. I think we can define the four known characteristics of gifts separately. As for this point, I think that when Fat Tiger awakens the gift ability and tries to give the gift, it can be seen from the statistics related to the success rate. 4. Li Yuanba asked. The first emperor of Wu received a gift from the third civilization, and the third emperor of Wu mastered a gift on his own. It will pass the inherited gift ability to Dekang, which means that it has mastered another gift characteristic, which can also be said to be the blood of God. You, old man, add up to a total of 4, the success rate of the gift. Ji Xinghe also raised a question. The Empire's gift seems to have never failed, it's just that in the era of the second and third emperors of Wu, there has been no failure of the gift, Li Xinghe explained, but in the era of the first emperor of Wu, those who can obtain the gift are called the chosen ones, not the privileges of the great nobles. Therefore, the success or failure of the gift should be related to two factors. First, the same characteristics, that is, the beliefs related to the spiritual will, whether the person being gifted is the same or similar to the giver. Second, whether the aura possessed by the giver is strong enough to ignore the different characteristics. Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba nodded at the same time, agreeing with Li Xinghe's statement. Although this statement still needs time and the participation of more people to prove it, they can all feel that Li Xinghe has deduced the facts. Li Xinghe hesitated for a moment and looked at Li Yuanba. I think your gift characteristics can be defined as nuclear weapons, huh? Ji Xinghe's fear of nuclear weapons began when he knew about their existence. Because for ordinary people, the idea of nuclear winter is absolutely mainstream. I believe that to this day, there are still many people who believe that the Federation's nuclear weapons can blow the entire blue star into pieces. This has nothing to do with understanding the destructive power of nuclear weapons or the size of the blue star. It just comes from people's deep fear of such weapons. But you are different. Li Xinghe paused slightly and continued, you were born in a military family. You have been familiar with all kinds of weapons of the Federation since you were a child. Many people, including me, have had some influence on you. For example, nuclear weapons are the greatest weapon in war. So your fear of nuclear weapons is not that the Empire used nuclear weapons against the Federation, but why the Federation did not use nuclear weapons against the Empire. If I were to interpret the last scene of your dream, you think that the Federation's reckless use of nuclear weapons will bring destruction to many people, including you, but you don't care. If the time comes when it is necessary to use nuclear weapons, you are willing to use yourself as bait. Because nuclear weapons are weapons to you, just like your awakened key. Well, that's it, so I suggest that your gift characteristics be defined as nuclear weapons, which represent desperate involvement in wars, whether it is a war against the Empire, a war against a third civilization, or civil war? Li Yuanba did not say what Li Xinghe failed to say, but said in an unquestionable tone, humanoid nuclear weapons, what's the difference? More domineering? This is of course an irrelevant matter, and Li Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe again. You analyze it yourself, you come on. Okay, Li Xinghe started again. The old man's dreams are a bit complicated. 9 dreams are a lot. And the dreams that look very similar in these dreams actually represent completely different meanings. This shows that, when people get old, they will have more ideas. Li Yuanba agreed. I agree. When I have time, I will tell you how entangled and hesitant he is in some things. He looks reckless, but he is actually timid. Ji Xinghe couldn't help it after all. When your physical condition is almost the same, I will come to see you. At that time, you two will go together. Li Yuanba was extremely excited. Li Xinghe shook his head and refused without hesitation. I was a civilian at first, with a professional and technical rank, and later I was directly transferred to commander. This statement made people feel familiar, and they thought of another person in an instant, so they looked at the two brothers through the screen with some sympathy. Because the other person had his leg broken in public by Ji Xinghe. Speaking of which, judging from the military rank, the two brothers cannot compare with that man. Even Li Xinghe, who was posthumously awarded the rank of general after his sacrifice, because that man was a lieutenant general at the time, and now he is a general. Old man, things are different now. I also have the power of ki. Li Yuanba was very stubborn. Ji Xinghe ignored him, and Li Xinghe hurriedly pulled the subject back. Although your dream is very complicated, it can be summarized in general. I think it is hope and despair, Li Xinghe said. So, for your gift characteristics, I suggest using hope to describe it. Well, considering that Fat Tiger's characteristics must be prefixed with human form, if your gift characteristics have to be prefixed, it is human hope. When Ji Xinghe did not comment, Li Yuanba raised a question. Shouldn't it be revenge? Or inheritance, protection, etc. Li Xinghe shook his head slightly. These are all manifestations of hope. Li Yuanba was a little dissatisfied. It sounds like humanoid nuclear weapons are a little worse than human hope. It's just a name. Li Xinghe comforted. Besides, think about it from another angle. Everyone can be called the hope of mankind, but not everyone can become a humanoid nuclear weapon. That makes sense. Ji Xinghe interrupted the two brothers and asked, where's Emperor Wu I? Chapter 624 wants you. I don't know. Li Xinghe answered Ji Xinghe's question without any hesitation, and then explained, although I have been with it for more than 9 years, I don't think I know it well enough, especially its true thoughts. Li Yuanba frowned, seeming to care about the description of together that Li Xinghe said. Ji Xinghe looked curious. Li Xinghe understood. For example, it obviously has enough strength to end the war on the alien planet, but it has been waiting. In the past, I thought it wanted to use this war to consume the rebellious forces within the Empire. But now it seems that it is not, because it has a very strong control over the rebels led by Dong Osilian. Recently, Dong Osilian or its men are very likely to come to the alien planet and trade with the Federation through the jump channel of the Battle Scar Canyon. This is the information obtained from it. The information in this speech was analyzed the first time, and the relevant personnel formulated a response strategy, which was omitted. Li Yuanba, who continued to frown, argued. It has no ability to end this war, even if the so-called anti-galaxy corps and the Imperial Royal Metro Guard Battalion join the war. We already know that the use of nuclear weapons will affect the Empire's use of jump gates. The use of nuclear weapons will indeed have a certain impact on the jump gate. Li Xinghe shook his head and said, but the question is how much equivalent is needed, and does the Empire really only have 2 jump bases on the alien planet? A long time ago, The Federation suspected that the Empire had another jump base on the alien planet in addition to the Battle Scar Canyon and the God's Mountain. After all, the alien planet is too big, and the Empire also has a miniaturized jump gate device. Even if the Federation has air superiority, it is difficult to discover everything in an environment similar to a dust storm and in some special areas. But after multiple verifications and analysis of the development of the war, the Federation now believes that the Empire may really have only 2 jump bases. At this time, Ji Xinghe's words made people think of the terrifying possibility again. "Where is it?" Li Yuanba asked directly. "I don't know." Ji Xinghe didn't know why he chose to lie. He knew it 3 years ago. Then he said in a very affirmative tone, "But I know that the Empire must have a 3rd jump base on the alien planet. Either it has been built or it is still under construction." Theoretically, no one could find out that Ji Xinghe was lying at this time, because the most advanced lie detector equipment in the Federation was difficult to be effective for his physical condition, and no one used a lie detector for him. But Ji Xinghe felt something was wrong, which came from intuition, but for some reason he did not say it on the spot and kept his appearance unchanged. Li Yuanba, who was confused by his concern, was a little distracted at this time. "So, the warp gate in the Battle Scar Canyon is not important to the Empire at all." "That's right, but it still has an impact." Ji Xinghe pondered for 3 seconds before continuing. "From a normal thinking mode, Emperor Wu I would deliberately give the warp base in the Battle Scar Canyon, located in the area on the other side of the Empire, to the rebels led by Dongguosilian. It is also possible that the guerrilla in charge of the warp base would make a deal with Dongguosilian in private. Then, let Dongguosilian, with the help of the Federation, give the rebels a certain advantage, so that more opposition forces in the Empire will emerge and join the rebels. In this way, Emperor Wu I can achieve success in one battle. At the same time, when the warp base in the Battle Scar Canyon is under the control of Dongguosilian, it is impossible for the Federation to destroy it. Dongguosilian will not let the Federation approach the warp gate for technical deciphering, because that would allow Emperor Wu I to directly destroy the warp base. Once the 3 parties reach a balance in a certain sense, Emperor Wu I will be able to let the Imperial Academy of Sciences use his subordinates in the rebel army and master some of the Federation's technology through the Federation's support for the rebel army. However, this is all normal thinking mode. The thinking mode of Emperor Wu I is not normal, and the social system of the Empire is destined to make it impossible for the forces opposing it to be destroyed by it. As long as it continues to rule the Empire with high pressure, the fire of resistance will never be extinguished. But it still has to do this. Why? Ji Xinghe's sight moved away from Li Yuanba and looked at Ji Xinghe. "I think that Emperor Wu I gave up the jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon just to let you go to the Empire Star." Ji Xinghe's expression was calm. "Why? Because it craves true evolution. This is the only information I can be sure of about it." Ji Xinghe paused slightly and began to explain. "Many people have said that when wealth reaches a certain level, money is just a number. Similarly, when power reaches a certain level, one will lose the motivation to pursue power. Emperor Wu I inherited the throne of the Empire and the entire Empire. It can be said that he was born at the top of power, so he didn't need to pursue power at all. Ruling the Empire does not bring any fun to him. The emergence of the rebels is just a fun for him. Including the war with the Federation, it has no meaning for him, because he knows very well that he can only destroy the Federation and can never rule the Federation. Even if he wins, the new empire that integrates the Empire and the Federation will continue to have rebels, until one day, the new empire becomes another federation. Based on this, it will not have the opportunity to leave a name in history, because it will definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame in history." Ji Xinghe's words, for many people, are analyzing Emperor Wu I to Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, and many others. But for Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, and a very small number of people, it is like a reminder and warning. The threat of the third civilization is also meaningless to it. Even if the Empire and the Federation will be destroyed by the third civilization in the future, it will not care. Because these are what it once had and can have. By the way, regarding the third civilization, Emperor Wu I called it the creator civilization, Emperor Wu I called it the Protus civilization, and Emperor Wu I called it the ruined civilization. From its understanding of the third civilization, what it really desires is to achieve evolution in the ruins like the third civilization. At present, I am not sure whether it is the evolution of its individual or the evolution of its race, but it is certain that it desires evolution. Li Xingfen's words seemed to have changed from a reminder and a warning to a pie in the sky. He looked at Ji Xinghe, who had a calm expression. The power of Qi can increase lifespan, which is an established fact. The limit of Qi's ability to increase lifespan is also an established fact. Even a strong person like Emperor Wu Yi could not live more than 300 years. Of course, Emperor Wu Yi may not have thought about pursuing immortality, because the power of Qi is not the best known way to achieve immortality. Mechanical and biochemical transformation, uploading consciousness to the virtual world, etc. are all better research directions, but as far as I know, it has not invested research resources in these areas. But the length of lifespan is the best proof of the sublimation of life levels for humans and gorillas. And to sublimate the level of life, it requires true evolution. I think that humans and gorillas, two very similar life forms, as well as more similar life forms in the universe, perhaps including the life forms of the third civilization, are actually pursuing evolution if they are not created by a higher intelligent civilization. From marine life to terrestrial life, from reptiles to primates, from apes to Homo sapiens, from modern Homo sapiens to ancient humans, it is through evolution again and again that modern humans have emerged. The evolutionary history of the imperial chimpanzees is very similar to that of humans. Because some people believe that both humans and chimpanzees are created by truly advanced intelligent civilizations, but in my opinion, humans and chimpanzees are the two life forms that are more suitable for completing the next stage of evolution in the process of life's pursuit of evolution, so they appear. And those who are not suitable have all been eliminated, such as Homo habilis and Homo erectus in human history, and Neanderthals eliminated by late Homo sapiens. Those who have not been eliminated, such as some animals today, have intelligence levels far lower than humans. Tell me the conclusion. Ji Xinghe interrupted Li Xingfen's popular science. Okay, Li Xingfen nodded and said, the next stage of evolution for humans and imperial apes is to obtain and master the power of Qi. What I mean by obtaining and mastering is that the gene frequency of humans has been completely changed because of the power of Qi. To put it simply, most of the newly born humans are born with the power of Qi and no longer need to be gifted. The third civilization has completed this stage of evolution many years ago, and may be in a new stage of evolution now. I think it should be related to the characteristics of the gift, but it has nothing to do with what I want to say. What I want to say is that if Emperor Wu Yi, who had obtained the power of Qi 300 years ago, was willing to give as many gifts as possible to his tribe like you, and to study Qi and gifts like the Federation, so that more apes with the ability to be gifted like Fat Tiger would appear in the Empire, then, the Empire may have completed this stage of evolution now and begun to touch the new stage of evolution like the third civilization. But Emperor Wu Yi was not like you. Until now, there has been no ape like Fat Tiger in the Empire. Li Xingfen didn't know if he was flattering, but it didn't matter. He continued, Wu Yi wants to pursue the next stage of evolution, so he is willing to give the ability of grace to Ada Kang. In the Empire. This special way of grace is called inheritance. Then, Ada Kang will give a lot of grace to the imperial gorillas, so that the gorillas who get the key will have the same genetic changes as evolution. But it is too late to do this. The third civilization will appear in 47 years, and there is no time to change the genetic frequency of the imperial gorillas. Because in the Empire, only he and Ada Kang can give grace for a long time. Without quantitative change, it is naturally difficult to have qualitative change. Moreover, Wu Yi was born accustomed to control. He does not want the next stage of evolution to be brought by other gorillas or other people. It must be led by it, or discovered by it, just like your current significance to the human world. So, Li Xingfen looked at Ji Xinghe and said seriously, it wants to get you. Hiss. Li Yuanba took a breath of cold air, sat up suddenly from the hospital bed, and looked at Ji Xinghe with a weird look. Old man, why don't you just give in to it? In exchange for the technology to destroy all the jump bases and jump gates on the alien planet, it's worth it. Ji Xinghe looked at Li Yuanba coldly. You are worth it now, and didn't you say that Emperor Wu Yi is yours? Li Yuanba was speechless and lay back on the bed. After all, they are brothers, and Li Xingfen, the eldest brother, stood up. It's different. The first and the second are really different. Li Xingfen looked at Ji Xinghe and said, if it weren't for you, the possibility of his failure would be higher. Although it has reached the limit, it's like you said, if you don't believe in the limit, it doesn't exist. This sentence can indeed be used in this way. It has been a century and a half since humans created the first nuclear weapon. Although the number of actual uses in the previous century was very limited, the nuclear radiation was not small. Few people who encountered nuclear radiation were able to survive, and those who survived by chance were also because the radiation level was not high. After the Alien War began, the Federation really used nuclear weapons as conventional weapons before the Empire used nuclear weapons. Otherwise, how could the Federation restrict the Empire from going to the Blue Star from the alien planet before it had the ability to send troops to the alien planet on a large scale? There are really quite a few humans who have been exposed to nuclear radiation because of those nuclear weapons. But whether on the Blue Star or on the alien planet, none of the people who were affected by nuclear radiation and survived were able to awaken the power to vent. Old man, scorpion shit alone, Li Yuanba, lying on the hospital bed, did not look like a galaxy-level mecha warrior at all, and he didn't know where he had thrown the rank of Major General. He was like a little brother following behind his big brother. After saying a common saying and offending Ji Xinghe again, he suddenly became philosophical. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. Tao has been waiting there, but if there is no one, where does two come from? Without two, where does three come from? With three, all things can be born. Li Xinghe was like a big brother leading his little brother in a negotiation. When the little brother had an idea, he said in a supportive manner, "That's it. Old man, as a pioneer. You are really different from latecomers like Fat Tiger, pioneer." When Ji Xinghe was about to say something, a voice rang out. "Can I be the third?" Li Yuanba frowned. "Han Li, didn't you make a decision before?" After Ji Xinghe mastered the gift of power, there were only two people who had the most hope of copying his path, Han Li and Li Yuanba. Because the two of them knew the most and were most like Ji Xinghe. If they really had to submit an experimental application, Han Li would be more likely to pass than Li Yuanba, but Han Li gave up the path of Ji Xinghe. When Li Yuanba submitted the application and the Federation came to its senses, it also proposed that Han Li try it first. But Han Li chose to refuse. But now, Han Li's tone was very calm. He said, "If Emperor Wu I needs a human who has mastered the gift of grace, I will come." Chapter 625, No one can surpass you in this lifetime. The story between Han Li and Ji Xinghe is no secret to those who can hear today's conversation. Including, Han Li said on the battlefield of B-72 Heights, "Ji Xinghe was killed by me." It also includes Ji Xinghe's answer at that time, "I know, I will know after I fight with you." It also includes that when Ji Xinghe left the alien star 3 years ago, he handed over the independent regiment to Han Li, but Han Li emptied the family assets of the independent regiment, and finally gave up the independent regiment to form Han Li's independent regiment. People believe that the relationship between Han Li and Ji Xinghe is far worse than when Ji Xinghe just came to the alien star. Even a few days ago, when Han Li challenged Ji Xinghe in front of the battle, he was willing to violate the military order and stand on Ji Xinghe's side. It was just out of ideological recognition, or was there some face that needed to be considered? The old feelings were only a little at most. However, when the brothers Li Xinghe and Li Yuanba lay together facing Ji Xinghe, Han Li stood up without hesitation. Moreover, he stood in front of Ji Xinghe. People seemed to finally understand Han Li's feelings for Ji Xinghe. "If you still feel so guilty about the old man, I don't think you can succeed," Li Yuanba said bluntly. "Besides, let alone Emperor Wu it is impossible to use the warp gate technology and destroy all the warp bases on alien planets as a condition for exchanging the old man. Even if it is willing to exchange, I will not agree, so you don't have to rush to express your opinion." These words have a deeper meaning. Han Li can hear it, but he doesn't care about Li Yuanba's attitude at this time. Li Xinghe, who was cared about by Han Li, also said at this time, "I have heard of you, Colonel Han Li, although it is not appropriate to say this, but unfortunately, even if you successfully awaken, your significance to Emperor Wu is not as great as that of the old man. You and Fat Tiger, both can't do it." Li Yuanba glanced at Li Xinghe, and Li Xinghe seemed not to notice. "What if there is one more?" Jackson's voice sounded. He said, "If I can make this deal happen, I'm willing to give it a try. Even if Han Li and I combined are not as valuable as the old man, we are still worth more than General Fat Tiger, right?" General Fat Tiger was silent. He suddenly figured out why Han Li and Jackson suddenly expressed their opinions. Li Xinghe's speculation and analysis sounded too pointed, as if Emperor Wu had said it to Li Xinghe himself. This means that Emperor Wu Yi might have really proposed such a deal. Li Xinghe was released to facilitate this deal. In a deal of this level, Ji Xinghe could refuse before, but it is difficult for Ji Xinghe now, because he, Li Yuanba, has also obtained the power of Qi on his own, and is very likely to have the ability to bestow gifts in the future. Ji Xinghe is no longer unique. There really is no such deal. Fat Tiger could figure out the truth, so could Li Xinghe. He said, I just use this method to explain the importance of the old man to Emperor Wu Yi, and want to tell the old man not to go to the Empire Star. At least, don't go to the Empire Star before you are sure enough. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Han Li coughed dryly and said, General Li Xinghe, thank you for coming back. Thank you? Li Xinghe laughed in his heart and said, thank you. Jackson's voice rang out, General Li Xinghe, please don't say thank you. Except for the old man, I don't think anyone in the current Federation deserves your thanks. On the contrary, everyone should thank you. Li Xinghe was silent. Ji Xinghe, who as mentioned by Jackson, finally stopped being silent and spoke in a calm tone. Jackson is wrong, you shouldn't say thank you to me. If you didn't say that sentence 13 years ago, I wouldn't be able to say another sentence 4 years ago. So, General Li Xinghe, thank you. 13 years ago, Li Xinghe said, from today on, we have the final say in the alien sky. 4 years ago, Ji Xinghe said, from today on, we have the final say on the alien planet. This is cause and effect. Li Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe, and Li Yuanba looked at Ji Xinghe. They both knew what Ji Xinghe meant by this sentence. Two more voices rang out. General Li Xinghe, I am Caitlin, the ace mecha warrior of the Federation. Thank you, General Li Xinghe, I am Ravich, the ace mecha warrior of the Federation. Thank you. Because of the confidentiality level and the reasons related to the gift, only a few of them can hear today's conversation among the mecha warriors of the Federation. But everyone knows that they represent more than just a few of them. So, Li Xinghe has a new beginning. And the Federation mecha warriors who gave him this new beginning, in the alien war between the Federation and the Empire, can become the absolute main force, which comes from his command and sacrifice. It's like a reincarnation. The machine repair area of a certain base of the Federation in the Mountain of God's war zone. Shen Mu, who jumped down from the operating stand next to the Emperor armor, looked at Ji Xinghe who was walking towards him nervously. Old man, how are you? Almost recovered. Shen Mu breathed a sigh of relief, looked around, and whispered to Ji Xinghe, the person you exchanged for Ada Kang, is it really General Li Xinghe? Not many people know about Li Xinghe's return at this stage. During the transaction, Li Xinghe just said I'm back. Not to mention that his voice has changed because of the life support system. Even if there is no change, how many people can hear it after 13 years? Moreover, not many people can hear his voice. After that, the highest level of confidentiality regulations were followed throughout the process to carry out physical examinations for Li Xinghe and other related matters. For example, on the side of the independent regiment, even Qin Tong could not get the confirmed news. Although the cripple and the left hand were at the scene at the time, they could not tell others because of the confidentiality regulations. But the gossip has spread after it was confirmed that Li Yuanba had obtained the power of Qi by himself, through the nuclear explosion baptism. It seems that he is testing something. Yes, Ji Xinghe knew why Shen Mu knew the news, so he didn't hide it. Fuck. 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 Shen Mu, the genius mechanic, said fuck 3 times but couldn't calm down. He started to circle around Ji Xinghe, muttering something like hero, great, great, old man, you are so awesome, etc., and the whole person was full of excitement. It was like Fan Jin passed the imperial examination. After a long while, Shen Mu calmed down. Noticing that Ji Xinghe was checking the progress of the transformation of the Emperor's armor. He suppressed many questions in his mind and only asked one. Are you okay? It's okay, it's really okay. Ji Xinghe doesn't need to care about the information that Li Xinghe has. He knows everything he should know, and he can also know what he shouldn't know through Zhengyu. As for Li Xinghe's fate, he doesn't need to do anything after expressing his position. Li Yuanba and Li Anbang can do much more than he can. So, when Li Yuanba's body began to recover steadily and he was able to use the power of Qi, he left the medical room where the two brothers were. That's good, Shen Mu smiled brightly, but he did not talk about the progress of the transformation of the Emperor armor, but talked about another thing. Because you exchanged 10 Saint crystals with Ada Kang, No one asked us for the natural Saint Crystal that Ada can put in the Emperor armor, and they were embarrassed to ask for it. So, we have a lot of time, don't be anxious. When the Saint Crystal was found in the Emperor armor before, the relevant parties forcibly demanded it. When it was confirmed that it was a natural Saint Crystal, the intention to compete for it was very obvious. Therefore, there was a 1-week agreement. But the change of things was beyond people's expectations. Emperor Wu Ii was stingy and generous, and gave the Federation 10 Saint Crystals. Counting it up, these were all Ji Xinghe's, so no one mentioned the 1-week agreement again. I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with this Saint Crystal, or there may be something wrong with using Saint Crystal as the energy source of the mecha. Shen Mu added, the character of Ada Kang should be very clear to Emperor Wu Ii. In theory, Emperor Wu Ii also knows the Saint Crystal. Even if he didn't know, he wouldn't use 10 Saint Crystals to exchange for Ada Kang. You know, we only have 3 complete Saint Crystals before, and we are not sure how much energy is left in them. So I think Emperor Wu Ii should deliberately give you the Saint Crystal, and then let you try to use the power of Qi to mobilize the energy in the Saint Crystal to act on the mecha. It's simply a show of kindness. No, it's a cover-up. Well, I know, Ji Xinghe nodded. Normal thinking can guess this, so he didn't ask Shen Mu to send the Saint Crystal to the medical room where he was before. When he came today, he didn't mean to ask for the Saint Crystal to try. As the researchers who asked for the Saint Crystal before said, at this stage, the Saint Crystal has no meaning for Ji Xinghe's combat power. Shen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Ji Xinghe would take a risk. The modification of this imperial armor was not very smooth, because almost all of its parts are tailor-made, which is completely different from the modular structure of most imperial mechas. If we want to modify it into a driving module that adapts to our mecha warriors, we almost need to replace the entire cockpit, as well as the transmission system. But these parts, all of which can be made of tungsten steel gold, are made of tungsten steel gold. It is a pity to remove them, and there is no suitable replacement material. Using inappropriate materials to replace them will only reduce the performance of this imperial armor. Therefore, the modification we made before was just to replace its communication module and intelligent core, and to adapt and debug the auxiliary operating system. It is equivalent to replacing a brain for this body. Ji Xinghe, a professional mechanic, has understood it at this time. The technology of the imperial mecha is derived from the federal mecha, so in terms of the main structure, it is basically the same as the body of the imperial gorilla and the human body. There are 2 biggest differences, the intelligent core and the operating system. The difference between the former is that the electronic technology of the empire comes from the 3rd civilization, and the difference between the latter is that the body structure of the gorilla is different from that of humans, and it has 4 hands. Therefore, the operation method of the empire mecha is more complicated than that of the Federation mecha, but not too much, similar to the difference between the operation of an automatic car and an excavator. No need to modify it, just leave it like this, but, it doesn't matter, I can operate it, control the armor with Qi. Yeah, hearing Ji Xinghe's confirmation, Shen Mu once again became excited, and his words were not fluent, as if he was hesitating about something. Ji Xinghe didn't hesitate, and stretched out his hand and pressed on Shen Mu's shoulder. Wait, I'm not ready yet, no need to prepare, success or failure. Shen Mu shouted twice, and then became stunned. After a minute, he still maintained this state. Lao Liu came over and asked worriedly, are you okay? It's okay, it's done. Ji Xinghe looked at Lao Liu and signaled with his eyes. Old Liu was instantly excited, and his state was almost the same as Shen Mu's just now, but he hesitated and struggled in his heart, and then shook his head. Give it to those who need it more first. I'm still young and there's no rush. Old Liu, who had already received a suggestion to retire due to his age, could confidently say in front of Ji Xinghe that he was still young. After all, from the perspective of relationship, Ji Xinghe and his grandfather Liu Daoxing were of the same generation. Ji Xinghe did not force it, but just said, Li Yuanba has succeeded. It will be officially announced in a while, and large-scale gifts will begin, so you don't have to be humble. What success? Old Liu was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. You mean, General Li Yuanba is the same as you? Ji Xinghe nodded. Almost. In fact, there is a big difference. It is estimated that it will take more than a month for Li Yuanba to recover. It sounds faster than Ji Xinghe at the beginning, but a large part of the reason is based on the experience provided by Ji Xinghe. including the ability to awaken the gift after mastering the power of Qi. It must also be based on the experience provided by Ji Xinghe. Whether it will succeed or not cannot be truly determined at this time, and no one knows when it will succeed. So the official has not officially announced it. From this point of view, what Li Hangfen said is indeed correct. The difference between Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba is not the first and the second, but the difference between the pioneer and the latecomer, so the meaning is very different. Then I will be even less anxious. Lao Liu smiled happily. Let's give it to the young people first. They are the future and the hope, the future and hope. Ji Xinghe glanced at Shen Mu, who was still standing still, and said softly, "Get ready." Yes, Lao Liu entered the state instantly, and after responding, he began to finish the transformation of the Emperor's armor and paint the Emperor's armor at the same time. At this time, Shen Mu finally came back to his senses. Before he could feel the changes in his body, he noticed the operation of Lao Liu and others. "What are you doing?" The people in the machine repair team spoke excitedly. "The old man wants to join the war." "No, he should go to make it an even number." "How do you make it an even number now?" "I'll tell you a number, 100 red stars." Hiss. So, the record set by General Li Yuanba is going to be broken by the old man again. Not only that, General Li Yuanba will probably need a long time before he can join the war. Then this time, he should never be able to surpass the old man's record, right? Hearing this question, Ji Xinghe or the independent regiment's exclusive mechanic team, everyone looked at Ji Xinghe. They all remembered that the last time Ji Xinghe broke Li Yuanba's record, he was surpassed by Li Yuanba again because he had returned to the Blue Star for 3 years. This time, Ji Xinghe looked at the Emperor's armor that had turned pure gold, and suddenly laughed under the gaze of everyone. "No one will be able to surpass me in my lifetime." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.